So many long-time viewers probably have seen these types of videos before, like these class analysis type videos, right?
Everybody's favorite.
We'll go over every
A
class.
burst
We'll
on
give it like different metrics, and we're gonna be doing it again. We're gonna be doing it again. But this time we have different metrics because it's a different meta these days, right? It's a different meta, so some of the other metrics back in the day aren't really as relevant anymore. But also we have origin skills. So I set up this fancy thing with all the origins showing just so you can like look at them as if it's like a TikTok like retention thing. You know what I mean? Kind of chills, bro. Kind of chills. So for today, we're going to be doing the warriors, bro. Right? We're going to be doing all the warriors. So we have Hero, Paladin, Dark Knight, Dawn Warrior, Mihile, Aran, Kaiser, Adele, Blaster, Zero, Demon Avenger, Demon Slayer, and Hayato. Yo, chills, bro. Guys, behind the scenes, you would not believe how long it took me to get these gifts because these things are not resources that you could just find online, bro. Like, bro. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about the warriors today. We're going to find out who's the best warrior and who's the worst warrior. And obviously, we're going to go over every single class archetype. And then I'm going to ask you guys what archetype you want after this. You know, mages, thieves, or what do you want after the warriors? But we're going to go over the warriors first. All right, so the criteria that we've picked out so far, if we have any other like really good criteria that we could think of, thank you VM for 2 months, bro. We'll add it. But right now, these are the 5 that we thought of. So this isn't like a quote unquote like tier list or anything like that. People are going to call it a tier list, but it's not a tier list. This happened exactly last time where I said this is not a tier list, but people are just going to say it is a tier list. So the things that we thought of so far was 200 to 260 because it's like, you know, people are probably going to care about that, even though in my opinion, I think 200 to 260 is like brain dead for everybody, but we'll talk about it anyways. 260 plus, so this is more about like grandest farming, grandest bosses, I guess. Hexa, like what's the hexas on the class like? Party bossing, how it performs in a party. Obviously, that's very important, especially in today's meta. We'll talk about different parties like throughout the different stages of the game, whether it's early game, mid game, or end game bossing parties. Solo bossing. And a lot of people are going to be like, actually, nobody cares about solo bossing anymore because you're just strong enough to do everything. Well, actually, solo bossing is still important because there are things that, because first of all, not everybody's end game and you don't just blow through every single boss. So people are going to want to know how it feels when you're kind of like, I don't know, let's say you're at the point where you're doing like a Gloom struggle or something or fucking Dark struggle. Like a lot of people are at that point, so we have to be fair and talk about it. And the learning curve. So the learning curve is obviously very important because some people don't want to play really hard classes. Some people want to play really easy classes. The sixth one I was thinking about is the kit, but like I don't know if that's, I feel like that would be talked about in the other ones. Okay, so let's start with Hero. I think 200 to 260 on Hero is, well, okay, so first of all, we're going to rank all of these from 0 to 10. I think aesthetic? Dude, I don't think I could give a number to aesthetic. I think 0. Subjective. Yeah. Well, to be honest, all of these are subjective a little bit, but like there's a gradients to subjection. Yeah, like it's too subjective, you know what I mean? But yeah, obviously these are just mine and Phil's opinions. To be honest, me and Phil are literally never wrong about anything. So, like even though
full name. He's like, I got into trouble when my wife calls me that.
Philip, chills. Yep. Yeah.
Chills.
Yeah. So like we're like never wrong, so our opinion's gonna be right. But it is just our opinion though. Okay, so let's talk about Hero first. Funding / cost as last category. Nah, that every class in the game has the same funding. Doesn't like matter. Or essentially the same funding, like when it boils down to it. Okay, so let's talk about 200 to 260. All of these is going to be ranked from 0 to 10. So let's say if it was a 10, that means the 0 to 200, that means the 200 to 260 experience would be like super easy and super light on this class. And same with 260 plus. If it was a 10, that means like everything is super easy. Party bossing 10 is super good. Solo bossing super good 10. And then learning curve 10 would mean that it's super hard. Like it's super hard to play. That means it has a really high learning curve. So that's what each category means. Xenon, I knew somebody was gonna say Xenon, but like, shut up, bro. Like, it doesn't matter, bro. I'm not gonna make an entire category.
Just for,
yeah,
like,
just for one instance, bro. Like, I knew somebody was gonna say that shit, bro. Yeah. So 10 should be super easy. No, 10's gonna be it's super hard. 10 means it's gonna be super hard. Okay, so hero from 200 to 260. IMO, I think hero is not as good 200 to 260 as it is 260 plus. IMO. Like, I think it's like just normal, I guess, like kind of average 200 to 260. So when I think of 200 to 260, I think it's just like pretty standard training. Like Raging Blow isn't that big yet. Yeah, like I don't even know, bro. Like the Hexa Raging Blow is just so big that it just makes the regular one look like tiny and useless. So I don't even think it's that good. And then all the bosses that you're doing 200 to 260. So I think of shit like up to like H Lomian essentially. All of those bosses are super easy on hero though. Like they're all brain dead on hero. Like it's so standard and easy to play in terms of those bossing.
We're rating out of what's the number we're rating out of?
Out of 10.
Okay. I'll still give it above average, to be honest, like 7 or something. Just because, like, you still need to do like your bosses and whatever, like starting off, like you're maybe doing normal Lomia or just normal weekly bosses.
Yeah.
There's like a super cookie cutter class. You want to think about those classes that's like, obviously you don't like the classes that start off with really low IED or really low like crit rate or whatever the fuck. Then your early game like 200 260 experience is gonna be suck because you're not gonna have like, you know, the external sources of like Legion or whatever, artifact or whatever to support these base stats like crit rate, boss damage, and like IED or whatever. But heroes start off with really high crit damage, really high IED. I think crit rate is also like a lot better nowadays.
Yeah, it is. It does need attack speed though.
Yeah, that is the one thing. So I wouldn't call it like super bad to work with, but it's definitely like already like above average for amongst all the classes that you have. Because doesn't this class start off with like 50% IED on all the passive? Which is
it has
like
crazy IED.
One is most annoying shit to deal with for like beginners.
Yeah, exactly. It also has like 1 billion final damage, so like even if you get like Urda Fountain early, like that shit's gonna do more damage.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah, you have good Urda Fountain, and like now like when you place down your BSB, it doesn't snap back to you no matter how far you are.
Yeah,
and,
they
like,
made that better.
Really, the maps that you will be training in from 200 to 260 isn't that big. It's not like something that hero can cover, even though like it's just like a flash jump and attack class. It's at least easy and straightforward to train on. It might not have the best rates, but it's not that much effort. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, it's definitely not. You just place down your Burning Soul Blade and jump back and forth. Like, it's really easy. You also have, like, Beam Blade now that could just, like, hit something pretty far away. If you're, like, there's that one platform you can't reach. Really low cooldown.
Yeah.
You can use Raging Rage in the air now. That's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Because that shit was pretty annoying to use. Like, you had to be grounded, but using it in the air is actually really useful. Hero does have a fuck-ass up jump, though. This shit's so ass. All good, though.
I would say 7.
Yeah, I'm fine with giving it a 7 at least. Like, it's definitely above average. Not too crazy, though. So, I think that's fine.
Chose Excel. Anyway.
Okay, 260 plus. So 260 plus, the first thing I think of is the Hexa, right? So what's the origin? I think the origin's really good. It got line division recently as well, so it's future proofed. it's a nice, quick, easy to use origin. Like there's no like tricks that you need. You don't have to use it and like, you know, continue your burst somehow while you're within the origin or anything like that. It does good damage. Very standard origin. And then when it comes to the mastery, the rising, or not the rising rage, the raging blow mastery is very good. Like it makes hero more than be able to like upkeep in all the training maps in the future. Obviously you have Soul Janus, but you still want a nice big mobbing skill. That's also your bossing skill, so it's really easy to one-shot with because it's both mobbing and bossing. And not only that, they also have an entire skill that they don't even need to level in their Hexa. So they could max out their frags faster.
Yeah.
So I think this class 260 plus, like, it's actually pretty good. And then when it comes to 260 plus bossing, like BM, Saren, Kalos, Kaling, like, I think Hero does fine in all of them. Like, very consistent damage. Comparable burst to the big dogs. Obviously, your burst can lag, so that should last like 30 seconds when it really should only last 20 seconds. 2-minute class, so it's really good for either a 2-minute party or a 3-minute party. It can stay in either and do fine. Low cooldown iframe. Easy to survive on. The skill ceiling on this class isn't even that high. Like, everybody who picks it up could be good enough. So does having a whole skill they don't need to level mean hero skill less when everything is maxed? No, not necessarily. Super overrated though, let's be honest. Nah, this class is really good. Straight up. There's no world where it's not good. I don't think it's top 5 though. Top 5 of all time. But I think it's really good though. I think hero for 260 plus is at least a 7 as well. Probably an 8.
I would say 8.
Yeah, I would say 8 as well. Like, this shit is I mean,
point,
there's nothing it's bad at, really.
Like, it's also to make point that it's like I do think it's better in the late game than early game.
Yeah.
Like, your experience is better after a certain point.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, I think this is one of those classes that it just gets better and better the more you play it. The more you get used to it. The more situations you're in, you'll realize like, oh wow, this class could kind of just like fit into anywhere. And that's really valuable because some classes only have really good specific like niche situations that they're really good in. Whereas Hero's pretty good at everything.
Yep. Alright, what's the next thing?
Party bossing. Yeah. Okay, so party bossing on Hero. So for party bossing, it obviously doesn't really have any support, right? That's the first thing. You have puncture, but that's not really like anything notable, really. Like that's about it. But in terms of damage, it does upkeep with like the current end game. Like, it's solid. Like, if you have a hero in your DPS slot, like, people aren't gonna complain really. In a party, like, you can definitely perform. Whether you're in a 2-minute or 3-minute party is a really nice perk of hero, so you could fit into any slot party and do fine. Your burst is also short enough that it'll fit within all of like the amplified buffs like Benny, and most of it will fit in your roar, so that also helps a lot when you're party bossing as well. It also fits all into the double bind, whether it's regular bind with Origin or Kana bind with Origin, like, it all fits there as well. So your damage efficiency on this class in party bossing is really good as well. So
the only thing in this patch is that it like, okay, there's maybe a bigger talk than what I want to start. If you're making like optimized, you know what? Whatever. Don't worry about it. I don't even want to go there.
Yo, that's actually crazy, bro. That's actually crazy.
Definitely a solid pick for party DPS slot. It's definitely when you guys make a party. Like, yo, guys, be honest. When you guys make a party, like, a strong hero is definitely some of the first things you're like pop up into your mind.
Yeah, no, 100%. Especially if it's a 2-minute party, like that's what you're gonna want to look for. You're gonna want to look for a strong hero,
Yeah.
ideally.
So
Like you're.
here's how it works, right? When
Mm-hmm.
you're making a 2-minute party, heroes is 100% the class that you're thinking about in your mind. I guarantee you, it's 100% the class you're
Yeah,
thinking
hero,
in your head.
arc,
And
like those
here's the
two.
crazy part: even if you're making a standard 3-minute party, hero is also going to be one of the classes. Well, it might not be like the immediate class that you go to, but it's definitely like on the second thought, it's going to come to your mind, 100%.
Yeah, well, I completely agree. Even in a 3-minute comp, you're gonna be like, if you have that one strong hero friend, like you're definitely gonna think of him, like straight up. You're
Yeah,
definitely gonna think of him. So I feel like hero and party bossing is at least an 8 as well. Now I feel
I
like
agree.
9. I feel like 9 and 10 are reserved for like if somebody has a support or something like that, or they
Yeah,
have like completely incredible damage, or some really unique gimmick like I don't know, Ilium Party Shield could be really useful. So I think this is like a solid 8, just because it like fits in every party comp, has really good damage, is easy enough to play that you'll know that your hero will probably survive. I hope. Um,
yep,
and they have short cooldown iframe. Like there's no reason for them to like kind of struggle in anything.
yep.
Solo bossing. I think here is one of the better solo bossers as well. I think it's actually a very good solo bosser. Like off the dome, I think it would probably be at least a 9, just because
Yeah, I agree.
it has really good consistent damage, which is very valuable for solo bossing. Solo bossing, you want consistent damage. You don't necessarily just want burst entirely. And it has the burst to back it up. So let's say when you're progging through your game, obviously one of the big burst walls that you reach early into the game is the H Lucid solo. Hero has
Yep,
enough burst that like even though it has good consistent damage, like you could still meet burst thresholds as well. It still has it. So you're
yep,
good in anything. And then obviously because it's easy to play, it has good enough up jump, it has a good enough dash, it has a short cooldown iframe with World Reaver, it has good survivability with Blitz Shield, and yeah, like there's nothing really like it's just good all around essentially.
yeah.
It's just good all around. I would give it like a
Agreed,
definitely a
agreed,
9.
agreed.
Yeah. Okay,
Now
so
the better question is like, if we put hero as 9, what do we put solo bossing 10 for?
dude, I think like Demon Slayer and Hayato are probably a 10.
Okay, okay, okay. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Okay, learning curve.
I think learning
Bro,
curve is
that
like
shit doesn't exist.
it's like legit like a 1, bro. Like
Bro, that
this
shit
is
straight up doesn't exist.
this is as easy of a class as you can get. Like what do you have to do on this class? Like straight up. Like legit, what do you have to do? All you have to do is press your sword illusion to keep up your FD, and that's it. Like there's no other like mechanical like nonsense you have to do in this class. You ever see a hero like jumping and then they use their basic attack to like dash down to like reposition quick? Like that's just like extra fancy shit. Like nobody actually uses that shit, bro. This is literally a 1 2 3 4 5 hold down raging blow class, like straight up.
Yeah,
Like it's as simple as you can get. Like I'll give it a 1, bro. Like it's so easy. Like honestly, this class is just broken. Like if you're picking up this game for the first time and somebody recommends you to play hero, like they're actually blessing you, bro. Straight up. I think the
I
only
agree.
thing is like it's just boring. That's why people might not like it. But dude, I might have to make a community tab, bro. Might have to make a community, bro.
Dude, don't do that. Don't do that.
0. Nah, cause the hero community is something else, bro. All right, so cherry on top, bro. Last thing we're gonna talk about is the origin, bro. The origin animation. Thoughts? This is the first origin animation we saw, by the way. Like this is the original one in the trailer.
Is the one.
Yeah, this is the original. I feel like when people think of origin, it's like they might think of this one low key because it's the first one. Now the thing is though, you're actually right because low key nowadays, now that it's been a while, like this isn't even that crazy, bro. I feel like this is like a normal origin.
Chills.
It's legit garbage. Nah, y'all are crazy for that. Y'all are so weird for that. Y'all are so weird for that. I think it's definitely a middle of the pack origin, bro. I think it's cool, but it's not that crazy.
Are you on animation purely or like the origin skill itself?
Nah, just the animation.
Because they're both made of hack, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's move on to Paladin.
Yo.
Okay, 200 to 260 on Paladin. I mean, I feel like it's the same as Hero. Like low key. Actually, Paladin, I think Paladin's better than Hero. 200 to 260.
I think 200 to 260, like bossing wise, is a lot worse than Hero. But
Really? You don't think it's better? I
think-
feel like Paladin has like
No,
all
no.
these like negate one shot like bullshit that just like saves you when you're new.
If you're thinking, yeah, if you're talking from that perspective, then yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I thought of, right? When you're early game bossing, like, bro, I'm thinking when you're like really like a fucking baby and you're entering like CPAB and you like don't know what the fuck you're doing and like you just don't die though because you're a paladin, or you're doing CVEL, you don't know what you're doing because it's like tail hits you but you still don't die because you're a paladin, like stuff like that. That's what I was thinking of.
Uh-huh.
But the damage is
I think
definitely way
overall
less though.
experience. I do think the overall experience from 200 to 260 is slightly worse than Hero though.
Okay, that's fine. Why?
I think you were just going to found the damage lackluster at the beginning.
Uh-huh.
Like very much so lackluster at the beginning. And I don't think the mobbing differences is that noticeable, I'll be honest. Because
That's true.
it's very much dependent on you like entirely move around the map. And then like you have, I'm pretty sure Paladin has more skills to cycle through than Hero for mobbing. Not
Yeah.
necessarily a bad thing for raids, but you know.
Yeah,
Bro,
no,
all these
definitely.
warriors is stuck on mobbing.
True. I mean, we could just make it a little bit lower than Hero then. That's fine. If you think that's
I'll
where
say
it's
5
at.
or 6. I don't think it's like, just because like the class is still like a straightforward class. I don't think like you're gonna have like a really terrible experience with it, even in early game, because it's still very like, even if you're like first time touching this class, you're just gonna press a few buttons and be able to quickly figure out what you're doing. And
Yeah.
even though like oh yeah, this is what I want to talk about. Even though like the ceiling might be low for these type of classes in early game, like what you can do, the floor is like, floor is already like, the baseline floor is like quite like high for these type of classes. Like you're not gonna like not know what the fuck you're doing and just like fail miserably on these type of classes. So
Yeah. Oh,
so off
definitely.
the
There's
bat,
a
it's
lot
like
of
a
room
5
for
or 6.
error. Yeah,
Let's say 6.
100%.
I'll say.
Okay, we can give it a 6. All right, 260 plus. So, well, 260 plus. Talk about the origin. Paladin's origin got a huge buff recently, so it actually hits pretty hard. It's a nice, quick, easy to use origin as well. So that makes things like way easier. I mean, they have both blast and the other one boosted now at this point with their hexa.
Yeah.
So that makes things really easy. Also, 260 plus, you definitely get to utilize your divine echo more properly at this point. Like I would say like under 260, like you're not really using divine echo like that. You're not really in any situation where like it really matters. But now it actually does matter. Like you're actually gonna have people to party boss with because, you know, bosses get a lot harder. So your value increases and you're gonna feel better as a paladin player because now you like become more unlocked.
Yeah.
Do you know if they have to max all their skills on their hexa? I think they do, right?
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was the first one? Okay, so there's Echo, there's the Mjolnir, and
Mm-hmm.
there's the Lord of Deep shit, and there's the Holy Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to max all of them.
Mm-hmm.
2 damage skill, 2 DPS skill, 1 burst skill, and Echoes. The FDU guys like skills up with the Hexa level.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just like a normal Hexa 6-drop class. Like the
Yeah,
Origin got a lot better. I don't think anything is too crazy or special about it. It's not complicated. They just gain a lot of damage from their Hexa and that's it. But they're really good in these 260 plus bosses like BM, C10E. Well, not C10E kind of, but and like Saren, Kalos, Culling. They're really good in those bosses. So like it definitely gains favor there. Like this is one of those classes that like it feels better the more you invest into it and the further you get into the game. Because when you're early on, like you're not gonna know, or you're not gonna have like somebody that really like takes advantage of Echo properly or knows how to take advantage of Sacro or anything like that. But as you get further and further, people are gonna really value you as a paladin, and they're gonna know what's up. They're gonna see the value you see in yourself, bro. Like early game, all people think about is like, oh, like big ass burst, and that's it. But
early game
this
people are thinking, why are you not playing a hero?
yeah, why are you not playing a hero? But then the further into the game, you realize like why are you not playing paladin? Like it's actually crazy. And then the other thing is paladin's burst is so condensed. Like that shit is like 5 seconds long, like without the origin. Like it's so short. So there's like no way in hell that you can miss your burst. Like it obviously all fits in the roar and it all fits in the bind as well.
Yep.
It even has support too. Straight up.
Really good support.
Mm-hmm. You can get stunned and burst. The boss is bound. Like, doesn't even matter.
I'll honestly also give this an 8 because I think 260 plus. When you think about 260 plus, you start like you know knowing people, like partying with people, and that's when like this class actually start to become fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like this class gets better the further you get into it. Straight up.
Yeah.
And this class's value is only gonna keep going up as X Lotus comes out, as Limbo comes out, right? Like as you get to Kaling, like the value of this class just gets higher and higher. Like it's actually crazy.
Yep.
So I definitely give it an 8. Honestly, I'm willing to give it like 8.5.
I'll just do 8. I don't want to.
And no 0.5s? Okay.
0.5 means we're scaling. We're rating on like a 20-point scale. I don't want to do that shit.
That's true. Okay, party bossing. Well, honestly, if we gave Hero an 8,
a 9 or 10.
Yeah, if we give
I'm
this,
okay with 9 or 10 for this shit.
Yeah, honestly,
Maybe 9.
I'll give it a 9. I'll give it a 9. I think in certain bosses it's a 10. Like in X Lotus, it's a 10. In Limbo, it's probably a 10. P1 Culling, it's probably a 10, right? Like certain bosses, but not in everything.
I think X Lotus only Bishop and Lin deserves to be 10.
You think so? Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, I think party bossing this is definitely a 10. You like it's almost brain dead to pick up Paladin. It's like almost like always better to pick up Paladin over like any other class. Well, obviously besides Bishop is the obvious one, but it's like not quite there because you need on baseline a really fat carry in the party to utilize Paladin.
That's true.
But
yeah. So you want 9 or 10 on this class?
9.
Okay, yeah. No, definitely. Like Paladin, Divine Echo, like you give your partner, what is it? 50 FD or some shit?
21.
Or is it 40? 21?
21.
Oh, wait, which don't you give yourself that much FD or how much is it?
Yeah,
you give yourself that much. Yeah. That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. That's FD that scales with everything too. Like with all the other like FD multipliers as well. So it's like a stupid amount of damage you're giving, and you could give your partner invulnerability, which adds obviously a lot of damage because they could just keep hitting the boss.
So how Divine Echo works is that like the FD you gain like at max level Hexa is 90%, but it's both no matter you're in a party or you're just by yourself soloing, as long as you pop that skill, it gives you like it gives you 90% of the buff. Like that's a direct like just like a damage buff to you. But if you're a party, it puts a shadow partner on them. It puts a shadow partner off you on the target.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that's the extra damage you're getting.
Yeah.
Plus the 21 FD you're giving to the person you're connected. So that's two separate things. You're giving the person 21 FD, so whatever damage they're doing is just 1.221 times more than what they would have done. And you're also putting a 50% shadow partner of yourself on them.
Mm-hmm. So
That
that
is
also
considered
does
your
so
damage.
much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your damage that shows up on your BA. So
Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot, bro. That's a huge buff. Um. Yeah. And now, obviously, not only to mention the survivability. Obviously, you can add like the DPS uptime. You can give someone. I was watching Chapaz do H Kaling, and he gets the sacro. And like in P2, after they're finished bursting P2, like obviously they can't just one burst it. Like he's still able to chase the boss around for another like 10 seconds and do like quite a bit of damage. So that type of stuff is underrated, and it makes you feel really good playing Paladin. So yeah,
yeah.
definitely a 9 for sure.
Fun fact, current patch. Fun fact, the current patch. Paladin in a party, the BA is like if on the same spot, right? On the same
Mhm.
spot, like if you have five other people is fixed and just a paladin versus a hero, their own BA, if it's a 3-minute party, first of all. If it's a 3
Mhm.
minute party that mainly just do those bursts or whatever, then Paladin's BA is like slightly higher, I believe.
Mhm. Isn't that crazy? Paladin out damaging hero in a 3-minute party.
In a party though. In solo, Paladin's damage a lot lower because it loses that shadow partner. It doesn't have that shadow partner.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
yeah. But
So
keep in mind, hero is a 2-minute class.
yeah. Speaking of solo bossing, I mean this class suffers a lot from solo bossing. It's not designed to be
Yeah, it
solo
loses a
bossing.
lot of damage. It does
Mhm.
lose a lot of damage in solo bossing because of that shadow partner. It's losing.
Yep. What would
But
I give it in solo bossing though? It's also
the
like a
other side
burst
is still,
oriented class, which isn't good for solo bossing necessarily. It's not
but
ideal.
yeah, but the other side to a solo bossing is that it's very careful. You don't have any survivability issue, so
Yeah.
you can just like, I mean, always take your time to do the boss.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'm pretty sure in the end game, that's not like a good solo bossing experience that people consider. They just want to have the damage to just you know power through things. So definitely, like if you're playing like a low solo damage class, then people are gonna consider it as like not a good experience, right?
Mhm. Yeah. So I I think relative to the other classes, like it just isn't as good solo bossing. Not that it's bad, like you'll still be able to do everything fine. It's just the class isn't fully unlocked solo bossing, and that's just a fact.
Yeah,
Um, Probably give it like a 5 or something or a 6, like just kind of like in the
yeah. I was
middle.
thinking 5 or 6. I was thinking it was five or six.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just missing a lot of its kit with solo bossing. Like that's just how it is, bro. That's literally just how it is. Learning curve. So I also think this class is brain dead, like just like
Yeah,
Hero,
it is.
but less brain dead though, because you have to at least choose the right divine echo. You have to choose the right person. You have to take that like extra
Yeah,
1 second thought of like thinking who's the strongest dude in your party and choosing that person, and that's it. And
well,
then the rest is just brain dead.
and also it's also about the. Well, first of all, you have a debuff to keep up with for the party, and also it's like when to echo and when to sacro is also a timing thing. As any time you add like that layer of complexity of like synchronized with your party member, it
Mm-hmm.
it it's not trivial. It no longer is trivial, right?
That's true. That's actually a
Because
good point. Yeah.
you need to
You have to
understand
be
like
aware
when.
of the other class, what the other class is
Yeah,
capable of, and when it's gonna burst, and how long its burst is, and everything. Like you have to have good game
exactly,
knowledge.
exactly. Hero. No matter
He
you're
was
playing
completely
solo or you're
selfish.
yeah you're playing solo anyways. Like you just wanted to maximize your own damage. That which is like fine. Like a lot of classes are like that. A
Mm-hmm.
paladin as like a bodyguard. There's more things that you have to consider when you play.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Still trivial though.
It's still trivial. Yeah,
JP.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's still easier than Hero. Like, maybe I'd give it a 3 or something. Like,
Yeah.
that shit is still
I
easy
think
as
3 is
fuck,
fine. 3, 4,
regardless.
5, whatever. Yeah. It as long as people know it's a non-trivial class, it's fine.
Yeah. Oops. What did I do last time? I think I inserted chart. I don't even remember. Yeah.
Yo, chills.
Chills, bro. There you go. Now, what do we think of its origin, bro? I think this shit is ugly as hell.
All I'm gonna say, not my type.
This definitely not my type, bro. Like, it's literally just a yellow dude with a hammer and a cross exploding. That's literally it. Like, I don't think it's that cool, bro. I hate to say it. No, it's not W origin, bro. This shit is like basic as hell, bro. Like, what's even happening, by the way?
I think this one's like the opposite of the K one. K one is like straight up too edgy, and this one is too boomer.
Yeah, low key, this one is too boomer, bro. Straight up. He's calling Jesus Christ W origin. True.
Interesting.
Bro, it really is just like bishops. Like, that's why. That's my problem. Like,
Yeah.
this thing is way too similar. It's just yellow cross.
Actually, I think
Like,
Bishop one looks better because it has 3 goddesses.
yeah, true.
It's
So
3 versus 1, straight up.
that's true. That's true. This is just worse than bishops. So L. All right, let's
I
move
think they
on.
made the Bishop one first, and I'm just like, Paladin. Okay, let's
True.
just copy like the basics of the assets and just turn the gender to male and just add some other shit.
Mm-hmm. They just added a big dude holding a hammer. Like, all right, bro. Like, okay. Okay. Dark Knight. You want to start with 200 260? I think this shit's ass 200 260. Straight up.
I don't think it's good. I honestly don't think it's good.
Bro, this class, honestly, like, I'm about to say it. This class is borderline unplayable without -4 hat, bro. I said it, bro. This shit is unplayable without -4 hat, bro.
The early game for this class is not a good experience. Although I will say though, you don't need to worry about crit on this class, which is like very rare
Yeah,
on warrior. Trust me, it's very rare on a warrior that you don't have to worry about crit rate.
no, but honestly, at this point with Legion Artifact, it's like crit rate in
Yeah,
general
no,
is just
but
like
we're
whatever.
purely talking
Events
about,
give you
like,
so
early
much.
game. Yeah, and the other thing, it also has high final damage and high ID. So
Yeah.
the base stat on this class is quite high. So like sometimes like people recommend this as like the new player friendly class, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
The
Oh, it's definitely not.
the city hack gate is that entry paywall is kind of high.
Yeah, it is. It legit is. Like, I know some Dark Knights, it's like they don't even get their -4 till they're like 275. Like, it takes so long for them to get it.
Okay, this class needs -4. It needs attack speed and it needs buff duration. It should just
Isn't that crazy, bro? You need all 3 of those things just for this class to feel like playable. Attack speed, buff duration, and -4. Like, bro, what? Oh yeah, all that just to be mid too. Like, it's the funniest part, bro. That's the funniest part. So I think 200 260 on this shit is ass. Like, I don't see a world where people are gonna enjoy necessarily training this unless they just really like the aesthetic like that much.
Like before you have
Yeah.
like all those things online, like without attack speed and then city hat, like you're just gonna feel ass like the entire time. And then also without buff duration, while through your buff, like I think Dark Resonance or whatever the fuck that buff is called, you straight up cannot like 100% uptime that shit, and that's just like a lot of your FD is just fucking fucked.
Yo, La Mancha, bro. Chills. Yo, type 1 if they should remove Dark Knight and replace it with Dragon Knight.
Bro, give me my Dragon Eye back. Like, straight up. Give me that shit back.
No, that's actually crazy. What would I give this? Like 0 to 10 though? Like 4, 3?
Oh, yo, I think early game pretty ass. I think 4 is fine.
Okay,
Let's
4
just
is
do 4.
fine.
See if there's
Yeah,
anything that's
fine.
like worse than
Yeah,
that shit.
this class, like, it's definitely one of those classes that it gets better the more you fund it. Like, definitely, the higher level you get, the more you fund it, it gets better and better. But like that early game, because to be honest with you, people might not like hearing this, but the early game in this game is hard enough. Now you might not like hearing that, right? Certain things have gotten a lot easier, but it's still really fucking annoying when you're early into this game and you have to make meso drop gear and you have to make all this training gear and you have to learn to one shot and all this stuff, and then you find out that you also need a -4 hat on top of that with buff duration and attack speed, like, and you need all this shit on top of that too. It's like you have all these extra costs when like a Hayato can just one shot the map with 0 funding with no cooldown. Like, it's actually like you're just gonna feel like shit.
Also, more than likely, you're gonna need a -4 on like 2 hats.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna need it on CR8 and then eventually get that shit on Eternal too.
Yo.
Yeah, or a Demon Slayer just holding ult. Like, you're just gonna feel it was so weird. Alright, anyways, 260 plus. So this class, when it dies, it gets the invulnerability, right? And you could choose how long the invulnerability is. That's how that works. And do you still get the F debuff from the invulnerability?
Oh no, it's detached now.
Okay, it's attached.
So
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just an iframe. Like, it's just for survivability. Like, you don't even need like, it's not like a strategic thing to like die or anything anymore. Okay, I'm fucking.
The other thing though, fun fact, that iframe also affected by buff duration. So you need a fuck ton of buff duration on this class.
Dude, is it like, actually? I never knew that.
Yes.
The iframe's affected by buff duration, bro. What?
Dude, this shit needs more buff duration than all the mages. Like, I ain't capping. Like, these mages, like that fucking what's that called? Infinity is capped. Like, Infinity's FD is capped. So after a certain amount of FD, you buff duration, you will still want a buff duration because that shit makes that shit last longer. But
yeah,
the value on buff duration just diminishes like after you reach the point where you have enough buff duration to cap the FD game from Infinity for like a good period to cover an entire burst, right? But Dark Knight always wants more FD. Wants more buff duration.
Yeah, that's true. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy.
I know they all hit orgasm when they saw that fucking what's it called? Legion artifact. I know you all Dark Knights.
Yeah.
Orgasm when they saw
that shit.
20.
Oh, go ahead. 20 extra buff duration.
Yeah, that's like 8 seconds on your longest iframe. Bro, I literally watched a video of like a Dark Knight's Sea Hall's clear. Bro, like had 102-second iframe just blocking the right arrow just for his entire party, dude, like for a good 102 seconds.
Bro, that's so broken, bro. What the fuck? They could just sit on the right system the entire time. They don't even, bro. They don't even gotta shoot right. They don't even gotta shoot right. Yeah, this sounds so stupid. Shidori tech? Nah, that's a violation. That's a violation.
That's a
violation, bro. That's a violation, bro. But Shidori tech.
I do think the 260 plus, like as long as you reach into like the mid and late game, the experience is definitely better than the early game. But still, I don't think that shit is like that great either.
I agree. If you can make it past the early game, like, you will be rewarded once you got your buff duration sorted out, your Legion, your Inner, your -4. Like, you will be rewarded. But like at the end of the day, like, It's not like this class is OP or anything, right? Like you're not being rewarded and all of a sudden you're playing the best class in the game. You're going from shit to mid. So
Yeah.
like yeah. You have some like niche gimmicks like tanking right side and Kalos, like that's obviously has some value, but like I don't think that doesn't warrant like a super high grade or anything like that. So 260 plus, I think it's fine, but I think it's still less than Paladin and Hero. Like this shit's probably like
Oh,
a 7 or something.
no, I think it's wait. How much did we give Paladin?
8.
Okay, yeah, 7 is fair to me.
Okay, that's fine. Now, okay, let's talk about party bossing. Does this thing do anything exceptional in a party? I don't think so.
I know.
I mean, we talked about like how it could
On
tank
top of that,
right in
you're
Kalos. Um, I mean, I guess so. The only thing that I can think of is because Paladin, I mean Dark Knight, because Dark Knight is so like has such crazy iframes, it's not gonna mess up a lot of these like gauge like bosses. Like you're not gonna mess up if you're in dog for whatever reason. Like you're not gonna mess up the gauge because you're not gonna get hit. Kalos, you're not gonna mess up like test or anything like that. So it's really easy to survive in and perform and do your damage and all that. But you don't have any support. Your burst isn't even that good, really. Like it's not really like anything. I don't even think the origin's crazy on this class either. Like that shit doesn't even do anything. I'm pretty sure.
yeah. It's quick
And
though. I think it's the same 5 second as the shadow one, if I'm not mistaken. A little
yeah,
faster. I will say though, yo, DPN class in burst meta is easy. Yo, I hate to break to you. I don't think this class's damage is just that good overall. Like,
yeah,
I don't think it's an issue with its low burst. I think it's the damage is low overall.
yeah, yeah. So,
It has good. It's like it's also like the same issue with Phantom, right? Like
hmm,
like you would see these crazy solos with like main clear solos or whatever on this type of class, but that's because it has really good damage uptime. Like the
hmm,
raw damage output is not there. It's holded up by the damage uptime on these type of classes.
yeah, exactly. And the thing is, a lot of these bosses, you can't even like go for crazy damage uptime necessarily these days. Like a lot of them, you're not just hitting a wall anymore. Like you have to like do other shit while you're hitting it. Whereas like if you have like a really big burst, a lot of your damage efficiency like happens through bind. Like a Night Lord
Yeah,
will out BA you just from doing burst and not even hitting the boss after that. Like because that's where most of the damage is. Um but the thing for party bossing, there's really like only two metrics, right? Either you do a lot of damage or you have really good support. And this has no support and doesn't do really good damage. So it's like ass in both.
yeah. Like if you're in Dark Knight that doesn't know anyone and just like just trying to like find a party on your own out of it and no one knows you, it's like a yeah we're full moment. Like I ain't trying to cap.
Yeah, we're full. We're not full, but yeah, we're full. So stupid for that. Yeah, I don't know. What would you want to give it? Like a 4 again?
Oh no. I think party bossing you can give it 6 or 7. Like I think it's still like the class is not like bricked. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. You're right. It's not
It's just
brick.
like
It's not brick.
it's just like an average pick for like a
Yeah,
3-minute
yeah.
party. Because
That's
still
true.
a 3-minute class that
Oh yeah,
that
I think
has
I
like
think 6 is fine because at least it has some gimmicks with like tanking shit. At
yeah
least. Probably really good at holding Saren in fucking Dawn phase too. Like random shit like that.
yeah. It's definitely like a class is like you watch these clears like they've known each other for a long time. It's like yeah we'll throw with our friends. I beat.
Nah, this guy's talking shit about Tummy with that, bro. Straight up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
I'm talking about Walt, but yeah. I'm kidding. I don't even know who. I don't even know him like that.
Nah, why this guy fell on demon time, bro? It's actually crazy. Anyways, let's continue with solo bossing. I mean, it has better solo bossing, I'd say. Like any boss that you
I think
encounter, like you're gonna be able to survive and do damage to it. You know what I mean?
I think similar to like DB and Phantom, like these three classes are just all the same shit. Like good damage uptime, like overall raw damage is like low as shit. Well, not low as shit, just mid. But yeah, But I do think though, because of that, the solo experience is a lot better on these type of
Yeah.
classes because you're on your own and then you're not too pressed to like catch any like burst windows or whatever. Like you can just do damage on your own pace, whatever. And like
Mm-hmm.
you always see like crazy like min clears on like Phantom Dark Knight always,
Mm-hmm.
just because like good damage uptime and like you're not too pressed on like dying out or whatever. So
Yeah.
you have like a lot less to worry about when you're doing damage.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. So I think its solo bossing is actually really good.
I agree.
Because of all of its survivability and like constant damage, like that's all you really need for solo bossing, high uptime and constant damage. And it has enough burst, I guess, to make it through certain burst walls. So I mean that's really the case with like a lot of classes now because of Origin. So
Yeah.
I mean probably give it like a 8 or something.
Yeah, I'm okay with the 8. I think 8 is very solid for this one.
Okay, learning curve. Honestly, all three of these classes are brain dead as fuck. Like legit, all
I
three of
think I
them.
think I think I think I think Dark Knight is significantly more involved than the other two though.
Okay, what do you? Why? Because it has to die.
Well, for one, just learning how to use your what's that thing even called? Like your waifu thing? Just learning about how to use your waifu thing properly
Mm-hmm.
will take some time. I'm not saying it's like difficult, but it will take some time. That's why we named this category as learning curve, right? It's something that you have to learn.
Darkness aura.
Yeah. Darkness War and Final Pact. That's like two things you have to learn on this class.
Mm-hmm.
And also like another thing is like how to get like on different type of bosses, on different specific type of bosses, how to get your full damage on your Dark Spear.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. You do need to like aim that shit properly. That's a good point.
Yeah. So having things like that, this is not like a pick up and then do like max potential damage off the bat type of class, which Hero is.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
So
exactly. It's not a hero. That's true. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. That's true.
and when you have Roar, when you have a Roar, when to use your bind, when to use your Roar to like include your fucking Darkness Aura inside of your Roar, and how to use Darkness Aura like during Origin Burst or off Origin Burst, all that like different shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like knowledge that you have to acquire, not something that you can just like pick up class, figure out in 30-minute type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I definitely think this is already more involved than like half the class in the game. I'm not gonna lie.
Really? Okay. That's fine. That means it's probably over a 5.
Yeah, I think it's over 5. I'll give it a 6, or yeah, I'll give it a 6.
Okay, 6 is fine with me. Yeah, that's fine with me. Okay, Dark Knight. Sleeper fucking like tech class, bro. Sleeper tech class.
6 is far. Yo,
Sleeper tech class.
I thought. See, this is speaking from personal experience. Maybe I'm just dumb. But this 6 is coming from personal experience. You might learn it faster than I do, but this is just from personal experience.
Uh-huh.
So, because I at the beginning I was like, why does this waifu shit just not doing damage correctly for like a quite while? But
That's true.
this class definitely looks easier than like actual hands-on experience. Like if you've never played it, it's easy to think that it's just trivial, which I did. I ain't gonna lie, I did. I thought the show was trivial, but
Yeah.
I was proven wrong when I actually played it.
Class is a 3,
hey,
you guys just need to grade harder. I think it's fine so far. I think it's fine so far.
Okay.
Bro, we gave Hero a 1. Like, what do you want from me, bro? We gave Hero literally a 1. Okay, let's move on to Dawn Warrior. Oh wait, no. We have to talk about Heroes or Dark Knight's origin first. I think the origin looks really cool. Straight up.
Yo, by your criteria, if your character isn't your origin animations already suck. Like,
dude, honestly, I think it's the opposite.
This one, your character is in the origin though.
Bro, I think it's the opposite, bro. I think if the character's in the origin, I think it's cooler, bro.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you said it sucks.
No. Suck.
I thought
No,
I
I
thought-
thought you said if your character isn't in your origin, then your origin animation sucks.
No. If it is in it, it's cooler.
That's
Like
the
this
same
one-
thing.
Okay, we're on the same page. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cooler.
yeah, we're
bro.
on the same page.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one's cooler because it's like he's actually in it, bro, and he's throwing that shit.
Bro's literally Lancer.
Yeah, he literally is Lancer. Like he spawns in the fucking giant lance and chucks that shit like it's like a missile, bro. I think it's really
Yeah,
cool.
shit is cool. Yeah, shit
I
is
think
cool.
it's really cool.
I like this one.
Yeah, this one's really cool. Let's move on to Dawn Warrior. Bro, this is like the go-to class for new players, like straight up.
Yeah.
It's like the go-to class, like straight
No,
up
I mean,
it
this
is.
one compared to the other three, it's just modern. Like this is just straight up more modern.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
it actually
That's
is.
why like your like fresh new player experience is far better. Or
Mhm.
like any stage of the game, like your experience is far better.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like Dawn Warrior, I would say 200 to 260 is like so good. Like it's one of the easiest classes to one shot with. Rift of
Yeah.
Damnation and Eclipse and all these skills, like they just fucking hit the whole map. Like you don't even have to do anything. You could literally
You have your
pick it
own
up.
Summon, like so you train with 2 summons. So you're
Yep,
training,
you have
like,
100% uptime summon. Like this shit is brain dead as fuck. Like actually. Bro, me and Phil don't disagree on anything because we're both smart, bro. Straight up. It even looks cool too, right? So it's like it's not even like brain dead and boring. Well, it is boring, IMO, but it looks cool at least. So like when you first get into this game and start playing this shit, you're gonna be like, yo, this class is sick. So I think 200 to 260 on this class is like at least a 9, bro. Like that shit is like free as fuck.
Yep.
It's so easy to play too. Like it has crazy survivability. Everybody can play it like within 1 second. So I think it's at least a 9, 200 to 260. Like nobody's gonna have any problem with this shit. Nobody. Well, we'll get to
I'm
that,
gonna
Peps.
say
We'll
I
get
do.
to that. We'll get to that. Yeah, so I think this is at least a 9, straight up, for 200 to 260. So easy, bro. The only thing that I can think of that makes it not 10 out of 10 is I guess it's back a little burst slightly. That's it. But it doesn't really matter that much.
No,
I
like,
might give it a
don't
10
think-
actually.
Don't you also not have like your actual goddess until like 245 or some shit?
Like, you get a lot of node slots these days.
No. Like,
Dude,
your
how could I forget
goddess-
about talking about nodes? Nodes is like a whole thing. Whatever, nodes are
your
fucking
goddess
easy
is
these days.
different. Like your goddess gets upgraded at 245.
Oh,
into a
does it?
different skill. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even know that.
So you have like a shit version of goddess for like the first like 45 levels out to 200.
I see. I mean, I don't think that's that big of a deal though.
Yeah. Now I'm just finding things for you to take off 1 point on.
Okay, yeah. True. Okay, 260 plus. So obviously the whole one-shotting thing obviously still stays true, and it has a lot of value in Cernium because a lot of people don't one-shot Cernium plus once they get there, but Dawn Warrior can still one-shot. So that's actually a lot of value. Obviously, people like to say like, "Oh, Soul Janus, it's not a big deal. Training's not that big of a deal." But trust me, if you actually talk to new players, in terms of enjoyment of the game, if you're able to just one-shot right away, it actually makes you enjoy the game way more and pushes you way further into the game. I'm not trolling. Like if you play something that is not easy to one-shot with, and then you hit 260, and you actually don't one-shot, like your enjoyment of the game fucking tanks to like 0. Like it's actually fucking crazy. I've seen this happen all the time. It's really easy for us to like forget how that feels, but it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Even though like we know, like as higher tier players, like we know how to one shot, we know how to get the damage and farm and do all these things. But like a lot of people when they're getting to that point, 260 plus, they finish their hyper burn, they legit won't know how to one shot. But eliminating that factor, especially being able to one shot in training gear, like that's so huge for so many people. Straight up. Like it's just more fun.
Yep.
And then in terms of bossing and higher tier bosses on this game, Dawn Warrior is a top tier pick. Straight up. Good enough damage. Excellent support. Like, come on, bro. The only thing that it lacks is like two things. Its damage could be higher. That's the first thing. Like its own personal damage isn't that high compared to a lot of other classes. And then because its burst is a little back-ended, it's not like hyper optimal to burst on it with like a front loader burst comp. But I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. So
Yeah.
now the thing is, because the class is basic, I actually have to mention it. You're right. I've actually heard a lot of people, like a surprising amount of people, when they play Dawn Warrior and they get to like 270 plus, they actually just find it boring and want to play something else. Like, surprisingly, this happens a lot on this class. I've seen this all the time where a Dawn Warrior will fun to a pretty good amount, and then they'll just be like, it's just too boring because it's so easy. And they'll want to play something else. Like, it's like a real thing that happens. So, figured I would mention that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, exactly. I think Dawn Warrior is like the most class I've heard of that main swap, straight up, out of all of them. It's actually crazy. So what would I give it? 260 plus? Yeah, go ahead.
Because this was the meta just one patch ago. And there's going to be a lot of meta chasers. And then they realize this shit's boring as fuck. And they're just like, okay, I need to play something else.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. If I were to give it a number, 260 plus. Probably also a 9.
Yeah. I think 9's fine.
Yeah, probably also a 9. Alright, party bossing. I mean, this is at least a 9. At least.
I think it's just 9 though. I think pre-6 job is a 10. Now, I think after 6 job, the personal damage fell off relatively. Like, not that it's doing less damage, but compared to other classes. It's just doing... Like, it did... You guys have to agree that this class fell off after 6 job.
Yeah. No, it definitely did. It doesn't do as much damage as it used to. That's just a fact. Yo, Vincetto, thank you, bro. That's just a fact. Like, it doesn't do as much damage as it used to be. It got power cut by a lot of the other super strong classes with their 6 job and new mastery and stuff like that. So that's how it is. No one can be 10 when Bishop is around. Bro, you're such a fool, bro. You think we're going to give Bishop only a 10? You're actually such a fool, bro. You're actually such a fool, bro. You think Bishop isn't going to get like a 20?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, bro. He doesn't know, bro. He doesn't know that there are classes that break the charts, bro. They can't be contained by a mere 1 to 10, bro. Come on now. It can't be limited, bro. Anyways. Yeah, so the party box is so good. True Sight, obviously, with the ID debuff and FD debuff is like, it's so good. Perm FD for your whole party, like that is so useful. That's really what's carrying it. Like, because it's because basically how this game works is there's like the top tier support, which is Bishop, and then there's the second tier supports, which is like Dawn Warrior, Blazers, or Battle Mage, right? And Dawn Warrior is like, yo, honestly, it might be the worst out of the 3, straight up. Out of those 3.
Which 3 again? Say it again.
Blaze Wizard and Battle Mage.
No, I think it's better than Battle Mage.
You think it's better than Bam? Really?
No,
Yo, Luke, thank you.
Oh, no. Blaze Wizard, sorry. I think it's better than Blaze Wizard.
Blaze Wizard can fit 2-minute comps, though. I feel like that adds, like, value. And it has Conduit, bro. 60% damage. Versus a little ID. When you have a shit ton of ID anyways. I don't know. I would say Blaze Wizard's a little more than Dawn Warrior.
Maybe. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, I
I
mean
think I
it's
think
whatever.
they're similar. They're similar anyways, and nobody's playing Blaze Wizard. Chances are you're finding yourself a down warrior.
Yeah, I mean probably. Yeah. I mean realistically, yeah, you're gonna have a Dawn Warrior over Blazers because there's just way more of them. Realistically. But anyways, let's talk about the solo bossing. I think the solo bossing like definitely lackluster on this. I ain't even gonna lie. Like it is easy to survive on. It's easy to play, right? But the DPS just
Yeah.
straight up is not good. I'm sorry, it's not good. Like off burst, the shit doesn't do any damage. I'm gonna say it, bro. I'm gonna be brave enough to say it, bro. Off burst, the shit does no damage. So, and that matters when you're solo bossing. Like you need the off burst damage as well. That matters.
True.
Wow, so brave. So I think the solo bossing, like, it's probably just a little higher than Paladin. Like, I would give it maybe like a 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, that's fine. I think seven's good.
Okay. Just off burst just doesn't do anything. Easier to play though. Easier to survive
Why
on.
does everyone have the downward boss build? Bro, look at the number, but on the first column, 200 and 260 experience.
Yeah, boss meal. We're not talking about that. That's something else. Boss meal is completely different. There's also like funding requirements on boss meals too. Like the fact that Dawn Warrior only has one set of trios and you only need like 2 skills maxed out, Cosmos and Rift of Damnation. Like you save so many nodes. Like it's just like a high efficiency boss meal as well. That's why a lot of people have it. But to be honest with you, even on Dawn Warrior boss meal, like I'd pick like 5 other classes before that regardless. But yeah. Anyways, learning curve. Bro, this shit's straight up a 1 as well.
I think it's 2. If Heroes 1, I
2?
think this is 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. At least you have to keep up your true sight. IBC
Yeah.
Dawn
That's
Warriors
one
forget
thing.
that shit.
That's one thing. Also, another thing is that like I think there's a order to your. There's a timing to your origin, and your
Yo, you
origin
also have
and
to know how
your
to cancel it, bro.
origin and your goddess. Oh yeah, you also have to know how to cancel it.
Yeah, you have to know how to cancel it. Yep.
Yeah, 2 is fine. It's still trivial as fuck though.
Yeah, shit's easy as fuck. Alright, let's talk about the origin animation. I think it's one of the coolest ones in the whole game, bro.
True.
Like straight up.
Dimensional slash.
Shit creates an entire like galaxy, bro. Like that's a feat, bro. The fuck? It's actually crazy. It's legit chills.
Is origin
Spawns.
cancel still a thing?
Yes, it
Maybe.
is. Yeah, it is, bro.
Well, he said it, not me.
It legit is, and I don't give a fuck. All these Dawn Warriors can suck my dick. Like I don't care. Yes, it is still a thing.
He said it, not
Mhm.
me.
I deadass don't give
I
a
just
fuck,
said
bro.
maybe.
How do you origin
Yeah, it's
cancel
one of
on
the best
it?
ones. I think it's one of the best ones in the game. They literally made 3 stages of animation for this one skill. Or 4. Wait.
They
Well,
did.
yeah. Yeah.
If you want to find out how you origin cancel, ask Hard Dong Life in chat.
It's the same cancel as the old one, it's just nerfed. I don't think it's nerfed. Anyways.
Yeah, let's move on.
Cool.
Yeah, the chart.
How many warriors are there?
Dude, a lot, bro. So many of these fucking
Yeah,
warriors, bro.
I think warriors we have the most amount of warriors in the game than the other 4.
Mihile, bro. You wanna know what's crazy about Mihile is this class used to be low-key like so broken for like a patch. Like this used to be like one
Yeah.
of the classes, and now it's just like back to being like, you know, it's good, but it's not like OP or anything.
Back to be mid.
Yeah, back to being mid. Exactly. They forge a crayon with their hand.
No, it's all the it's entirely just the ignition patch when they reworked all the
Cygnus, yeah.
Cygnus knives and like Donwer and Mihao was straight up broken.
Yeah.
And Nightwalker, of course. And Nightwalker is the only one that, still remains broken. The other two are just like sad.
Yeah. It's actually Sag. Okay, Mihile, 200, 260 experience. Now, this is one of those classes where you either love it or hate it off the bat. Like, if you like Royal Guarding, you're gonna love this class. If you don't like Royal Guarding, there's literally nothing that you could do to like this class. Like, it's literally just that. But let's just assume you do like Royal Guarding, because that's literally like your entire gameplay. Like, whether you're farming, whether you're bossing, like, you're spamming the shit out of that button regardless. And
Bro,
um
Royal Guardian is crazy.
bro, yeah, like, bro, it's like no matter what you're doing, you're pressing Royal Guard to do this shit. Like, this shit is, you're spamming that button. So it's something that you have to constantly do, constantly think about. And if you do like that shit, if you do like that you're invulnerable like most of the time, then you're gonna love this class, because in the early game, that invulnerability actually helps so much. All the little like random bullshit mechanics like Helix one-shotting you and fucking like Lotus Laser P1, just like random bullshit, like just doesn't kill you, bro. So in the hyper early game, like, it's actually really high value. And it has a perm uptime summon. So it's actually really good. If I were to give it a number though, 0 to 10 of how good it is in the early game, I mean, it all just comes down to if you like Royal Guarding. If you like Royal Guarding, then this shit's at least an 8, bro.
Dude, training wise, it has a perma. It has
Yeah,
a
as a
100%
perma summon,
uptime
which is really good.
summon. And like your hitbox is like huge, and then your Royal Guard hitbox is even huger. Even
Mm-hmm.
huger.
Yeah,
You just have a
exactly.
lot of FMAs. You just have FMA for literally like every wave of mobs. So you're just pretty good.
It's actually really easy to one-shot too on this class, straight up. It's one of those classes that's easy to one-shot with, which is really,
Yeah.
really good. So I'd give
Stand
it,
still farming with.
dude, honestly, it's like the exact same as Dawn Warrior, like straight up, in my head. Like, they really
Yeah.
are just like the same. I guess I'd like knock it down just 1 point, because honestly, I don't like Royal Guarding. Like, that's so boring. Like, you literally just spam that shit and that's it.
Yeah.
All right, 260 plus. Well, 260 plus is when you start like you start getting more value out of like all your shields and shit, because you have obviously the super shield that makes you take like 0 damage and your whole party takes 0 damage. But you also have another shield on a 90-second cooldown, I believe, that just gives you and your party member like a super overshield. Like one person, I think. Which is useful as well, having like a big giant overshield. Um so that's when it so in higher tier bosses, you get appreciated more for those things. Whereas in low tier bosses, like, people aren't gonna know what the fuck to do. Like, they're gonna see you pop that big bubble and be like, what the fuck is that? Um, but you can actually like utilize your kit more. You can play certain bosses around you. Yeah, party bod, exactly. But this is a 3-minute class, and at the end of the day, like, its damage isn't too crazy. So like, if somebody were to want to join the party and you're a Mihile, like, they're probably not gonna say no, but you know, you're definitely not as preferred as like somebody with like crazy support or crazy damage.
Yeah. I
And
agree.
in terms of like one-shotting in Grandis areas, in terms of one-shotting in Grandis areas, um, it's really easy to one-shot with. Huge hitboxes, 100% uptime summon. So that makes the experience 260 plus for people. Now, remember, it's really easy to forget. Like I said before, it's really easy to forget that like one-shotting is actually really important just for the feel of the game, like as you enjoy the game. It's really important for a lot of people. Like, once they reach Grandis, like, they go from one-shotting Limb to like 4-shotting Grandis, they're gonna feel like shit. They're not gonna like enjoy the game. But classes that hit really hard make the game more enjoyable, so people are more likely to progress further because they're enjoying the game more. So I think that's a big bonus for 260 plus on Mihile.
Yep.
What would I give it? 280 plus though, or 260 plus though?
I think
Hmm.
it's same. I think it's still 7 or 8. Like it's still an 8.
That's fine. Yeah.
I think for this type of unorthodox class, it's also like hard to rate like uh just a plain simple class because there's gonna be like that few people that just love this type of shit, but and there's just gonna be like the vast majority just like they're indifferent on they just don't care for this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think of party bossing?
Whatever we get for Dark Knight, I think it's the same shit.
Oh, you think it's the same as Dark Knight? That's
Yeah,
true. Dark Knight was like 6. I mean, it doesn't have exceptional damage. I think it has better support than Dark Knight though, for sure.
but how realistically useful is the support?
I mean, you can tank fucking Kalos attacks. Like you can at least like protect your party from dying. Dark Knight doesn't do that. You can shield people in Saren.
But the issue with Saren is that if you get hit, you have bigger issues when you get hit. Like you just
Yeah,
don't want to get hit.
obviously, there's gauge, but like it's better to gauge and not die than gauge and die. Like the point I'm trying to make is at least it can do something to help others. Like at least it can prevent deaths. Like that's it.
I still think it's just similar with Dark Knight though. What did we give Dark Knight?
6.
Okay, 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say 7. I think it's better than Dark Knight for sure in terms of party bossing. Yeah, we already mentioned that about Dark Knight tanking arrows.
Yeah.
Okay, solo
Solo
bossing on
bossing?
Mihile. I mean, it's just not. It's you have really high uptime, right? So it's like you have videos of like Kobe min clearing shit at like giga low funding, right? But that's because you have like infinite uptime, right? So that's really good for solo bossing. Um, so honestly, I feel like it's similar to Dark Knight in that way as well.
Yeah,
You
I
just
agree.
have crazy uptime on this class.
Yeah.
The thing is, the only thing that would make it better is if it had like really high damage to go with that uptime. Its damage is good enough though. Yeah, you also ignore the level diff, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It has that like weird passive that ignores level diff, FD reduction, which is crazy, by the way. That's low-key
Yeah.
sleeper.
I was at 8.
8? Okay, that's fine.
Yo, learning curve not as high as people think. Did you get ganked?
No, I'm here. Okay, the learning curve, all you have to do is get used to doing Royal Guard, but the timing on it is so forgiving.
Yeah, even Arca said that like he doesn't like the fact that it just made too trivial. Like they made Royal Guard time like window too trivial now.
Yeah.
Like there is no timing. Like you can I tried it myself. Like you can log on, just like play with it for a bit yourself, and then you'll get it down. Like it's
Yeah.
very, very forgiving now.
Yeah, they made the timing so forgiving. Like that shit doesn't really require anything. And then the fact that
That is a really good point. That is a really good point.
the
Mihail's
fact
learning
that
curve isn't Mihal, it's learning the boss. But yeah, see,
yeah,
that's the
but
thing
that's
though.
every class though. Every class
That's
has to
every
learn the
class.
boss.
Yeah. Because that then we don't consider that on top of on like consider class on top of that because every class has to learn a boss.
Yeah, every class has to learn the boss. So it's not like especially hard for Mihile to learn to do it. In fact, it's easier for Mihile to learn the boss because you're iframe the whole time. So you can literally just observe the boss and what it's doing without dying.
Yeah.
So this shit is easy as fuck, bro. Like I'd give it like a 2 or something.
No, wait. I think 3 or 4 is fine. Let's do 4, maybe.
Okay, that's fine. Why 4? Is the party bossing?
Yeah, because you like knowing what you can do for the party, like that level of like complexity is already like there. And okay, Okay, so royal guard is something, although trivial, still something that you have to learn, and knowing what you can provide for the party and when to do what for the party, and then what can be done at a given time for the party is also like, you know, pretty important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's similar to Paladin, where you have to like have good game sense as well to know when to shield and all these things. I mean, it's not too hard though. You literally just press it like after bind, but it's something you have to keep in mind as well. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we think of the origin?
Yo, I didn't like this one when I was first watching the video, like
Dude,
during
I don't
that
like this one. I don't like this one, bro. Straight up.
showcase. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I don't like these like holy yellow color scheme.
Bro, me neither, bro. This one, Paladins and fucking Bishops are all the same in my head. It's just yellow blur. It's just a big yellow,
It looks
like...
like a V skill.
Nah, that's so disrespectful.
That is just violation at that point.
Bro, it's just a big yellow, like, thing. Like, it's just big yellow explosion. That's all I see, bro. And where
Looks
even
like a
is
V
this
skill
happening?
trade.
It's like in the middle of a forest, bro. Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's
Why
a
are you
middle of
attacking the
forest.
ground? Yeah, no, this shit's ass, bro. This shit's ass. Alright, let's move on. I think this class is broken as fuck. Straight up. Aran?
Bro,
This class is so OP, bro. Straight up.
it's okay, it's getting nerfed.
Yeah, it is getting nerfed, so. Dub. But this shit is broken as hell. And it's one of the sleeper broken classes, too. Like, it doesn't get talked about enough. Like, this shit is so OP. OP till revamp. Yeah, we're talking about right now, though. And right now, it's OP as hell.
Yo, that is foul.
Backloaded 45-second burst. How's it good, bro? Shut up. Look, it's gonna enjoy 6 months before they can hold this L. Bro, the class is perma iframed. Like, straight up. Alright, anyways, let's just fucking stick to the... Let's stay on track here, because, like, I can rant about this shit all day.
Okay.
200 to 260. Now, here's the thing. Even though this class is OP, it does have a little bit of a learning curve, right? And its training actually also has a learning curve. Like, it doesn't have the summon that it's getting in its remaster yet. So personally, I feel a person who's picking up this class for the first time might not enjoy it until they get a little bit more used to it. Bro said 5 across the board.
Bro,
But
where is this delusional numbers coming from?
yeah, I mean, the only thing that I could think of that hurts its 200 260 is it has a little bit of a learning curve, and that people who are playing it for the first time might not know how to mob properly on it. That's it. That's the only thing I could think of. But in terms of bossing, like,
I don't know,
it's
bro. Like, it has like such a huge hitbox on all of its attacks and all the FMAs. I don't even know. I don't even think you need to know what like mob at like a decent rate.
yeah, you can kind of just jump around and spam all your buttons, low key. Dude, the
Low
runs got
key.
Phil. All good. Um, you know, it's also really easy to one shot with too. So,
Yeah.
like, that's another thing on this class. Also, really easy to one shot with. I think the movement definitely has a learning curve though, because it doesn't have an up jump. Like,
Yeah,
it just has
sure.
like a up boost. So like, you definitely have to learn that shit.
In my opinion, any classes have a lot of movement option automatically has a learning curve because like the more the more movement option you have, the more like the actual option and choices you have, it just grows geometrically. Like the things you can do and combo together to make a
Mm-hmm.
movement. And that should just like yeah, the more movement skills you have, like that option just grows. Like the number of options that you have just grows geometrically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I would say like 200 260, although it can one shot easily, although it's strong, does have that learning curve holding it back. So maybe I'd give it like a 7 or something.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I think 260 plus, you start to get the hang of your class more, and this class becomes OP as fuck. Not only can it one shot in Grandis Plus, so your enjoyment of the class is going to be a lot easier. Its damage, its origin, its hexa is so broken. Like, it's so broken. Also, one of its hexa skills isn't even that important either, so you have really good like hexa efficiency as well. Um, its origin does take a little bit to get used to though. I'll give him that because it's not like a normal origin where you kind of just press it and it does a nuke. Almost everything we talked about, but yeah, literally everything we talked about so far is just like a nuke. Like you just press it and it's a nuke. Obviously, it's getting changed to become like a nuke, but right now it's kind of just like a buff. It's kind of like a buff and a nuke. It's weird where like you press it and then for like I think 20 seconds or 30 seconds, you get like the super giga enhanced like raging blow, not raging blow. What's that attack called? Final attack? You get like the super enhanced Beyond Blade. Yeah, Beyond Blade. You get the super enhanced Beyond Blade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that shit does so much damage. Like, it's so broken. Like, it's so broken. And then on top of that, you get the big explosion at the end, too. Like, that's the craziest part. The thing is, you have to remember to use the big explosion at the end, right? You can easily forget to not use it, which is a tiny bit of a learning curve, but, I mean, you'll get used to it. You know what's the weird thing about this origin, too? Is it's one of the origins, it might be the only origin, I don't know if correct me if I'm wrong, it might be the only origin that you could choose whether or not it binds or not. Or when the bind is, either at the front or, like, the end. Like, that's so weird.
Deserved rework.
Bro, that's so weird. Like, they get a special, like, I want to bind yes or no, like, type thing. But yeah, their origin's so strong, too. Especially with the second mastery and all that stuff with the origin getting line division. It procs more blizzard stacks. Like, bro, this shit's fucking broken. 260 plus, like... Bro, it might be the first 10, bro. It might be the first 10. This shit is broken as hell.
Yeah, I don't even know what I want to put at 10. I actually don't have like a all Nightwalker and Demon Slayer. Never mind. So I know what I want to put at 10.
Bro, I'm glazing the fuck out of Hayato, by the way, when we get there.
Alright.
Yo, this might, dude. This might be the first 10, bro. I don't know, man. Like, this shit's so OP, bro.
I was gonna say 9, but...
Oh, I'll give it a 9. I'll give it a 9. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, party bossing. So here's the weird thing about Aran. It does so much damage, right? But because it's actually a little bit backloaded, it's kind of not like 100% optimal. Right?
I mean, most of the time, Mrs. Bishop's weapon jump.
Yeah. Unless you're specifically like playing around it, which is unoptimal.
Like, yeah. Because most other classes want to do their biggest burst at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. So that actually like hurts it in terms of party bossing. Offers no support at all. Oh, I mean, I guess there's a little with like Maha's domain and the Maha buff. But, or actually, I don't even know if Maha's domain actually does anything for the party, but, so here's the thing. It has a lot of iframes, so you can, like, tank shit for your party. Talk about Kalos arrows, for example. You can easily tank those for your party. Yeah, it basically has no support, to be honest with you. Like, let's be real here. It has, like, no support. Why am I trying to find shit that it has? But it's just a big damage class, but it is back-ended. So like, it's whatever. Yo, GG, bro. I can't do this shit alone, bro. I need Phil to carry me. Fuck, dude. This is bad. Does Helix still drop subs? Yes. Anyways, I'm gonna solo the Aran, bro. I'm kind of nervous now. Rebusting is good because the damage is so stupid. Doesn't matter where the burst is coming out if the damage is infinite. Now, like, I get what you're saying, and like I definitely like would want to say that, but I have to be fair here. Like, the fact that it's back-ended, like, it does make it unoptimal for party bossing. But you're right, like the damage is so high that even though it is unoptimal, it's still like it still like it still keeps up with everything, even though it's unoptimal, even though not everything fits in the roar and not everything fits in weapon jump. Literally, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's still that strong, bro. And you might think like, oh, that's just because Peps is stronger than you guys. Like, no, like even when I was stronger than him, even we were around the same level of strength. Like, the thing was pumping crazy numbers for no reason, bro. For no reason. Also, you have like Freud's and all this like other bullshit iframes that like make you just invincible, bro, all the time. Yeah, I was thinking 8. He was always stronger than you. No, he was not always stronger than me. Fuck. Yeah, exactly. It's just really strong. I think to break past 8, you have to have something special. All right, solo bossing. Bro. I think this is one of the best solo bosses in the entire game. Straight up. One of the best, bro. Because it has every single survivability tool and movement tool you could ever want, first of all, right? And then the damage is just there, whether it's burst or DPS. Like, that shit is like, it's all there, bro. Like, it's legit there. So, yo, this shit is broken as hell, bro. And Wasim getting violated in chat while we're talking about this shit too. It's even funnier. Nah, I think this thing is legit like 10 out of 10 solo bossing. There's literally nothing bad about this class. It even has its own class bind, which honestly doesn't even fucking matter, but I'm just gonna throw that in there just to throw that in there. But like, it has literally everything. Infinite damage, infinite survivability, infinite movement. What else do you want, bro? Infinite DPS, infinite burst, like, bro. She has everything, bro. It's actually so broken. One downside in solo. Okay, what's the downside? If the boss is iframed a lot, the combos are weird. I mean, I guess, but like, I think if you're good, you can play around it. Like, I don't think there's like a point where like Arans are just like, fuck, like, damn, bro, like I can't hit this boss right now.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
I
party
gave it
bossing
solo.
8 is reasonable.
I gave the solo bossing a 10, bro.
10?
Yeah.
I can see a solid 9.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about 10
Why?
though.
Okay, why not 10?
Just because of the hmm. Okay, personally I just don't know how much damage it actually does.
It's a
That's the real
lot.
answer.
It's a lot. That's why. It's a lot. Like, it's up there with the top classes. Obviously, maybe not like Nightwalker, because Nightwalker is like a little bit of like a outlier, but like all the other top classes, like it's up there with them right now in terms of damage, raw damage output.
Okay. If you have the context of the damage, then everything else I'm fine with, because I know the kid is like really good for solo bossing. It literally has everything. So
Yeah, Wasim gives it an 8 though. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm
just
giving this shit
annoying
a
when you
10.
want to use the combos. Um, Wait, what do you mean by use the combos? I'm confused.
Like pressing Hunter's Prey. Like up, up, down,
Oh,
down, basic attack.
do you really need to optimize like that? If the
No,
class
dude.
I've
No,
already
I'm
got
just
that much
fucking
damage.
trolling, bro. I'm actually just fucking
Oh,
trolling. Like, no. This shit's a non-argument, bro.
I see.
Yeah, I think it's a 10. I think it's a 10.
Okay.
I'm okay with 9, but I'd give it a 10.
I think the
So,
class has like a perfect kit. It has like one of the best kit for solo
bro, this
bossing
shit has
already.
lifesteal too, bro.
And if you actually have like a very strong damage to back it off and back it up, then I'm okay with the 10. But I
Okay.
just personally don't know about the damage. But if you have the context, then I'm fine with that.
So, Aran's learning curve is actually higher than people think. To play this class at like max potential, it's actually higher than
I
you
thought people
think.
know this class is not easy.
No, I think people know it's not easy, but I don't think people know that it's actually harder than people think. Like, I would give it, in terms of a learning curve, at least a 7 right off the bat. Because of a few things, right? So, the first thing is obviously you have a lot of different movement options, and not really like animation cancels, but just having a lot of movement options itself already is like, you need to know what to use and when. The second thing is you need to time your iframes properly. Now that sounds really funny, like, aha, just press your iframe. But like you need to think way further ahead when you're using Freud's, for example, and you need to use it after your burst is actually done. That's when you use Freud's ideally. Yo, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out to Jess. Make sure you follow her or I'll never
Oh,
stream again. I'll deadass never stream again. I swear to God. I'll quit. I'll quit right now. So you need to time Freud's properly, right? That's the first thing. You need to time Freud's properly. And the movement. That's another thing. And, I mean, that's about it, to be honest. That's about it.
I'm moving properly so you don't push yourself out of the roar.
Yeah, I mean, Peps did that shit. He really, like, moved himself out of roar. I mean, it just
That's why I
moves
said it.
different. You know what I mean? Like, this class is, it just feels different than all the other classes because it moves different. Like, almost none of the other classes move the same as this class. Like, it's not just like flash jump or TP or up jump or anything. Like, you move very different. You're dashing around and like
Yep.
momentum up jumping off shit and like air stalling with your basic attack. Like, it's weird. So it's definitely like a different playstyle you're gonna have to learn.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm okay with the 7 or either 8 because I don't think there's many classes that's involved. That many classes that's much more involved than this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's do 8 for now.
Okay, that's fine. We can give it an 8 for now. And now we're gonna be talking about Kaiser. Chills, bro. Julius Glass. Let's talk about Kaiser. Chills. Curry the goat? Nah, he's actually so shit. But whatever. Bro, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, so Kaiser 200 to 260. Well, Kaiser's one of those classes that like it feels better with attack speed and buff duration, right? So like if you don't have buff duration, your final form's just not gonna last that long. And that's like the main thing about Kaiser, right? Like if you're not in final form, like this shit's ass. So I think 200 260, like it definitely loses points because of that. But yo, honestly, I think it's kind of ass 200 260 now that I think about it even
Yeah,
more.
I was gonna say I don't think 200 the early
Yo,
game
I don't even think it does anything that great.
experience
That
is that
great.
good.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think its damage is anything special. I don't think its mobbing really isn't even that good in those early levels. And you don't have buff duration for final form.
Yeah.
So what would I give this early? Maybe like a 5?
I think. Yeah, I think 4 or 5. I honestly think the early game experience is like pretty bad.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give it a 4. Fuck Kaiser. All right, 260 plus. So obviously this is similar to Dark Knight. Like you start unlocking the pieces that make your class feel more fluent. Whether it's your buff duration, attack speed, legion, stuff like that. It needs all these things for the class to feel a lot better. Fluent? Yeah, I said fluent. I meant fluid. Oopsie. But the other thing about Kaiser is, again, its damage isn't that crazy. It has a pretty good origin though. So it's sort of like a 6-minute burst class. But off origin, its burst isn't even that good. So like even its damage is lackluster, so it'll do good in certain bosses that you can hit them like the entire time, like I don't know, BM if you have a lot of practice, Darknell or Saren even. But stuff like Kalos or Kaling, P2 in particular, like it's gonna slack for sure. Um so that leads me to think that like, oh, also 260 plus mobbing, like I've heard Julius complain about this thing's mobbing so much. Like um I've heard him complain so much about this shit's like mobbing off final form. Like he makes this shit sound like it's like the craziest mobbing on earth. But it's Julius though. Like he could be just be like saying shit. So
But how often are you like actually off final form? I thought you're like you're not like off final form for that long.
yeah, you're not off it for too long if you have the buff
Like
duration set
you,
up.
yeah. I thought you're just in and out like pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. It's okay with new mastery, but it's still ass. Yeah, but I think like Kaiser's mobbing compared to a lot of these other guys, 260 plus, like it's just not as good, to be honest. I think it's fine, gets the job done, obviously, but I just don't think it's as good as the others. So that's in terms of mobbing. In terms of bossing for 260 bosses, like it's a pretty much a DPS class, so like, you know, you're definitely losing points there as well. Because you definitely want that burst along with the DPS. Like if you have like no burst or your only burst is your origin, like you're kind of cooked for the higher tier bosses in the game. So I think 260 plus, like based off of the other classes, I'd probably give this shit like a 7 maybe or a 6.
I think 7 is. Yeah, I'll give it a 7.
Okay. Party bossing? Bro, this shit's ass. Like a Kaiser tries to join
Yeah,
your
it's
party.
not
What do
good.
you say?
We're full.
Yeah, you say we're full. Like low key, I'm talking about end game party bossing, obviously, but like Kaiser's just not ideal. You're a 6-minute burst class at best, right? That's like if I'm being generous. If I'm being generous, you're a 6-minute burst class, right? But then you just have like standard DPS. But there's classes that have the same DPS or better and better burst. So it's like, why would I want you? And you offer 0 support. Nah, low-key, this shit's ass, bro. It might be a 2. I'm not telling them we're full. I will tell them as disrespectfully as possible. I would rather struggle for an extra 5 minutes running as 5 than take you. No, actually. Like, actually, though. I'm going to give it a 2. Now, solo bossing, on the other hand, is actually really good on Kaiser.
Agreed.
The thing is, at the end of the day, you still want a burst, no matter who you are. Like, it's better to have one than you don't. So I wouldn't say its solo bossing is as good as Aran's, for example, right? Aran's solo bossing is crazy. But because it has really consistent DPS excellent movement, really good survivability. Its solo bossing is really good. Like it you could definitely like if you're a solo story player, like you'll definitely, I guess, do fine in a lot of these bosses. I'd probably give it like an 8 maybe in solo bossing.
That's fair. I think the solo boss is actually really solid and strong.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a good H Shlomi and Mule, I'd say. Yeah. If you get a Kaiser H Shlomi, I think it's fine for that. You gonna stay a solo story player since every party's full. Yeah, true. Like actually, you're capping out at like N Kalos. Like that's your
That's
peak.
crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's actually true. All right, learning curve. Another easy ass class, bro. What's the difficulty in this class? Like straight up, what's the difficulty? You just hold down Gigas Wave. TP when you got a TP. What's their iframe called? Whatever their
Oh no,
hyper
it's
skill
the hyper.
iframe. Yeah, whatever their hyper skill iframe is, that's it. Trying to hold slurs in, learning slurs. That's the learning curve. Ancestral prominence, yeah.
Wait, is that the name of the iframe? I thought that's a buff.
No, that's their iframe, yeah.
Yo, he's here.
Yo, Xiaolong Bao.
Yo,
XLB is here.
What's up?
it was a civic holiday, so I was
Bro,
spending
why
time
is this
with
guy
family.
trying to act cool and shit?
Huh?
What? What?
What the fuck?
What?
We literally like said hi at him for like 10 seconds, bro just didn't say anything.
He said, yo.
Oh, I'm just deaf then.
Anyways, it was a civic holiday today, so I was with family, and I just came home.
All good, bro.
Yo, W.
Okay.
Okay, this guy.
No, I said W that you still showed up for us, even though I was sick.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
Friend.
All right, anyways, back to Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser learning curve. That's what we're talking about right now. I think it's non-existent. I think it's like a 2, maybe.
Honestly, I think the last time I played Kaiser was probably like.
Or you don't even have a Kaiser on your account.
Yeah, I don't. I don't. But if I were to imagine some things that you would have to learn is like, I just remember that there's certain skills that generate more gauge than other. That's
Mhm.
about it.
Also, like some skills, like when you use it with the command keys, it generates more than when you just press the skill directly.
I don't think that's like relevant though.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
You
no,
think
I think
so?
it is still because the class hasn't really changed that much. So like, I'm pretty sure knowing which
Yeah,
skills
that's
do
still
that
not
is.
modernized yet. You still have to use the command keys if you want to generate the charge, like the gauge quickly.
Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's so sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Or maybe like a
I
4
wouldn't say
then?
it's like 2 because like one other thing is that like the fact that you have to like because when you transform, right, like you need to make sure that like to maximize your off bursts at the same time that you need to make sure like that when your next set of bursts cooldowns are coming up, you need to make sure that you have uh the the transform duration left to cover it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think that's that hard to do. Like you know how to use your rotation. Every class
True.
needs to know how to use their rotation. It's like a fundamental of any class. I don't think that's like exceptional on Kaiser. No one does it. You press Tempest Blade and your gauge is good. Okay, debunked.
Oh, never mind. I mean, I never played the class in a long time.
I'm gonna give Kaiser a 2, bro. What do we think of the origin? I think it looks sick.
Yeah, it's kind of sick.
I think conceptually, it's pretty
Also,
cool.
it looked very PowerPointy.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, they really took a screenshot of the fucking that Dragon Hall thing, where,
Oh, you're
every
right,
nuke goes
actually.
to TP to the place they want to go to because they don't have the teleport rock. Like
Oh, you're actually right, bro. This isn't even an animation. It's just like
It's just two
PNGs
screenshots.
moving around with effects. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Bro, actually this shit's ass, bro. You're right.
I think Kaisers were happy about this skill though, just because it gave them burst. That's
No,
why
we're
they
just
kind of
talking about
overlooked.
animation.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's why they
true.
overlooked it. They're like, but it gives us damage.
That's
Gives a
true.
burst.
Yeah, what do you think of our Aran placement?
Learning curve 8, solo bossing 10, party bossing 8, 200 to 267.
Mm-hmm.
What was the worst one so far for 200 to 260?
Oh,
Uh,
there are a couple of bad ones like Dark Knight. I don't even remember what
Dark
else.
Knight
The
is pretty
Dark Knight was
bad.
more shit.
Paladin, and those were the only ones worse.
Hmm. I'm not sure then. I feel like Kaiser's mobbing is probably better than Dark Knight for 200 to 260. Because you have like the homies you spawn. You have the fucking
Mm-hmm.
drag, the
No,
little
no, no, no,
dragon you can
no. Like
summon.
when you are off the issue is that when you're off final transformation, it feels ass.
Uh,
Well, our reasoning was like you don't have the stuff that makes you like you don't have
right.
final form that much. You don't have a lot of legion. You don't have attack speed. A lot of stuff like you're just lacking. Same with Dark Knight. Like you don't have attack speed. You don't have cooldown hat. You don't have buff duration. Like it just feels like
Okay,
shit when
okay.
you're new.
Okay. Then for Aran being 7 though, that's kind of
Our reasoning for Aran being lower is it feels very different than all the other classes, and there's definitely a learning curve there, even to just move around. That was our reasoning.
okay. I mean, I would say like it's probably closer to 6 than 7, but 7's whatever.
I'm always down to move that shit down, bro.
Because
That's
Aran
fine with
mobbing gets a
me.
lot better when you have cooldown hat too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this class is OP.
Alright, cool.
All right, let's continue. Adele. Huh. Now, you know what's weird about Adele? I feel like when you're 200, 260, I feel like Adele's one of those classes, the further that you get it, the more shit you feel. Like, early game players think this is like the most godsend, like, omega class. But then once you get later into the game, you realize, like, it's just mid as fuck. That's for what I've seen.
I think this class has a good, like, strong early game, like super strong early game, and really good like end game, and then mid game just mid.
This thing
If that
also
makes
needs
sense.
CD. It also needs CD hat. That's a big thing on this class. And skip.
I feel like you can say that a lot about a lot of classes, where it's just like it feels mid, but that's because you're like directly comparing it to other classes, right?
Mm-hmm. Don't need CD hat anymore? Really? It's a preference thing. Okay.
I still think it's probably the same thing with like Shadow or using CD hat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like theoretically cooldown hat is really good if you're like trick blading off CD, but most people don't do that. But at the same time, it does feel a lot better to play with CD hat because just having your trick blade up more often, even if you're holding onto it sometimes, feels a lot better.
Mm-hmm. I think early game it mobs really well as well because cleave hits super hard. So a lot of early game players like they're gonna enjoy that a lot because cleave hits really hard. The thing is though, Adele actually has a lot of micro that like you probably won't do that well early on. So I've personally seen Adele's like they think they don't play the class properly. Like they don't have all their swords stacked properly. They're not managing their gauge. They're not managing their final stacks and stuff like that. And they're not doing as much damage as they could. So they think they might be weak. But that's just like an early game thing.
Resident stacks.
Yeah, Residence Rush stacks.
I mean, early game this class feels pretty good.
Yeah, that was my experience with it too. But I made that like on
I think this
creation.
game feels ass like when you are like that mid like the mid game range when you're like just getting off of like the early game zone and before you enter the really end game. That large range in between is where this class sucks.
Yeah.
Or feels bad.
Now, what would I rank it though? 200 to 260. Well, let's think about like the early game bosses too, like up to H Lomian. Honestly, I don't think Adele has it as easy as like Paladin or Hero or Mihile or Dawn Warrior in all of those early game bosses. I think they have to do a lot more, and the others could kind of just like 1, 2, 3 and hold down their skill.
I feel like how good their mobbing is though. Still, like, will make up for that fact.
Yeah.
Like, I can't see it being any lower than 7.
Oh wow, I was gonna say 6.
Because I think
I
Adele's
wouldn't.
mobbing is like so much
I
better
was
than
not gonna go
Paladin.
that low either. I was gonna say like 7.
Oh yeah, that's
I
fine.
think it's so much better than Dark Knight. I think it's so much. Let's go Reign of Destruction. Okay, maybe that was like
Yeah.
the Korean name. I don't remember.
All good.
You have the swords. Cleave does hit really hard. It gets even larger.
Yep, it does get even larger. There's Aether Forge that procs every so often, the squigglies.
Yeah.
Ethereal Arms, it's like those little arrows that shoot off of you. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You even have
It's like the
Storm,
Kaiser.
follows you around you. Yeah, it's like a
Copy-paste
baby
Kaiser,
baby
Tempest.
Kaiser one. Alright, 260 plus. Now, I think Adele... Yo, it might actually get worse. Like 260 plus. And my reasoning for it is... All of a sudden, your swords just don't do any damage. In terms of like one-shotting. And the thing that I was mentioning a lot for 260 plus is a lot of people... Their enjoyment of the game is kind of centered around the fact if they could one-shot or not. So if you play a class that could one-shot and Surname like right away, you're probably going to progress further because you just feel really good playing. And then...
You don't hit a wall, rather.
Yeah, classes that don't one-shot, like, they actually have to fund way more just to train, whereas somebody else doesn't have to and they could train in training gear. And it just feels like shit. So your swords just don't do anything anymore. To be honest, though, it's not that big of a deal. Swords did get mastery now, and they could still make really, really good rates with just, like, cleave one-shotting, essentially. And the new cleave is, like, really fucking big. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but in terms of 260 plus content, like, let's say C10E, Black Mage, those higher-end bosses, I think Adele's pretty standard in all of them. I think it does fine in all of them. I don't think any of the bosses it, like, struggles in, necessarily. But I don't think it does super OP in that. Yeah, their Janus damage is ass. That's a really good point, because they don't have a lot of FD, like Hero, for example, or Hayato. So if I were to give it a number 260 plus, I'd say either 7 as well, or maybe 6. Because I think it's just maybe slightly above average.
I think it's 7.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Alright, we can move on to party bossing. So Adele offers no support. It's just a straight up DPS slot. Okay DPS, okay burst. It doesn't excel too much in either, right? It's not like its origin is useless. It's a fine origin. Fine burst. The thing of the burst is 30 seconds long. But that's fine. Like, you're going to get most of it off anyways within the double bind, whether it's Kana and Origin or Origin and regular bind. You get most of your damage within the Roar. You get your Origin and Ruin in your Roar. But a lot of your Infinity is not on the Roar. But that's fine. Like, it's kind of like... Shadow Walker, I guess. It's like, you know, technically most of it's not going to be in the roar, but it's still like really good damage even after roar.
Mm-hmm.
But its DPS is just like fine. It's normal DPS. So I think if you were to like recruit an Adele, nobody's really gonna complain. Like it's just like a fine recruit to take. Like if you get a really strong Adele, like, you know, they pump their number. That's it. It's nothing special, but it's definitely not S either.
Yeah.
Shit, might be another 7, bro.
So yeah, I'm indifferent between those two numbers.
XLB.
I mean, you covered basically what I wanted to say. So I think
It's
7 is fine. It's like the main pain point about this class is that the people that main this class, they feel that for how much work they put into it,
Yep.
because there is a lot of micro and whatnot, that it doesn't exactly reflect the efforts they're putting in. Like so another class is
100%.
just fucking like one button pushing, like something like a buck is just doing so much more or equal amounts of damage with less micro.
Yep, 100%. That's the thing about Adele is it's hard to play, especially at a high level, and you don't even get that rewarded for it either. Like if it was like a top 5 damage class, then it'd be justified, but it's not. It's probably top 20. Low
Yeah.
in the 20s too. All right, that's fine. Solo bossing. Yo, honestly, it's the same as like, bro. It's like the same as party bossing. Like, there's no
Well,
difference.
I think solo bossing is slightly better than party.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is slightly better.
in party bossing, it's like in that pure DPS slot for 3-minute burst classes, there's
It's
Adele
true.
is the average choice. There's a very many like better choices in that spot you can take over Adele. But
That's true.
those classes, not all of those classes in that slot that can replace that's a better choice than Adele, has a better solo bossing than Adele.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that's a really good way to look at it. That's a really good point. That's fine. I'm willing to give it like an 8 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Adele's tools is just so good. Like there's a reason why there's so many people that played Adele when it first came out, because a lot of the quality of life that we have in most classes now, Adele been had that since release. Backdash, up jump float.
Yep.
Like parry. It used to be iframe, but it's a parry now, right? Like these are things that were really good to have.
Yeah, I had everything. This is like one of the first like modern era classes, straight up. Learning curve. Now, I think Adele is higher than Aran in terms of learning curve.
Yeah.
Like Aran has some shit with Freud's movement, origin. The origin's a little weird on Aran, but Adele has a lot more micro. You have to manage way more things.
This is a hard class.
Your swords are like really annoying. You have to be hitting the boss literally 24/7 just to keep up with the amount of like sword usage you're shitting out. Like it's actually crazy. And then you also have to keep up your stacks. Granted, your stacks are affected by buff duration. It's not that hard to keep up. But I think I'm biased because I play Hayato. So like, I don't know. I think those two things alone. There's other things too. Like, you have to know like, you know, exact range of your fucking backstep. Like, just imagine Mihile, for example. Like high movement classes, like they're like extra hard in Mihile because you have to know the exact distance of every single one of your TPs or dashes or whatever. So I mean, 8 or 9 for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to make it the same as Aran, 8.
I think 8 is fine. I don't know about 9. Maybe it is, but
I think I can see it being 9 because if we're looking at the whole encompassing experience, it's like most people don't fucking read their skills. They're like level 30 Adele, then they hit level 60, and they're like, what the fuck? Like, I have all these skills, and like, do I use this? Do I use the old one? Do I use these new ones? What the hell's a toggle? Like, I gotta find a button to push this on. Like, and then you find out that you have projectiles. It's like, what the hell is this?
Toggle skill that you also have to actively cast yourself on top of the toggle.
Yeah, like people just don't read their skills. So like, when we were talking about earlier, how like people don't get that much value out of playing like classes right away. Like, it takes some time for them to get used to it and know what each skill does. Like, Adele's definitely one of those classes where people definitely don't read what they're playing.
No, they definitely don't. There's pretty much only in the end game you'll see Adele's playing the class properly. Like, any other Adele that's on the end game, like, they're not playing this shit properly. They're legit not. There's just so much shit you have to do.
Like, also,
I think I'm fine with the 9 then. I'm convinced.
This isn't shade towards Mr. Ireklo, but I thought it was hilarious that he left his mastery at level 29 for the longest time, like the first mastery, and he didn't know that when you get it to level 30, it actually changes it. Like, it lowers the cooldown.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So like, that's why I mean, like some people just don't read. No shade, but it's just an example. Like even myself, I will find myself not reading certain skills and being surprised.
Reading skill makes your 1 to 140 experience about 4 minutes slower. That's great.
I actually taught Jake everything he knows about Adele. Little fun fact. But yeah. I'm okay with giving it a 9.
Yeah, we're gonna yeah.
I was thinking about moving this to 7 and changing this to 8. So.
No, I just glossed over my brain of like how many other classes that have like a steep learning curve.
Yeah.
There's really not that many, so I'm okay with this being done.
The axis on this one is fucked. Made Kaiser look way better than it actually is. Alright, next class. Blaster. Did someone say blaster? Yo, I think 200, 260 on this shit is miserable. Like, one of the worst in the whole game. Straight up. One of the worst in the whole game. Straight up. Like, people picking up this class will fucking hate it. Like, well, they will literally fucking hate it. Like, it might just be a 1, straight up. There's just so much you have to learn. Okay, so the baseline of the game, like just learning MapleStory itself, all the systems, starring, where to train, all these quests, all these pre-quests, all this shit, that's already so much to learn as a newer-ish player. And then you're doing it on a blaster? Oh my god, bro, I'd quit, bro. I'd quit.
Quit on the spot.
I'd actually just quit, bro. Like, you're just not gonna know how to do anything.
Yeah, I would say like the average blaster experience for someone who's just like completely new and they're just doing for Legion or something, they're just gonna jump around, shotgun punching.
Straight
like
up.
Like they're probably never gonna use a bunker blaster. Like maybe they use it once like every like minute.
Bro, they're gonna press bunker blaster, like they're gonna put on a key and not know why it doesn't work. Like, they're gonna be like, why isn't it coming out? And then they're gonna press it randomly as they're mobbing, and it's gonna come out sometimes. Because they're going to be like, huh? Why did that work this time? They're not going to know you have to fill up the fucking bullets. Also, we forgot to talk about Adele's origin. Thoughts?
Oh.
I think it's one of the coolest looking ones.
Yeah, I think in terms of aesthetics, it's alright.
Oh, it's just a Bleach ripoff, though.
Not even. But in terms of like its like utility, it's definitely not one of those origins where it's like it does no damage and it's just a bind. Like, this actually does a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, no, they use this shit in the roar.
I think for any nuke, like a nuke based nuke style origin, this is one of the best ones. Just because it suits the class well. Because Cleat doesn't do that much damage in Adele's BA, and while you're doing this, your swords and Infinity are still going, and like that storm shit.
Yeah, all your swords are going crazy while this is happening.
This is good. Like, even though both this and Heroes are nuke, I think this one's a lot better than Heroes, because Hero, if you're not doing your Raging Blow, you're just not doing damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, something that I saw was interesting being discussed earlier, in like a different Discord a couple days ago, was supposedly depending on where you are, relevant to where the boss is, your swords will hit an undetermined extra amount of times, like sometimes up to 20% more or less.
Well, if you're closer to the boss, it'll hit more.
Or if you're further, it's weird.
I mean, that low-key makes sense, straight up.
It does, but I'm surprised like that's still a thing. I
Yeah,
remember
I'm
early
surprised it
on
works that
into Adele KMST, like you guys have you seen that image or that gif of like the sword just not being able to hit the mushroom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. The sword AI was so bad. That shit was so bad before.
Oh, I think. Oh, I see. I think I know what you're talking about. If the target you're trying to hit is almost at the max range of the sword can't hit more often.
Yeah, people were like experimenting with it, and they weren't able to find like a direct correlation. They just know that depending on how far close you are, like swords can hit more or less.
Very interesting.
All right, back
Yeah.
to Blaster, but also
All right.
I don't think I've
low-key
ever
adds to learning
seen.
curve.
I guess. You gotta be a fucking scientist or whole ass
Yeah,
researcher.
like
to figure
actually,
this
bro,
out,
you
dude.
gotta be like measuring shit in real time in your head.
I don't think I've ever seen a blaster art before. Because
blaster
I
what?
think that blaster splash art. I think it's like blasters
Oh, this
canonically
this
like
the old one. Yeah, this is the old one.
yeah.
I'll
Blaster
get the new
these
one.
days is canonically female now, dude. Aran
Yeah,
used to
it's-
have like a male splash too, and then they just made it female as well.
I got these images off the website. That's why.
That's when you say it's blaster. I'm like, who the fuck is that guy?
Who's that? Yeah, I'll add a cute blaster picture to make up for it. There you go.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Yo, I kind of want to play blaster now, bro. Loki.
Okay, dude. But yeah, 200, 260, absolute dog.
Yeah, this is I think the worst in the whole fucking game, bro. It's actually a 0, bro. I'll give it a 1. It's just unplayable, bro. It's actually just unplayable for most people. Like, if someone's new to this game and you tell them play Blaster, like, you're straight up griefing them. Like, you are literally griefing them. This is not something you play. Like, only freaks would do this shit, bro. Alright, 260 plus. So, let's say you somehow manage to hit 260 plus, and you actually learn how to play the class. You know what's the craziest part? Is that it's still ass. It's still ass. Even with the 260 mobbing on Blaster is so bad. It's so bad. Like, compared to everybody else? Oh my god. Like, if there's a single class that needed Soul Janus, it's this one. Straight up. Straight up. You actually need level 10 Janus before you could full clear shit. It's still ass.
Hey,
Now,
you have the option now.
yeah. Obviously, like, you know, this shit was legit unplayable, bruh. But, nowadays it's gone better, obviously, with Janus. But the thing is, 260 plus bosses, so let's say, like, C10E, Black Mage, Granis bosses, it performs really well in certain ones, and certain ones it performs very bad. Because this is a straight DPS class with a 6-minute burst, right? So classes that, or bosses that really need like that burst window, Kalos, Gloom even, like it's just not going to do as well as the other warriors because it doesn't have a short cooldown burst. It has 2-minute burst, obviously, but it's not huge. It's not like a huge giga burst. And it's really DPS dependent, so it really just depends on what boss you're doing. But honestly, I think it's still pretty low, 260 plus. Like I think every single one of these other classes is better. 260 plus. Every single one of them. I'd give this shit like a 5.
What exactly is the criteria for 260 plus? Is this
So
like
260 plus, I'm thinking of grandest mobbing, right? Because we all know that grandest mobbing, after a certain point, everybody's gonna full clear everything. But I'm talking about like kind of early-ish to grandest mobbing, 260 to 270, and 260 plus bossing, which is a very broad spectrum. So I'm just talking about all the bosses, C10E plus.
Damn.
Like just noting on that, but party bossing is more for end game bossing, I'd say, because that's when party bossing really matters. Because early game bosses, you could make literally any party you want and clear anything.
Okay.
Or you have sleeper knowledge on Blaster.
Do I?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah, we can talk more about that later. But you were thinking of giving me it a 6?
No, a 5.
A 5. Yeah, I think this number will change a lot because I think at the base value it is a 4, but for it to go up higher, it depends on like how much we think the player already knows about the class, right?
Yeah.
Like, can they like no reload combo pretty easily already? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because their burst is similar to Demon Slayer, where it lasts a long time.
Yep.
Like, they have some condensed stuff. Like, they have like their own version of like a Demon Bane.
Yeah, they have the Gatling and shit.
But it is about like min-maxing the amount of like combos you can pull off during the duration of the shadow partner thing, or whatever it's called. So I would say like a 5 or a 6 would make sense. It just depends on how much we think the player knows how to play this class by this time. But if it's like early 260, like, because we're also talking about like, the early grandest mobbing, like they probably don't know like everything. Like, they're probably like not super clean at the no reload combo yet.
Yeah.
So that would make me think like it's probably closer to 5.
I think it's a 5 for sure. Because I think a lot of these combos and stuff, like, you're not going to learn them that early. Yo, Wonton.
What's up?
You got anything to add?
No.
Okay.
Less
5 it is, bro. 5 it is. Party bossing? Come on, let's be honest here. Like, what does Blaster add to the party bossing? Like, let's think about it here. It's a 2-minute it's a 2-minute DPS class, right? With no support. And it's a 2-minute class, so it's like suboptimal for like big party bossing, right? But a Blaster cleared H. Kaling though.
Yeah, so
I forgot to mention for 260 plus, we're also talking about its hexa, like what its origin is like, and what its hex is like. So for example, when we were talking about Hero, we made a point to mention that like because Hero has World Reaver and you don't need to level it, like it's more fraggy efficient. So that's like a slight buff on it. But for Blaster, all 4 skills are very important. So that's not like that. And its origin's actually good. It has a super long origin, which is not a good thing, but it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, they ever since they buffed it on this patch, it's meaningful now.
Wait, did they buff the origin by a lot?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Bro, where are these pictures coming from?
There's like that one artist that always posts like Blaster fan art on Reddit. I don't know if this is them or not.
Nah, Blaster's crazy, bro. Nah, Blaster's crazy, bro. What the fuck?
This guy's trying to get fisted by Blaster or what?
Dude, shotgun punch, bro.
Bro, trying to get
Said stand up.
blasted.
Nah, Blaster's crazy, bro. Why does Blaster have the craziest fan art, by the way? Like, this shit is... Why do people keep drawing her, bruh? Nah, this one's actually crazy, bro. This one's actually crazy. Hold on.
It's fucked. We're never
It
getting
says
this.
topic no reload. Skating.
We're never getting this. Thing.
I want to learn. No, this is crazy, bruh. Like, the person who made this actually be playing Blaster. Like, they know shit, too. Alright, anyways, let's continue. Yeah, party bossing, like, I honestly cannot see this thing being higher than 5. Probably less than 5. Like, it's a 2-minute stuck. It's like, it's a 2-minute class, first of all, so it's, like, disadvantaged. Even if you're in a 3-minute party, you're not gonna, like, optimally fucking play that shit. And then the second thing is, it's DPS, so it's, like, in the current party bossing meta where, like, burst is a lot more favored, it's not gonna be that good. But in the future, Blaster actually gets really good stocks with X Lotus and Limbo. Straight up.
They
won't die out, though.
It's a 5.
Okay, what do you think?
I think that I'm gonna assume that by this time, you're doing these like Grandness plus bosses. You already know how to bob and weave. You already know how to do your no reload combo.
Yep,
right?
you should know how to play your shit, yeah.
Maybe by then you maybe have a continuous ring, but if it's party play, you're gonna use roar anyways. You're just gonna perma the roar, right? And from now, this might be like a judgment call, but if it weren't for the fact that I had a roar 5, I think this was pre second master, or maybe it was after the origin changes. I think at the very least. Drop, which was one of the blasters that cleared H calling, his origin 35 was basically like the same as mine. So their 6-minute burst is really good.
Yeah, it is. Their origin burst is really good.
But even then, it's like I think it just depends on the boss. Like this, maybe in C Kalos, it could potentially struggle a lot depending on what your hexa looks like already, right? Because it has a lot of skills you need to boost. Like it's even that more important to be really farmed up for those bosses compared to like a hero or like even like Night Lord, right? Where you just need origin, throw blasting, spread throw, and you're chilling. And I guess second mastery now too, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a 5. I think that from the damage I've seen this class being like that it can output, it's pretty respectable. It can keep up with certain with some 3-minute classes, even though it's a 2-minute class.
That's really good to hear, honestly.
I don't think it's a 5. I guess for me to like give a more pinpoint, concrete answer is that I need to have been here from the start to see like what you guys rated other classes for party bossing. Like, where did you guys put Dark Knight and like other classes at?
Okay, so Dark Knight we put 6, and the reason why we put 6, so 5 is kind of just like your average class for the slot. But the reason why we put 6 is because you can do some weird gimmicks, but with your invulnerability, like perm tank right arrows in Kalos, like random shit like that. Hold Saren better than anybody else in Dawn, like weird shit like that. That's why we gave it like an extra point. The reason I gave 5 is because I thought it's just an average DPS slot. Like I don't think it does anything extraordinary.
I mean, if we're going to use like I don't know that Saren holding as an example to give, like Blaster is really good at holding calling.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is. It's really good. It has a lot of micro movement. You won't get hit by anything, and you won't die.
Yeah, Blaster is a class that can definitely like keep pumping out damage while dodging everything else at the same time too. And you have like damage reduction. You have an overshield. It's really nice to have those tools when you're holding Saren or not Saren, calling.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 6. I don't know about anything high though. I don't think the damage is good enough for anything higher.
Yeah, I think maybe 6 for now. we'll see what's in store for these classes in the future. But I don't think
Okay.
it's like a 5.
I think it'll go up with the new bosses, Exodus and Limbo. I think it'll go up for sure. Blaster solo bossing, I think, is super good. Super duper good. So solo bossing for me, what I value a lot is consistent damage. You need that in solo bossing, but you also need the burst to break through all the burst walls, right? Whether it's H Lucid if you're weaker, or even like Black Mage fucking shields. You need consistent damage. Or I don't know, P2 culling if you're really like trying to solo shit. And I think Blaster has it all for all of those things because your origin's good. So it's like, I think it's super good for solo bossing. I think it's probably like a 9 or something. Insane survivability too, if you know how to play it properly.
Okay.
Only reason I wouldn't give it a 10 is its damage probably could be a little higher. That's it.
I think for solo the damage is sufficient just because like your
Yeah.
uptime, like damage uptime isn't it just devalued in the party because that uptime that you have isn't buffed by your party members' biggest buffs.
Mm-hmm.
So like your damage on outburst, relatively speaking, is just like a lot lower efficiency. But
Mhm.
during solo bossing, like its damage is made up. Like the low raw damage is made up just through like the damage uptime you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm like, I would say 8 for solo bossing.
I'm leaning towards 9.
All right, I guess I'd be the tiebreaker then. I think there are certain matchups where Blaster just struggles a lot. Like I think a lot of classes will struggle with H Damien. Like you
Mhm.
obviously kind of just
100%.
overcome that bad matchup when you're strong enough to just one burst P1 and then you have a residual burst to just kill P2 as well. But Saren's a pretty bad matchup too because whereas for like for some bosses you can just kind of face tank and not get punished. Like Saren, you really don't want to get jabbed too many times. Because getting engaged means that you have even less uptime on the boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Wouldn't it be feasible for Blaster to just go always like circle to her back though when you're attacking? Because like you can maneuver when you're attacking, right?
yeah,
Or do people
so
do that?
I mean I haven't really watched any Blaster content in a while, but like I did not see any Blasters do that at that time. Like when Saren was like when soloing Saren was actually like a feasible thing. Like maybe they do that these days because they got a lot more comfortable, but I don't know how tight the window is because I did the same thing too. Like I'm just sitting on top of her and sometimes I'll just walk past her when she's about to jab.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not about doing bosses at a billion damage, like a billion times the damage requirement. Like it doesn't matter if Seagloom's a dummy and people could just one burst it. We're talking about like actual like as you're playing through the game, what your progression is going to be like, what your experience is like. When you one burst a boss, you're not doing the boss. Like you're just bursting in and leaving. That's not what we're talking about.
I think. What was another class you guys rated really high for solo bossing then?
Aran.
And Aran was at 8 as well, or was it at 9?
Aran's at 10,
and-
bro.
Oh, what the hell?
Dark Knight too.
Yeah, Dark Knight's at 8. Reason Hero's also at 9.
Heroes at 9? Damn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Kaiser
Hero
actually was
at
pretty
9.
good solo bossing too. 8. Yeah. For me, solo bossing is a few things. DPS, do you have it? Yes or no? Do you have burst to go through any burst wall that you need to go through, whether it's P2 culling, Black Mage shields, Black Mage P1, or H Lucid P3, like all those burst walls, like you have an option for all of that shit. And Blaster's Origin is good enough, so it's like it has that. And then do you have good survivability? Because survivability equals as well like uptime, so like that's the way I see it. And because Blaster has all those things, like I would give it at least a 9, but not a 10 because its damage isn't that high. Like I think Aran's damage, I think Aran has every single one of those things I mentioned, but just more damage.
Okay, I'm leaning towards 9 then because you guys put Kaiser at 8. Because I feel like Blaster's on burst damage and off burst is just better than Kaiser's.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it definitely is. Yeah.
Fair.
Okay. And then learning curve, I mean, this is bare minimum a 9. Like, it's not even about necessarily like the mastery. Like once you learn it, then you know how to actually adapt it. Like the learning curve, like almost everybody that starts playing this class will be turned off immediately. Like that's just how it is when you play Blast. It's just one of those classes that you have to be like you have to be willing to go the extra mile to learn it. Like there's no other thing. Now if you ask seasoned Blaster players, they probably say it's not even that hard because you just get used to it. But like getting to the point where you're used to it takes a long time, I feel.
Yeah.
Because it's very different than any other class. Like it's not hard in the sense of like, oh, I press last resort and then I have to survive because it's hard. Like no, it's hard in the sense of like you have to be pressing everything at the right order at the right time all the time. Or else you're trolling.
You're on second nature though.
The other thing though is that because you get infinite shield and you can't die, it makes it very forgiving though. That's like the other side to this coin though.
Well, okay. Then at this point, it's like if we put Blaster at 9, just ranked across like the Warriors, right? Is there even any other class that could be a 10 among the Warriors?
Well, nothing necessarily has to be a 10, but IMO, I think Hayato could be. I think it's in the conversation. Because I think right now Hayato's in the hardest state it's ever been. That's my argument, but obviously I'm biased. So, you know, I'm obviously like willing to hear what you guys say. But I would
I'm
say
fine with
Hayato be
9.
10.
I'm fine with 9, but I was just bringing
I'm
it up
fine
because like are we gonna have any 10s right at this point? Because like if Blaster's at 9, then it's like then that
I
means
also
like
don't think I also don't think Adele's as hard as Blaster.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like maybe we should bump Aran to 7 and then this 8 and then this 9.
Okay,
Yo,
we're gonna do that.
the
I'm
thing
down
is
to do
though,
that.
that's fine. Yeah. The thing is though with the infinite shield, like I don't mean like literally you have an infinite shield that's just there. I just mean like practically, like when you're bossing, you're just not gonna die. Like I've seen Blaster footage, like they get hit by fucking everything and they don't die. Like that's what I mean by like you're just mad tanky. You're literally just mad tanky. You don't necessarily. It's not like you have a bod necessarily, but they be tanking fucking everything. Like I've seen Shagad like himself, like doing Dark Now, just getting thrown across the fucking map, getting hit by everything, and doesn't die.
I feel
And that's
like
just
that
how it is,
process of,
though.
like, but I feel like that process of getting to understand like your full potential and just abusing that is also like a learning curve.
Yeah, it
Like
is. It
really
is.
understand where you can just face tank and still pumping like keep pumping out damage and not give a fuck.
Yeah. No, that's obviously a learning curve, like,
Yeah,
100%.
that's why
So,
this category this attribute, well, this thing we're trying to rank is called learning curve, not difficulty.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Like you want to strategically tank too, obviously, right? Use it while you can.
Yeah, that's like the next level thing, right? Not like
Mm-hmm.
literally next level, but like level 2 of the topic that we're talking about.
Yeah. I think a 9 is fair though. Like 9 is
Sure.
very, very high. Like I don't think anybody should be upset with a 9. Not saying anybody is upset with a 9, but like 9 is like very high. Like it's definitely not
You want to
recommended
do
for
an A
almost
for Ron
anybody.
Adele then?
I already changed them.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
yeah, I think
Changed
it's
this
fine. I
axis.
think 9 is fine.
Who next?
0. So I think 0 is kind of like Blaster, but on a less severe scale. Like I think when you're early into it, you might not like it just because there's just a lot of skills. Little weird. Now this is 200 260. Like you're already past the storyline. Storyline is not factored into this. I think it's just a little bit weird, just because like it's just very different. Oh wait, no, let's go back. Let's talk about Blaster's origin here, dude. Galaxy
Wait,
Impact, bro.
yeah, we
No
mentioned
cap,
before I
Galaxy.
got buffed.
That was those animations far, 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 far better than this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
obviously, obviously.
I
I think
mean,
it looks sick though.
yeah. Its damage is very good ever since it got buffed. So it's not like a. It doesn't just feel like an extra bind. It actually feels like it has impact. No pun
Mm-hmm.
intended. But yeah, I think it's a good origin. It fulfills what Blaster needs, which is like it just needs to have that big ass nuke every 6
Yeah,
minutes.
that's
Part
Well,
literally
no,
what
we're
it
talking about
needed the
animation.
most. Well, that's fine. Like that input's also fine. But you're right. Like that's literally what Blaster just needed, the big nuke, and it got it, and it looks sick.
Yeah.
This, you know, the animation at the end when it transitions from like this little like flame animation right here, that right there, bro. That's a default animation you can use for transitions in Adobe Premiere.
In what?
In
Okay.
Adobe Premiere, you know that? It's very
Oh,
interesting. It's a default fucking transition animation. Anyways, um, 200 to 260 on zero. So I think personally, if you were to recommend zero to a new player, they hyperburn it. They're kind of new. Yo, Harry, thank you so much for 5 months, bro. Go.
Yo,
Five
might need to
months
put
is
a muzzle
crazy.
on Taco soon, dude. He's about to go off on this class.
Oh yeah, true. Taco's about to like fuck every zero, bro. I don't give a fuck about you. Um, I think this just has like it's a little weird. You're not used to it as other classes. Just because like even it has like a little bit weird movements, like with double tapping up, left, right, and shit. Um, so it might be a little bit of a turnoff when you're really early, but I think if you pick it up, like it's definitely like more, like you'll definitely get the hang of it at least when you're 260. But I think 200, 260 is when you're kind of learning it, learning the feel of the class and all that stuff. Its mobbing is really, really, really good though, like really good. Once you know how to mob on it, like this shit full clears maps really easily.
yeah. I feel like isn't like the mobbing and like how it move around is kind of like, well, not similar to Aran, but like the how should I even word this? Like how you like chain skills together and how you move around. It has like a similar vibe as Aran.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the one thing about this class is that when I played it to level 200 or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is an option yet, but there's like something you can like right click that makes the class feel a lot better. Like something about like right clicking
Tag
it
speed.
makes it so that when you tag in, you don't like immediately move or something, like move forward or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Any zero players know what I'm talking about? Like there's like some toggle you can turn on that wasn't a thing until like relatively recently to the class's inception. Like
Mm-hmm.
it
Yeah.
just makes so that when you switch between alpha and beta, like I think before when you're switching between alpha and beta, like you were just there was forced movement that you had no control over. But now there's like a toggle that makes it so that that doesn't happen, and you have to like do like an extra input for that to happen,
Mm-hmm.
like you hold an arrow key or something. It's like Hoyoung, I think. Like you know how like when you're doing your ground wave smash or
Yeah,
whatever,
the wave. Mm-hmm.
you have the option to like hold right arrow and then you TP forward with it. Like I
Yeah.
think
The
it's
true,
similar thing.
yeah, the fake and real thing.
Yeah. The thing is with Zero, it's actually really, really good at these like little baby bosses at the start of the game too, because you can't die. It has so many iframes. It has crazy like 2 HP bars, shields and shit. Really good movement as well. So I think it's fine in the early game. Like probably like a
Yeah, I think
7.
the one thing about this class is that because it has the double tap dash,
Mm-hmm.
that thing really throws off some people sometimes.
It does,
I
yeah.
know for a
That's
fact that
true.
that was true for me because when I was like when I made my buck bossing mule and I would be in my the lightning form, there would be so many times where I accidentally double tap left or right and I just die,
Mm-hmm.
or like I just actually just lose track of where my character went.
Yep. That's true.
Because I'm so used to like just micro moving, like moving a little bit to the left, moving a little bit to the right by just tapping left and right. But I
Mm-hmm.
had to like unlearn that muscle memory or that habit when I'm playing those classes.
On Buck, you do that with the dash. You don't like if you want a micro move, you use the dash, not
Yo,
actual walking.
shout out Alan, bro. My goat.
Yeah, yeah.
Go watch Alan's stream, or I'll never fucking stream again, bro. Thank you for the raid, homie.
I don't think you can turn that off. Or maybe you can. I don't actually know. But the 200 to 260, like I think the learning curve, or like just learning how to like navigate this class, is much easier than it is to Blaster.
It feels good. It's like it doesn't feel as bad to learn.
Yeah,
I
just
agree.
like the basic swapping. Just the basic swapping, like you get a lot of value.
On this. It feels better to learn on this than learn Blaster. I don't know why. It just feels better to learn.
No, the first thing I said is, this is just, I feel like it's like Blaster, but just less severe. Like, it's just easier to learn, easier to pick up. Like, there is a little bit of a learning curve. It's easier to pick up. It has better mobbing than Blaster, right? So, like, I think it's just better, like, 200, 260. Like, I would give it, like, a 6 or 7.
Okay.
Yeah, from what, like, Zero players have told me before, it's like, the comboing is super easy. You just, like, use, like, 3 skills in each alpha
like,
and each beta.
Yeah, that's also every Zero player told me. Like I like, because people always tell them like this shit looks like complicated as fuck to play, but all the Zero players I've ever like made personal like friendship with, they all told me this shit is not as hard as it seems.
Yeah.
Like if one person says that, it might just be their like they're biased, like they are already used to that shit, but like every single Zero player told me that. Even the people that have made Zero their boss meals, they told me the same shit. They said this shit is not as hard as it seems.
Yeah, I have some like Legion friends who have made Zero boss meals, and like they're not a Zero main at all, but they told me that they're able to pick it up pretty quickly, and like that the combos you do when you're bossing are not that hard. Like it's definitely is a class that looks like it's way more difficult than it actually plays.
That's fine then. Yeah. It's good to hear, actually, for the class.
Yeah. 6, 7, I think. Yeah, let's just do the 6.
So we gave an Adele a 7, for context.
Okay, I think Adele is definitely more like pick up and go than this.
Okay, we can give it a 6. That's fine.
Like you could get away with just fucking spamming cleave on Adele, but for this class, like
you're not gonna fail. Yeah, Adele's like, if you only knows how to use cleave, you're not gonna fail at the class for like that 200 to 260 experience. Yeah. Okay.
260 plus. Nah, Demon Slayer not yet. 260 plus, so its hex is actually really good now. It got really good upgrades, right?
Yes.
So that's
and
a
also
huge
at this point, you
bonus
already know how to play your class.
Yeah, exactly. Tex is really good. It can train fine as well. And it's Origin, bro.
Isn't this one of the
It's the longest Origin.
It's the longest one. Fun fact, by the way, when I imported every single one of these Origins, right? The only one I couldn't import was this one. The only one. Because the file size was too large. You know what I had to do? I went through so many different file compressor websites, and every single one of them I went through, like 10 of them, wouldn't accept the file because the file was too large. They couldn't compress it. So what I had to do is I opened up OBS and I just recorded it myself, put it in Premiere Pro, made the Premiere Pro canvas like 480p, made it smaller, re-rendered it in 480p, then inserted it into the GIF. Then inserted it into the fucking sheets. So I had to go use Easy GIF. I used Easy GIF. Like, do you really think I didn't use that? Come on, bro. I tried everything. That was the last solution, bro. All good.
Yeah,
bro.
if Easy GIF wasn't the first solution, you already know it's fucked.
That's what, Easy GIF is literally the first solution. That's like the best website. So that's the first thing I go to.
Other one is from Easy GIF.
Yeah. Dude, I went to Easy GIF and like the next like 8 links. Like, come on, bro. Like none
Bro,
of
went
them
to the second
worked.
page of Google, dude.
Like none of them worked, bro. This was the only way. But I did it, bro. I did it. Like if you'll notice, I have this extension that if I hover over any picture, like it'll show the true resolution. Or if I hover over the zero one, that's the resolution. That's the real resolution, bro. It doesn't work. Everything else it shows. Hover over blaster. This one. Anyways, 260 plus on 0. It definitely gets a lot better, way better. In every category, it gets better. Its bossing is better, its training is better, origin, hexa, like it just gets better. So whatever is 200 260, it's automatically higher in 260 plus, like at least a 7. At least.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't necessarily say 8 though. I think
Yeah. Because when I'm thinking 8, like let's look at the 8s, right? Like this is 9, Mihile's 8, Dawn Warrior's 9. Like
I
these
think
classes,
anything
I
8
think these
above
classes are
is something
better.
that like right off the bat, you like at first glance, anyone look at it is like, okay, this is definitely like a easy to rate 8.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
I feel like if you have to like think about it, then that is not 8.
Yeah. Party bossing. Now 0 has a very unique gimmick with its little fucking stuns, right? You could extend binds by like a very long time with 0. I think it also has a 50 IED debuff, if I'm correct. Or is that only for itself? I don't remember.
No, it's for a party.
It's
for
a
the party.
50 ID debuff, isn't it?
Yeah, 50.
Isn't it like fucking
50.
huge?
50 ID debuff as well, which is actually a lot. Like that's significant. Like if we're gonna glaze Mercedes for having like whatever 30 ID debuff, whatever the fuck he gives, like or Nightlord as well, like this one has 50 ID. Like that's a lot. And it has bind extension. That's the only class that can do that. Like it's very unique in that sense.
Bind is back on the manual with Limbo. Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
exactly, right? Like and X-Lot too, like the value of this class in party goes up. Also can't die, right? Obviously.
Yo.
That's a huge bonus. Can't die.
Tell me, do you remember like the very first iteration of normal Kalas? Like this class can literally like cancel like Kalas' FMA.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it did. Wait, did it cancel it? I thought it just like
it literally is entirely canceled.
that was a bug, right?
Yeah, the very first patch where when people start progging normal like Kalos. Well, it was called Chaos Kalos back then, but it wasn't really Chaos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically it was with that fucking when it would just randomly TP during Groggy.
And the double bomb.
Yeah, smile.
These old heads, bro.
Anyways, party bossing, I think it is at minimum a 7.
Yeah,
Minimum,
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Because the way that I look at 8, I think if you're going above 8, you need to have some sort of exceptional support for the party. And then if you're 8, like you could get to 8 just if you're super strong. I feel.
It's an 8 if you get the CD skips.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You have max Legion artifact. You have 20 IA. You have -4 cooldown hat. Like that's 27.5 CD skip. Like, it's 8 if you have all that probably.
Yeah. Solo bossing, super good.
Oh, I think this is a very, very, very solid competitor for, the top solo bossers.
Yeah, super good solo bosser. It has everything. That's literally everything. Good burst to break through walls. Good DPS to break through shields and constantly do damage. Very good movement. Insane survivability. It has everything. It's like Blaster in my head. And obviously, you could extend the bind on anything. So, I'm willing to give it like a 9.
Yeah, you're not gonna die. You literally have 2 HP bars. Like this class does so well in Mihile.
Bod.
Learning curve.
I mean, it's got a learning curve, but it's not like a high one.
Yeah, it's not a high one.
Maybe like a 5 or something. Like, You just gotta learn some
No,
basic
I
combos, and that's
think
it.
I think five's too low. I think six makes sense
Okay, that's fine with
because
me.
there's a lot of reading. There is a lot of reading.
That's true. There is a lot of reading. You do not have to know what every single skill does, and the skills chain with each other too. So you have to know which ones change with with each other and which ones don't.
A lot of skills have like dual functionality. Like not only do they
Mhm.
do damage, but like they TP you. You know, like
Mhm.
Yo, reading.
Nah, reading is
this guy's.
crazy. That's on
I
the
think
origin.
six makes sense. Oh, the origin
Six
Yeah.
is
does make sense.
I don't know if Zero Origin got buffed or not, but I feel like um it definitely felt like it was more of a bind rather than it did damage. Just because of how long it lasts.
I think in New Age it definitely was like that, but did it get buffed? I actually don't know.
I am not sure.
I think it
But
looks
what I
cool
will
though.
say, yeah, it definitely looks really cool. What I will say is Zero is a very up and coming class. Like you
Mhm.
guys like who are very well aware of how strong Nightwalker is today.
Mhm.
Nightwalker was one of those classes that's been getting buffed since like the beginning of Glory, right?
Mhm. Very long
Zero
time.
is following that same trend. Zero has
Yeah.
only just been getting buffs every single patch. Like quality of life, like randomly just getting like 8 FD, getting a whole ass new skill,
Mhm.
right?
Lara
Modular
too.
skill too, by the way.
Yep, that's my word. Now here's the thing
Like
though, is the upcoming bosses are like DPS is very favored in them too. Like obviously we like to just talk about like Nightwalker, Nightlord Burst, Xenon Burst, all this shit, but like a lot of these DPS classes, like they're on the come up, bro. Like don't sleep. Like straight up. Like Limbo and X-Lot, like don't be surprised when the DPS clears faster than you. Straight up.
if it weren't for FD stacking, like Zero would be very highly regarded because it just gives your party so much uptime,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
safe
True.
uptime too.
True.
Like having a Zero for Saren is a fucking game changer
Mm-hmm. Bro,
because you don't
Saren
have to
is
worry about
crazy.
you don't have to worry about ducking the dodges or the dashes. Like
Mm-hmm.
she's just permanently fucking frozen, dude.
Getting hit by the radial, getting misses, all that shit.
Yeah.
It's actually a
Zero
huge
is
damage
them.
increase. Zero is them. You're right. Zero is them. They are Zero. All right, let's move on. DA. Chills. Um, I actually think it's 200, 260 is really good. Very easy to pick up. You don't have to
Yeah.
worry about a lot of like the things that make it hard at all in 200, 260. And your
Yes.
shields will one shot very easily, so it's very easy to train in.
Yeah.
What's the spinny called? Lunar Slash, like very easy to train on, like
Oh, I don't.
very
I'm
very
currently
straightforward.
training one. I'm currently training one to 250. Yeah, I don't use that mobbing skill at all. I put on Fountain. I use that hyper skill. I have a negative 2 hat, so I use the hyper skill every wave of a mob, and just use the Aether shield to clean up struggler. I stand in
Yeah,
one spot. I don't lunar slash at all.
yeah, that's what they do. They just use the shield. Thousand Swords.
There
It's basically Falcon's Honor. Like they have Falcon's Honor, so very easy.
there's a reason why, like when there's botting was really rampant in KMS, that there was just like 40 fucking like demon rages flying in for like 8 bosses because this class is just super easy to train. It's very like one buttony because a lot of like the difficulty surrounding this class is based around like your boss knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you are like you are this class is the embodiment of living on the edge.
Yep.
Yeah,
That stuff
but
isn't relevant this early in the game though. That's why it's
yeah,
like
but
it's
yeah,
just so
that's the
good
thing.
in the early.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Chances are at that stage of the game, you're not gonna have an RFS, and then you're just gonna be rocking like a level 30 like frenzy, and you're just not gonna die ever.
Mm-hmm. You will literally never die ever.
Yeah, I just brought up because like that's why the class is so simple because
Mm-hmm.
much
Yeah.
of the difficulty is based on knowledge here.
Mm-hmm. I think it's at least an 8 for 200, 260. It's good at everything in this game, or in that part of the game. All the early bosses easily clears all of them. Its DPS is rock solid as well.
Yeah.
This is also one of those rare classes where like it actually just makes more sense to go Abso than Arcanes.
Can you explain?
So Demon Avenger has this passive. I don't remember what it's called, but basically, when you reach certain Star Force total thresholds, it gives you more stats.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, the star to HP conversion skill. I don't remember.
Yeah,
what
I
it's called.
completely
It's a
forgot about that.
beginner skill.
So like that's why you'll dead ass see like these Demon Avengers who are like doing C calls and whatnot, tricked out in fucking full 22 Absos.
Yeah. That's actually very interesting because it makes like your especially the early game, like the early game gear prog, like a lot easier. A lot of people are stuck on 17 arcanes for a very long time because they just wait for spares.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
That's why Legacy Demon Avengers are just giga gapping these new heads, these new young bloods, because fucking you have an extra 17-star badge, or maybe if you're lucky you have a
Free stars
22-star
from-
badge.
Even one droid, you
giga
get a few
gapping.
stars.
Yup. I mean that won't be an issue because if we have the new Extreme Lotus Heart, but
Yeah.
yeah, that badge gap. If there's that's probably one of the biggest gaps in the game between classes that do and don't have badge. Like, I think Demon Avenger is like the biggest
Yeah.
what's it called, offender of that.
Does badge have HP on it, or is it just stat? And like 10 attack.
It doesn't have HP. I just
Okay.
But yeah. But if you have Sengoku, like it's 13, 10, 10 pots, like that's crazy.
Yeah. That's an extra 3%, which is a lot.
Double prime on Sengoku, you have to triple prime on Go Ship.
Who even has a badge DA, like dude that you know?
Q.
Scardor?
I think Q does.
I see.
Who's Q?
Their name is 29 Frenzy, I think, in
Oh, okay.
Saga. I think they used to be in a different guild.
I see.
Oh, 30 Frenzy.
30
not 29.
Frenzy. That's a funny name. 30 FZ. All right, anyways, 260. It might even be a 9, bro. Actually, I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, I think 8 makes sense.
You want to know why? Because its up jump is annoying.
Yeah, it's a double up arrow one, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I hate this inconsistency between classes of up jump. Like, just make it
Yeah.
up arrow and jump, right? Why is it this double up arrow bullshit?
Yo, there was one patch.
Or at least
there was
key
one
bind
patch
it.
there was one patch that you can choose toggle or not toggle for the Explorer Archer one. I was so happy because
I remember
have
that.
two,
I
like,
remember that. Yeah.
I have 2 Explorer Archer in the bossy meals. I was like, God, like, thank God, thank fucking God, dude. I was so happy.
And yeah, someone mentioned like, I think the reason why it's 8 instead of 9 is because when you like straight out of the box when you pick this class, like you don't have a flash jump. People don't know that you're gliding around. You do have a flash jump though. It's in your beginner skills, but you have to double tap left or right, and you can toggle it so that instead of gliding, if you just double tap jump, you will flash jump instead. But nah, like people, you need to get over the learning curve. The learning curve of using glide, because glide is one of the best movement skills in the game.
Yeah, it's
I
so
agree.
good.
Like it's like Explorer Mage's up jump, but on crack.
Mhm. Okay,
Yeah, it is
260
fine.
plus. Well, 260 plus things actually change a lot because this is when you're gonna realize like, oh hey, like, oh wow, I need to actually like do more damage in these bosses. How do I do more damage? And then you learn, and you're like, oh, I need to put it in a +4 slot. Frenzy, okay. Oh, all of a sudden I'm at 1 HP. Oh, I need something called a Rune Force Shield. It's like, uh-oh, like. Now you gotta really fucking learn the game, like very well.
Taking this class, okay, taking the demon class into the actual end game, like breaking through that brick wall and actually charging to the end game. RFS is actually a necessity. And
Yeah, it
having
is.
your
You
entire
legit need one.
class like built around a item that just may or may not drop for your entire like Maple like career. That just not a good experience.
Yeah, it's
I have a
not.
friend
Yeah.
that's 288 on the Demon Slayer. They still don't have a shield.
Yeah,
Like
Quinn's
That's
Quinn's
crazy.
DS
it's
on
fucked.
Hyperion doesn't
It's
have one.
actually just fucked.
He's, yeah,
The
that's just how it
the
is.
way I see Reinforced Shield is the same thing as like the CD hat classes. Like your class is literally just next on the balanced around you having cooldown hat. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
like that's why like a lot of like Demon Slayers and Demon Avengers in KMS videos they look mid as fuck because they're not running frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
Only like the really good players are running frenzy. Reinforced Shield. I mean, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like whenever they introduce an item like this, they like they slowly like the devs might just be thinking, okay, this is just gonna be like like a gimmick item. Like that's where their intention is. But slowly, like over time, they just gonna realize that they have to like they're now forced to balance around this item.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't think
Otherwise,
far enough.
you're just gonna have like these few players that figured out like okay, well, you're just gonna have players that start to figure out how to play with that thing perma on and just break the game
Mm-hmm.
if they don't balance around it.
Exactly.
Like their
So
initial
so so either
intention,
they just like
of-
completely remove it and buff the class, or keep it the way it is. There's no other solution.
yeah. But then like removing item isn't as easy because like there's economy involved because people
Well,
spend a lot of
you
money
no,
on
no, you
like
don't even
that.
have to remove it. Like just remove the FD from it and the debuff. That's it. And then buff the class. That's it. So you still have the item. You still wear it. So it's not like you wasted your
Nah, that'd be
money.
crazy, dude.
No, I think okay, so I don't know. Okay, so this might be like a more severe, like a more apparent issue on DA because uh DA only has this like as much of a maybe this impacts Demon Slayers too, but Demon Avengers they receive this many like uh you know survivability related changes and skills like partially because the RF is a thing that exists.
Mm-hmm.
I did a math on like the like when you have level 29 frenzy and the RFS on right like and when you use like what's that skill called that like the that gives you like it just like a little like blood pop and then gives you like damage reduction.
Demonic
Uh-huh.
Blast, I think.
Yeah, that thing with your default demonic frenzy like those two FD stacked together, those two damage reduction stacked together with the heal from the the demonic blast is exactly enough to tank like a 100% damage one shot skill when you actually press time that skill and press it when wearing RFS.
They could just increase the drop rate in RFS. That's it.
Nah, like the drop rate thing is like that's more of an issue for reboot players. Like they have an auction
Yeah, they
house.
don't care. Like Cameras wouldn't care because them tuning drop rate that also means that they have to like actually like figure out like how the market is going to change because of that.
Especially with the meso cap now, like these are changes that they would need to very be careful about.
So yeah,
Hmm.
I don't think your experience gets better after 260.
Well, your training gets a little better. You get another shield, I think, with the Hexa.
Oh, actually, I that's the other thing. Oh, now I heard from my DA friend that it is hard to one shot with the shield in Grandis.
I wouldn't know.
Like he told me that it's hard to one shot in Carcium. Bro farms in Battleship Altaria.
Really. But the thing is, like
Yeah,
the shields, I don't think the shield swap target until the target dies, right? Is it
I think
RNG how many
so.
times the shield can?
People are
But
saying
how did the
people are saying it's easy. If you're 29 frenzy, it's easy. It's hard in like Carcian.
Yeah, that's what I've said. He can't like it's hard to one shot in Carcian. That's why he's in Altaria.
Okay. Okay, so what are we gonna like value it on? Like earlier Grandis or later Grandis? I mean, we could just talk
I
about
think it's
both.
the whole package experience, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
think I think this is a class that you like your core your core like gameplay experience is still same. Like it still has all like the good parts about it. It's just that there you now have like new problems that came up, like RFS and like like this mobbing being slightly not strong enough, so
Mm-hmm.
that I don't think your overall like player experience improves after 260. It might just stay the same, or like at best, I don't think. I think at best it just doesn't go down from your
Yeah.
early game experience.
The thing is, like, honestly, you could also look at it as like 29 Frenzy and RFS being like an option rather than like a necessity, I guess. Because it's something you work towards. You work towards getting better and better to play that way. So, like, it might feel like shit when you first try it, but eventually you'll get better at it.
Oh no,
And
I said
you'll
the
get way
RFX experience.
stronger.
I
Hmm?
said that experience as in like you like bank like you getting it or not.
Oh, okay.
Like if
Getting
you
it or not
what if like
experience, yeah. Yeah,
like
that's ass. So,
how,
like, when you not knowing when to get it is ass, yeah.
yeah, from that perspective, like you're just not never gonna know whether you're gonna get it or not, and like you
Yeah,
might just never get it, and that's not a good experience, like gameplay
yeah.
experience, right?
Yeah, I have 3 of them.
Okay.
Who?
Don't say it,
Anyways,
bro.
anyways,
You were gonna say
uh,
cares, bro.
no. I was gonna say who asked, but anyways.
I knew it.
I think that's a valid point. Not knowing when you're going to get frenzy is or rune force shield. I keep saying
Mm-hmm.
frenzy. Is quite annoying because that was like the lived experience of dual blades as well until they like
Mm-hmm.
buffed Commercy PQ to make it so that the drop rate was a lot higher.
Yeah.
And also like it drops. I'm specific for your class now. Like if you were like a DB main back in the day, like it was so ass not knowing when the day would come that you would get your hands on a fucking Suiwara Katara.
Exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I would say like it probably just goes down a little bit. Like it goes from an 8 to 7, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. I said at best it doesn't go down, but I think it
Yeah.
does. Low key goes down.
That's fine. We could just put it at 7. It's you're honestly right because it's like as you gain more knowledge of the class, you're gonna start realizing how important this RFS is, and it's just gonna feel like shit not having one. And every time you do Damien, you're just gonna be so down bad. Like deep down, you're gonna be so desperate. No matter how hard you try, like you act like you don't care, like and
Yeah,
nothing comes out of the
Like
box, you're gonna
you
care,
get
bro.
you get mad when you're in your guild and like, look, my fucking Demon Slayer
oh,
boss unit, this
yeah.
Enlomion got a rune force shield.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yo, low key, the things that players always do is flex like 3-line all stat pots as
Yep.
Xenons
On
and flex
Xenons. Yep.
RFS,
Yep.
at Demon Slayers like that at Demon Avengers
That's what
and
they
the demons
always
like
do, bro. That's like the 2 things
yeah,
everyone does, bro. 3-line all saying, yo, I'm gonna show my Xenon friends. Lol, any Xenons? Like, bro, every time, bro. Every
every
time.
single time.
Alright, party boss saying. Yo, what are you all saying when a DA wants to join a party?
uh,
I
I
think
mean,
fine.
I would say it's like it's not so much of like is this class good enough or bad enough? Like I don't know if I trust the guy to play the class well because
Yeah,
like the
that's not a thing. That's what I want to say. Like if I know the person, then and I know like he's good at the class and he has a strong character, then yeah. If I don't know the guy, no. Yeah, I'm not risking that shit.
That's crazy, bro. DA's really gotta go with like, dude, they have like an extra step to join the party, bro. They gotta have like crazy credibility, bro.
No, because like you low key like on classes like this, it's like you don't like your practice time might just be that much longer because you're gonna like you know account for a time that they're just gonna be randomly dying out, not knowing why they died out.
Mm-hmm. That's true, bro. You're about to run like 2x the amount of runs for no reason. But also, I mean, let's just talk about its damage, right? Like, its DPS is so good. Like, it's so good. But where's the burst, bro?
Oh,
Its
the
origin is
order
good.
is really
Yeah, the
really
origin is
big.
good. It's got a 6-minute origin burst. But what about without that? I mean, honestly these days that's really good enough. Unless you're like
Yeah.
low progging Kalos, that's like the only thing. So, nah,
from
heal
what I
flames don't mess them up.
remember, um, unironically, I think Demon Avengers still just go continuous for even in party play
That's
because
crazy.
because their burst is so kind of irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Not irrelevant because like it's bad or anything. It's just that their damage distribution is just very skewed towards like damage over time, like that DPM factor. That like there will be a damage spike on the origin burst when you use Aurora, but like everything else will fall off afterwards, right? Like it's how much damage you're dealing off the roar that like you just would get way better value with continuous. From
Dude,
what I've
that's
seen.
crazy if true. That is actually crazy if it's true. That just goes to show how much like damage the class actually does off burst. But yeah, I think this class's raw damage output is actually on a really high side.
Yeah, I mean, considering like the conditions you would need to meet in order for that to be true, like I would hope so.
True.
29 Frenzy, Rune Force Shield.
Oh, the DPS is crazy. Like it's actually crazy on this class. Like it's a top tier DPS class. Like raw damage, like per second, it's super high.
How long does Euphenia Soul last?
What's that?
It literally gives you max HP when you cast it.
The thing that reses you to full HP? It's like
No,
a
no,
big
no.
getter
It's
skill?
the soul summon, the max soul.
Oh, 3 minutes at level 2,
Oh.
2 minutes at level 1.
It's a 3-minute
the
buff.
Euphenia Soul. Okay. I just realized what you're talking about.
That's what I mean. Like a lot of Demon Avengers use that soul.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
I've
that's
seen
some crazy tech.
that one Demon Avenger that sold Seacollos. Was it Seacollos? I don't remember. With 29 Frenzy and like was it 29? I don't remember. But anyways, like they were using Euphenia Soul, but that like came as Demon Avenger main. Like they said that they would switch between Euphenia and Mugong because like he was just trying to test like which one felt better. And like he said like they just kind of felt the same.
That's crazy.
Which is crazy, right? Because you have one buff that lasts 3 minutes, and then another buff that's like 20 seconds, right?
20 seconds at mag.
I didn't know it lasted 3 minutes. That's actually fucking crazy. It's a party buff too. It gives the whole party the buff. Kana's and Dark Knight's up, I guess. If you have a Demon Avenger in a party.
Yo, dub.
Yeah, what
For
number
party
would we give it?
I think if we're like,
I don't think it could be
disregarding
higher
the-
than a 7, straight up.
yeah, I think 7
I
makes
I think
sense.
I think that's its cap
I think
because
it's fine.
I think 8 is like super good DPS slot, and then anything higher than 8 you need support. So I think it, like these classes just cap out at 7.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
we didn't really mention this with Blaster, but like that's also like Demon Avenger is another class where it's like I don't know if I trust you. Like
Yeah.
like Demon
I think
Avenger,
DA
like,
is
you will
worse
die.
than Blaster though. Like it's more so than Blaster.
Yeah, like but Blaster's
Yeah,
not gonna
Blaster
die out.
worst case, like you're not doing optimal damage.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
EA is like you actually grieve the run if
Yeah.
like worst case scenario.
DAs are gonna go crazy in limbo because you never die in that boss.
Oh yeah. That's true. That's true.
Solo bossing. Super high. If you're good. That's the only condition.
I would
Yo,
say this is a 9.
Yeah, I think it's 9.
Yeah. I was gonna give it 9 anyways.
I think the reason why it can't go 10 is just because like
Doesn't have the big burst. Besides Origin. That's it. That's it for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Learning curve. If you want to play RFS 29, super high. Like you have to learn the bosses like the back of your hand, all of them.
Yeah.
Which most people at the end game like they already do know all the bosses, but like it's more so on DA. Like you can't really slip up. So it's super high.
At the very start of this class, when we were talking about it, I would say a lot of the difficulty isn't so much about the class itself, but it's about learning what the bosses do. So I would say the learning curve isn't that
It's that
high.
same thing with Mihile.
Yeah, I don't think the learning curve is that high. I think the class itself is pretty simple, but learning how to navigate the bosses as this class is what makes it difficult, right? Because if you are on that 29 Frenzy, Rune Force Shield setup, like you really do have to know what the boss does. It's not so much that you know how to play your class. It's like Do you know which attacks to dodge? Do you know the timing of those attacks? Do you know which attacks you can tank with demonic blast, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot. It's very heavily focused on like knowing what the boss does.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say like it's probably like a 7, I feel like.
I'm okay with 7.
Because the kit itself is very simple. It's just much of that front loaded learning curve is the knowledge of the boss itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like we made the argument while we were talking about Mihile, it's that every class has to learn the boss.
Okay, that's fine then. Yeah.
No matter
Because
what you're playing, you have to learn the boss.
yeah, because people were trying to make the same DA argument on Mihile, like, oh, you have to know how to like Royal Guard it, and I'm like, bro, every single class in the game has to learn all the mechanics of the bosses. Like, that's not exclusive to these classes, but yeah, I mean, I guess DA it's more so. So the 7 is fine.
Maybe we can make it 8. Maybe we can make it 8.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with 8 too.
That's on the origin.
Does this origin autocast or do you have to double tap it?
It's a good question. Do you guys know? There's DAs in the chat.
I think you have to end the result.
You have to tap it.
Oh my god, dude.
That's so
Minus
ass, by
points.
the way. That's so ass,
Minus
by the way.
points. How many origins are there that you don't have to double cast? Because Pana you don't have to double cast. It just auto sends it.
Hayato
Is
auto
there
sends
any-
it.
Hayato as well?
No. So
Yeah,
you're
if you
asking,
just
like,
stand there on Hayato, it'll automatically close.
are you asking if you have the option to double tap, or like do you have to double tap?
You have to double tap it or else it just
Oh, I don't know.
expires.
I don't know.
Because like Kana and Hayato apparently like they I know for sure Kana's like it just automatically fires when it's gonna expire. But for like Aran, you have to tap it or
Mm-hmm.
you lose out on a
Wait,
lot.
what about Hayato?
It'll automatically close, even if you don't press
Oh,
anything.
okay. Yo,
I think the origin looks crazy. It's a 2-parter, bro.
I don't actually know how this origin works. Is this like similar as like Kana where you have to charge mana and then it does more damage or something?
UBW.
So you press it. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you press it. Sword comes out as a summon. It does damage AOE around like the sword, and then you have 10 seconds, I believe, to recast it, and it does the big explosion.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't. It just does like the sword summon just does like 5 slashes at max, I think, and it doesn't have any correlation to the ending frames damage. I'm pretty sure.
So you just want to
15 seconds.
does it matter?
Yeah.
Do,
You
do
can no. So these guys, I believe they'll just like double. They'll just do that shit right back to back.
Yeah, because like if you
Or you could use the second part as an iframe, where you have 15 seconds. Like it's kind of just like Sparkle Burst, I guess, but like the second part does like a bajillion damage.
so you would just origin first and then when it's about to be unbound, you bind it again so that your second cast doesn't miss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then there's certain bosses where you can't do that because it's unbindable, right? Like for example,
Mhm. Like culling.
Culling, yeah.
And then you just double tap at that point.
So you would just use
Yeah,
it quick. Yeah.
You just unfortunate, but you get some value at least.
Yeah, but the sword,
I
like the
was
summon,
told-
it barely does any damage. Like all the damage is in the end.
Okay.
Yeah, I was told the summon doesn't do that much damage though, so
Mhm.
it's not that relevant.
Okay.
I think it looks
it's
crazy
like
too.
It's not something that you have to charge. There's no charging. I don't
it's
think.
a relatively short origin, I think, right? Like
it
there
is
is two
short.
parts to it, but even while
like
you're
3
casting it,
seconds.
your shit's still hitting it. Like you're probably gonna throw out your Aegis shield first. You're gonna be staying on top of the boss, so your blood's gonna be ticking it. Like you're still doing damage during the cutscene. So I think it's a pretty good
Yeah.
origin.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, your
let's talk
dimensional
about
swords are
brother
doing damage.
Demon Slayer.
Yo, where's the axe drop?
There's no there's no axe animation. Like it would be like in the middle of like a boss. There's no like raw axe animation.
Really? You couldn't find it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's just like it would have to be like a clip from a boss.
Doesn't even have like the nightmare castle in the background.
I mean, I could get a screenshot of that Nightmare Castle. Hold up.
Dude, honestly, 10, 10, 8, 10, 1.
This class is OP, bro. I don't think it's 1 though for learning curve.
Like, what do you like? What is there like? What experience? You hold on Alt. Like, there's no
Okay.
experience.
I agree with most of what you said, but let's still go through it anyways, right?
Okay, 200 to 260, right? A lot of these Demon Slayers when they first start playing it, they're gonna say that shit's clunky, bro.
Yeah, they're not gonna know that you can TP farm. That's like something that they're gonna learn afterwards.
Okay, fair.
There you go.
Oh, that's a map you can TP to now? What the fuck?
Yes.
Oh,
I also don't have that map. If anyone has it on Chronos, give me that shit.
true.
I have something they don't have.
Yeah, so do we, dude. Anyways, 260 or to the 200 to 260 experience, it's like, I think it's pretty ass.
Yeah,
I agree. I completely agree. I'm literally training it right now, 200 to 260, and I know how to play this class, right? And it's so ass. Like, jumping around and pressing concussion is so stupid. Like, I just can't wait till I get TP farm.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
no, you can't TP farm effectively without buff duration and all that shit. Like
your new class, you're not gonna have.
You can't do that
no
shit
buff
like
duration.
really good early.
You have no Legion artifact buff duration. You're not gonna have. You probably can't afford to buy relentless attack nodes every week.
Yeah, true. You're
Either.
definitely not buying those. You're definitely not buying those. That's
Buy
a
what?
lot of nodes. Relentless attack every week when you're 260. Like, there's no way.
Yo, did you guys know that you used to have to do that on Buck as well?
Yeah, of course. You have to fucking, bro. Buck had like so much shit to upkeep. Nautilus Strike,
Yeah.
Power Unity stacks, Lord of the Deep, bro. Like, this shit was
I think,
miserable.
like back in the days when I was like actually like hardcore playing Buck, like you actually need a relentless that had to keep up your stimulating conversation. Otherwise, you can't like
Yeah, stimulating conversation was crazy, bro.
You can't keep up your energy for mobbing. Like
Alright.
you have Lord of the Deep have to one tick, and then you have to use relentless attack to just like use Lord of the Deep and jump around. But anyways, yeah, I think this shit like early game is actually straight up a 3 or a 4, like at max.
The other thing is you're not gonna have like a lot of Demon Fury, right? Well, that's like a super early game problem because you're not gonna have Pino. But Pino could take like, if you're new, like that shit could take like 4 weeks because you don't have drop gear to get.
Yeah.
So you don't have the
At least
Pino
you can,
shield
like,
either.
Cheese it with fucking pink bean soul, I guess.
Yeah, and hyper.
But then it's like a matter of like.
Oh, it's
getting,
the pieces that drop. Like it doesn't drop that many pieces with no drop gear. Like when I do it on boss, it was like it drops like 2-3 pieces.
Yeah, they're just fighting Pino early on his ass, but luckily you can just cheese the second stage at least.
You don't need Pino for TP farming. I started TP farming with RFS. Yeah, good one, bro. So stupid, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, good one, bro.
Bro, just stop talking.
I think 3 to 4 might be a bit much. Like, that's like really like that's like really bad. Like Kaiser's a 4. You know what I mean? Like, is it better than Kaiser or worse than Kaiser?
Yo, I don't think this is better than Kaiser early game experience.
Yo, Loki, it's not, bro. 3.
Yeah.
Now 260 plus though, this is a whole different conversation.
Bro,
You could start TP farming with Janice? Oh my god, bro. Come on.
Bro, this is 10.
Dude, TP farming with Janice alone, I think, carries the 10. Obviously, it does well in everything else, all the bossing and all that stuff. Like, I think it's 10, bro. Like, straight up.
You know what's funny? I found out about this the other day. I for the longest time, like, you didn't need to have a vac pet, right?
Yeah, you don't need one.
Now you need a vac pet because your mobbing is good enough now.
Yeah.
You kill so many
really?
mobs that you have to have a vac pet now. There's too much vessels on the ground.
Yeah, it's also because like Janice like kills.
Excellent.
Janice made your like killing radius larger than like just around you for your back for your normal pad to pick up. So like you actually because it kills farther out of you the lining, so you actually need backpack now.
Good thing I bought a backpack, just in case. Excellent.
That's crazy.
Party bossing, broken as hell. This is one of the 2-minute classes that can actually compete with the 3 minutes. Broken as hell, like. But DS doesn't offer much support, so it can't go 10. That's the thing.
I don't know.
I think it's at least an 8.
Yeah, I think it's an 8. The reason,
Mhm.
so if it was a 3-minute class with 3-minute number with the existing kid, then it will be a 9 or a 10. But you're like for the most part, you're still trying to fit yourself into a 3-minute party as a 2-minute class, so you are gimped to a certain extent.
Yeah,
Its burst
one of the
also
pain
fits
points-
in the big bind, the FD stack.
One of the pain points about this class is the fact that their Demon Awakening lasts so long. Like, it
Mhm.
might sound strange that I'm saying it's a pain point, but it's the same reason. Like, it's like Marksman's fucking what's it called? Split shot. Like,
Mhm.
that's their burst skill, and it lasts so long, and you have to get as much uptime as you can to get value out of that skill, right?
Yeah,
It's like same thing
it's
with Demon
65
Slayer.
seconds, right? And Benny is only 40.
Yeah. So like Demon Slayers would want Demon Awakening to get condensed a little bit, but obviously if it's condensed, they would want the numbers to reflect that, right?
Yeah, so it'd be even more broken.
Yes.
Yo, if that shit gets condensed more before thread, I'm gonna quit. No, before spread, I'm quitting the game.
I think this has to go 8 for a couple reasons, because obviously like you need RFS to be like super exceptional on Demon Slayer. That's like the first thing.
True. That's
And then
I forgot about that.
And then the second thing is like it just doesn't offer the support, right? Like, and ultimately at the end of the day, even though it can keep up with the 3 minutes, it's still a 2-minute at the end of the day. The big 3 minutes will clear you. So I think it's an 8, but it's like a high 8 though. Like it's pushing 9.
Before chat says anything, Lawrence is not your average Demon Slayer you're gonna find in your party. Just so
yeah. Don't. Lawrence is not like
both Lawrence and Alan. They're not like your average Demon Slayer you can find in your party. It's just done.
Yeah, they're not. Bro, you know what's funny? I actually had a friend who's trying to get into the game, and he sent me the video of Lawrence on Jake and Joe's YouTube channel. Like, oh, the Demon Slayer 6 job is so amazing, right? And he was saying like, man, DS is so OP. And I was trying to tell him, I'm like DS is OP, like yeah, it is, but like you need to know like this dude is like extra OP, like, and he's also doing things that are like outside of his caliber. Like he's also doing crazy shit.
It's hard to explain like Lawrence's footage. It's also because like we know like Demon Slayer is definitely like one of the top 5 classes or top 10 classes, but you have to understand like the extracting away like the fact that the it's Lawrence's character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You never want to, bro. It's honestly, I know this is a really weird example, but it's the same with streaming. Like you don't want to look at streamers like fucking XQC and be like, that's a streamer. You know what I mean? Like, but the vast majority of streamers are like, you know, not hundreds of thousands of viewers. It's the same thing with like the high end of MapleStory classes. Like if you look at the top 1 or 2 guys, they are so insanely strong, but the average dude is not that. Like they're gonna be half as strong. Like straight up.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
This is exactly also like this is, oh my god. Like
wait, look at Chapaz's covert, right? Chapaz over 100k covert on Nightwalker. Like that's not a normal Nightwalker covert. A lot of the endgame Nightwalkers are like 60, 70. Like that's how it is. Those are the guys you're gonna find in your party.
I'll say like people who look at Chapaz and think they can make a Nightwalker and just be really good will have a better time than like them looking at Lawrence's video and making Demon Slayer. I think that's just a true statement.
Yeah.
Bro, the glaze is crazy.
No. Like Lawrence is way out of caliber for Demon Slayer than Chapaz is for Nightwalker.
Yeah, I say this all the time. You don't have to be a Chapaz or Widow to have the fucking Chapaz and Widow experience on Nightwalker, dude. Like that class is just.
But for Demon Slayer, like you actually need to have like Alan or Lawrence's account to play like them.
Yeah.
Nah, this glaze is different, bro.
No, okay. You know what's the crazy part? Like the video, like the guy you were talking about sending a video of like Twins review on Lawrence. People did the same thing to me, with Selenic's Well Hunter video. I was like, dude, please don't do that. Like, you're not gonna get to this
Oh
level.
my God,
ever.
I
You
think-
got 10k
I think-
Legion,
dude,
fucking
I think
triple
Selenic
T6
is-
I guys
everything.
10.5k Legion on Classic can actually abuse like all the Legion levels because
Dude,
because
I
it's
think
Archer.
Selenic is an even more egregious example of this, to be
Yeah,
honest.
he is.
Like, if you
He
look at
definitely is.
Selenic and be like, wow, Wild Hunter's actually really good, like, you're just wrong. Like, no.
Yeah.
There's
Like,
there's a reason
he's
why
doing, like, the absolute most to scrape by, bro. Like, the absolute most you could possibly do just to, like, hang around with, like, the big dogs that are, like, 30% less effort as him. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
there is a reason why people meme about the fact that he's the only Wild Hunter to have escaped Zakam, dude.
Yeah,
Like-
no, like he had to like do everything, bro. Everything, like he had to do literally everything to get out of Zach, bro.
Yep. Like, remember like when like dude, this happened a lot. Like earlier last year when like Steel and Vinny's party was like literally first clearing everything. Like people thought Pathfinder was like the most OP shit ever. I was
Yeah.
like, I was trying to tell them, I was like, no, please, no. First of all, it's their party comp. Second of all, you're not gonna have Vinny's like you're just not gonna have that level of gear.
Yeah. All right, let's focus back on solo busing.
True.
So I actually think DS's solo busing is really, really good.
Yeah.
The only thing is RFS, but it has everything in the kit though. Like it has literally everything: survivability, DPS, Off Awakenings.
Modular
Like,
iframe.
wait, what's modular iframe? Because the levels on Metamorphosis.
Dark meta. Yeah, low
Okay,
low
but-
level dark meta equals lower cooldown on the iframe.
Okay, but like, there's no way people still do that shit, right? Like, everybody surely
No,
has
they
that shit
do.
level 30. No way people have level 1 meta.
They do.
They do.
Are you serious?
I would not be surprised if when me and Lawrence are going to be progging X Kalos, that he's going to swap to level 1 dark meta, and then when he gets more comfortable, he goes back to 30. Like that's
Nah, that's
it's-
crazy, bro.
Yeah, a lot of them do. Like what? No, I also prog was a Demon Slayer. They do that when they first prog a boss.
Now these Demon Slayers really are in the garbage can, bro. Like, that shit is crazy, bro. There's no way. Like, you have Ravenstorm, you have Demon Bane, you have your Jenny iframe. Like, bro,
But they
like,
also
what,
have
what
RFS,
else do you need, bro? Okay, and
I mean, they also
the
have
fuck?
RFS though.
Whatever,
They
bro.
like the things that don't normally one shot you will one shot you.
yeah.
That's the issue.
Warmleaf got the cur. Yeah, Warmleaf got a cur. Like,
Bro, when Lawrence got fucking zapped by the fucking DVD logo in the Kalos, everyone was like, "What the fuck happened to you?"
just that DVD logo. Oh, that clip is funny. Yeah, the clip is funny.
Like JP, like when when Lawrence respawned, JP put a shell on him, dude. Like, yo, watch out, man.
Yo.
I think the solo bossing is either 9 or 10, straight up. I think it's so good.
Yeah.
I think it's so good.
I think 9 makes sense. I
I
don't
think
think
9
it's a
makes sense.
10.
Okay, that's fine.
10 is reserved for that one class.
Fucking Chaos Lock is so fucking good too, by the way.
Bro, Chaos Lock is
True.
so broken, bro.
You know what?
So
I learned
broken.
that there is actually modular too.
What? What do you mean?
So you can choose where to land. You
Oh,
don't
yeah,
always
yeah,
TP
I know.
behind them.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that. It's based off
I
of
didn't
where you're
know that.
facing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had no idea that was how it worked.
I thought you meant the cooldown, but yeah. It's strategic too, yeah.
I think there's 2 points to learn about this class. One is the glide. Second is how to live with RFS. That's like the 2 like key points of learning this class.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's the simple. It's a basic like demons, like demon tier, like demon.
Yeah. It's got
learning how to glide,
it's got
like-
demon learning curve, yeah.
mixing
I
in the
say
flash
4.
jumps.
5.
Nah, I would say it's 5. I don't. I think
yeah,
4 is too
fi-
low.
5 is fine. 5 is fine. I
Okay,
think
5.
it's standard
I mean,
learning curve. Like,
Yeah.
there's some stuff like, glide, RFS, but it's definitely way easier than DA for sure.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Something that wasn't mentioned is that, I think this is still an issue, but when you're buffing up, sometimes you might not have enough HP to full buff, like especially in
Yeah.
the
You are-
that's true.
Yeah, wait, what?
Yeah, no. Demon Slayers will have HP issues too when they're trying to
okay,
when they're
okay,
trying
okay,
to Like I don't know if that's still a thing, but I remember that was a thing before.
No, Buffa. Wait, yeah. Wait,
Like this is
no, no.
not
There's a
including
skill.
like Saren and
Isn't,
Will, by the way.
wait, isn't there a skill that makes you like not spend HP when you buff?
No,
No,
what the fuck is
no, that one makes you
um
not spend Demon Fury.
Boundless Rage is Demon Fear, yeah.
No,
Mhm.
I think there's an equivalent skill for DA.
I'm talking about Demon Slayer though.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Thoughts on the origin? Drop the
Very
mace.
good. Very good. Incredibly
I think-
short animation.
Yeah, it's
Like-
short
like the-
animation. It's one of the shortest animations,
Mm-hmm.
which is automatically good because yo, animation is just like wasting time. Like I'm gonna say it straight up, like the origin animation is just straight up just wasting time, wasting your like DPS time.
Guys, it's a mace. It's not an axe. Don't say mace drop lame. It's literally a mace. I'm sorry, bro. Drop the mace, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Don't say drop the axe.
You know
It
what's
doesn't make sense.
You know what's funny, dude? When Lawrence was liberating or like choosing his weapon between axe and mace, I had a role in that.
No
He was
way.
like, "Yo, should I go axe or mace?" And I said, "No, bro, pick mace. No one ever picks mace."
Yeah, no one picks mace. Straight up. I would have picked that
And
shit too.
He picked the mace.
Good, bro. It's lore accurate. The weapon is literally called Demon Bane. That's the name of the weapon. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
Okay. Moving on. The best
bro, this
class
guy
in
had
the
to
whole
put his
game,
fucking
bro.
last.
No, I went by the order. This was the order on the MapleStory website.
Okay.
Why do you think like these are next to each other? The warriors are next to each other. Like this is just the order on the Maple website. Yo, honestly, this is the best class in the whole game right now. I'm not even trolling. This is actually the best warrior in the whole game right now. Y'all might think I'm glazing, but it actually is. This class is so broken right now.
Yato.
Okay, but let's start with 200 260. Genuinely, it's horrible. The only
Ass.
thing that's really good is
Actually,
you will
ass.
one-shot every single map you're in. Like, the mobbing is crazy. The strongest class to, like, the easiest class to one-shot with in the whole game. But the reason why 200 260 is so horrible is two things. First of all, you're not going to know how to animation cancel, so every single thing that you do is going to make you stuck in place, and you're going to hate it. It's the worst, bro. It's literally the worst. Second thing is because you don't have a lot of nodes, your Phantom Blade's not going to be maxed, and keeping up Phantom Blade stacks will be even harder because the duration increases with level. So you're going to lose your stacks a lot, especially when you're going from boss to boss. Like, it's really tough. This is one of those classes that you need to really learn how to play it before it does honestly anything. There's a huge difference in gameplay from someone who knows how to play it versus doesn't know how to play it. Like, it's not like Hero where the top end and bottom end is not that big of a difference. This is a massive difference. Like, it's two completely different classes. So I think 200 260, like, the thing is though, realistically, I know a lot of Hayatos that have just trained it to 250 for the crit damage block, right? And they all say that, oh, like, I was just training it, I didn't really boss on it, and it was really easy. And that's true. Like, learning how to mob and train on Hayato could be really easy. Like, all you really have to do is press Phantom Blade every, like, 20, 25 seconds, and press Falcon's Honor every, like, 7 seconds, and instant slice as well. And you just blow up the whole map. Like, it's really easy to one-shot with. And I think training it is really easy for most people. But I think moving around is going to be a big learning curve for a lot of people. Because you either just get stuck in place or you just spam the dashes and you go crazy and you don't know how to control it. It's like one or the other for most people early on.
Wasn't one of your friends that like made Hayato like they accidentally used the fucking that one skill that this chains hit it does the chain hits until you finish and then you're just otherwise you're just stuck. Like, you have to jump out of it. Like, bro, and didn't he say like he just logged off the character because he got stuck? Like,
yeah,
he couldn't
that was
move.
Hunter owner in chat. He's like, I logged on the Hayato, he pressed Batajuice to advance, it put him in stuck, and he just logged off and never logged in again. Straight up. Like, he literally that's an extreme case, but like that's legit how it is. Like that's legit how it
It would
is.
be like that.
It's not even a troll skill. It's actually a really good skill. Like that's the craziest part. Like it's actually really good for energy. Um, yeah. So I would say 200 to 260. Like I think if you're just training it for a Legion block, it's pretty good. But realistically, that's not what most people are doing. If they're going 260, it's either they're hyperburning or they're gonna be in their new main, and you're not gonna like it at first. I promise you, you're not. Like I've tried to make it as easy as possible for people by making a guide and stuff. But at the end of the day, like even if you watch the guide, like it takes a lot of practice. Like I used to just to this day, bro, honestly, I just dash around in towns and just like practice my comboing muscle memory. And like that's just what you have to do. Like you just have to dash around and shit and until you get it. Um I don't know what I would put it at though. Like maybe the same as DS. Maybe a 3 like DS.
I don't know. About 3.
I think it feels better than DS.
I think the moment you get Falcon's Honor, it feels a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, Falcons are
So,
getting at
like,
160.
If you include, okay, so if you say level 1 to 260, I'll put it at 3. But if you say 200 to 260, I think it's better than 3.
Okay, that's fine. So what do you say?
Five.
I think it's 5. Yeah. We were talking about how like people base their experience based around like if they can one shot or not. Hayato one shots.
Yeah, Hayato can easily one shot. Easily. Like the shit is it's the easiest in the whole game. Like Insta Slice hits like it hits harder than bod. Like it hits so fucking hard. So there you go. This class dramatically changes fifth job as well. Like it's a whole different class starting in fifth job. There's just I don't know, there's just a lot to learn. I mean, I can go up to like a 4 or 5.
No, I think 4 is too low too. Like
I think it's 5.
Like Falcon's Honor, Instant Slice, like these skills.
Bro.
Susanoo, like
Yeah.
all that shit.
Like obviously, like the like you're since you have low level Phantom Blade, like the stacks don't last as long, and I don't think you get as much FDs, right? So
Yep.
that part's definitely ass. But Falcon's Honor and Instant Slice just carry the class so hard in mobbing.
Yeah.
Like you don't even
Sure.
have to have like the advanced movement. Like you can just flash jump around, and just get to where you need to get. The maps aren't that big.
They're like, here's the thing. There's different levels of like knowing the movement on the class, right? Like you only need to know like 2 or 3 like basic tricks, like I say tricks of the movement of the class for it to feel like way more than good enough to boss on it for that level range and mob on it for that level range. Like you
Yeah,
don't
like
need to know anything too like fancy or advanced to
up jump cancel, very important to know. Super simple.
That's the most
too.
important one. That's literally the most important one.
Yeah,
And,
as
like,
long as you know the very basic ones, you don't need to know like all the fancy ones. As long as you know these basic ones, your experiences are already like good enough on the class, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I think it's 5.
Hayato can just get away with like not having good uptime on stacks too that early on too. Like the same thing with like Adele, right? Like we're talking about like the cleave spamming and like not having good uptime on energy management. Like
It's not the same. The Hayato stacks are way more. Adele's only 5 FD a stack. Hayato is 23 FD. And Adele's only 2 stacks, Adele's 5 stack. Or Hayato's 5 stacks.
Yeah.
Like it's a big difference. If you drop your stacks, like you're losing 115 FD.
Also,
Well,
it's
to be
like,
to be
at
honest
this
with you,
level range-
Insta Slice will still one shot even at 0 stacks. That's how hard it hits. Like when I stepped foot into Cernium, 0 Sacred Force, 0 sack, I one shot with the Insta Slice.
Also, that's the other thing. Like it even at this level range for the bosses you're doing, as long as bro, they buffs your burst skills so much. As long as you're actually pressing like Zonko, you're gonna be fine.
The only thing in terms of bosses, like, well, actually, yeah,
this is
you'll
260. You're not gonna have level 30 Phantom Blade. You're not losing 115 FD.
Yeah, you're right. The other thing is in regards to like bosses, like, yeah, these baby bosses, it's fine because you don't have to worry about like multi-target that much. But that was the only thing I was gonna say. Like, Zonko, like if you multi-target, like it does 0 damage. But what bosses have multi-target in the baby era? Like fucking Cygnus when it spawns
Lotus
shit in.
P1.
Yeah, like that's it. So it's like it's not a big deal. But
think
yeah,
that's
200
fine.
to 260. Yeah, that's fine. 260 plus. So I actually think it's insane. 260 plus.
I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure like I'm pretty sure at this stage the class already did enough. Like this class itself already did the weed out process just by being the class itself. At this point, like the player that remain on this class is are like they're already like they're gonna stick with the class. So we can just talk about like the experience for that portion of the players.
Yeah. So I don't think anybody knows Hayato. I don't think anybody knows new player Hayato experience better than me, bro. Like I have done this shit over and over and over again. And let me tell you, like when you get to Grandis, I've even done it on a brand new server, bro. Right? When you get to Grandis and you can one shot and you can immediately train in the highest level maps, and you could always train in level range no matter what region you're in. Always. Whether you're minus 40 sack, minus 30 sack, whatever it is, you will always train in level range no matter what. Bro, let me put it this way. Taco has probably farmed like 200 plus WAPs on me. And like, he has had to farm so much more than me just to like barely be ahead of me. You know what I mean? Like, just because I always trained in level range throughout everything. Like my Hexa for where I'm at, so many people were max Hexa by the time they're 284. I'm not even max Hexa. Like because I'm always training at like super high XP rates because I can one shot always. I could always one shot. I could always full clear every map too. It's not even just one shot. You could full clear every single map. So like, it's crazy. And then if you were to have -4 and Wings of Fate with the -5 training, it's one of the laziest mobbers in the whole game. Obviously with Janice and Dusk, like it makes it like you can, not even joking, if you have -4, obviously that's a bit of like a funding requirement. You can lazy full clear every single map in Grandis with that. Every single clear. If you have Soul Janice, like from the moment you're 260 all the way to your level 300. Like you could full clear every single map with not even moving anymore. Like that's how crazy Hayato mobbing is these days. So that's just the mobbing. But when we're talking about bossing, like 260 plus bossing, it's actually a mixed bag because certain bosses it's really fucking ass. Slime is pretty bad, but it got better because they reduced the slime debuff, right? Like slime used to have like a pretty fat debuff for you doing damage, but it got better, so it's not that big of a deal. But you lose your stacks, obviously, and that's annoying. But Kalos as well. Kalos, you lose your stacks during test. But to be honest with you, at this point with server lag or whatever it is, if you're good enough, I feel like maybe like 60-70% of the time I maintain my stacks, even in Kalos test. Like that shit will lag. It'll lag through the test. I don't know how, but it will. But that's whatever. I don't know if that's like reliable enough to mention. But everything else I think it does super well because it has super solid DPS and sleeper strong burst. Like people don't know how strong the Hayato burst is. It's actually insanely strong right now. There's that. Or 260 plus. Is there anything I'm missing?
I just came back. Sorry.
No, all good. I think I don't know where I would put it. I feel like I would give it a 9. The only thing why maybe Demon Slayer is better is because it could just TP farm. Like TP farming is too broken. Like Hayato, you actually have to be there. So I would
Yeah,
give
I
it a
just
9
remember
personally.
something. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, what were you gonna
I
say?
was gonna say I just remember something. We ducked points with DA of like the need and not knowing when to get RFS, and we never said anything about that on DS, which is the exact same thing. So it might be low key, might be a 9 for 260 plus experience.
Yo,
Just
I
because
don't know. I don't know, bro. I
you're
think the
not gonna
TP
know when
farm
you're
is
gonna
that
get
broken
your
though.
RFS.
That's fine.
Huh?
Yeah, I
We'll
think
put
the
it a
TP
9.
farm just makes up for it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, that's fine.
Might
I'm
be
fine
the
with
first
that. 'Cause,
0.5, dude.
bro, because Phil did not want 0.5, so we'll do it anyways. Nah, because like TP farming is just so broken. Like, what other class can you work a full-time job, live a healthy life, and still get to endgame with 0 repercussions? Like, no other class, bro. Anyways, back to Hayato. I don't know what's preventing me from giving it a 10. I think the only thing preventing me from giving it a 10 yeah, I guess you really need. I talked about the whole cooldown hat thing, but if you really, you technically only need -2 to like full clear maps pretty good on a Hayato. But if you have the -4 with the Wings of Fate -5, like my training is as brained as it gets. Like it's so easy, but you know that's a bit of like a funding requirement you need. So there's that. But the other thing is like it just doesn't do too good in certain bosses because you lose stacks, and that's it. In terms of like backloaded burst, it's actually not as big of a problem anymore because of the way they changed Sukunos. Obviously you still want to burst towards the end of Sukunos, but if you're in a party, well, this is actually a good transition into party bossing. I actually think Hayato's party bossing is really, really, really good these days. It has burst that can easily keep up with the 3 minutes, and because Zonko's 90 seconds, you can still 90-second burst with everybody else. But the thing with Hayato is, like I said, with Sukunos, like it is backloaded, but it's not as backloaded as before. So even if you burst during weapon jump, which might happen, like let's say after Groggy or something, or maybe 5-10 seconds in, you'll still get off like almost all of your damage at pretty high efficiency of Sukunos. So there's that. But the other thing about Hayato party bossing is you definitely have to be really good because you have to know when to keep up your stack. So for example, a lot of the times these bosses in like the end game, like they'll TP to someone randomly, and if you're not paying attention to your stacks, like you could chuck your Phantom Blade to try to restack, but it TPs to somewhere across the map, and you don't know where the boss is, and you might drop your stacks that way. So you have to be like really like aware of everything that's happening all the time, especially when you're party bossing, because the boss might be doing some stuff that you're not necessarily like that's not necessarily in your control. And you have to like think about that. Like let's say like you're at the end of P1 Kalos and you're trying to phase into P2. Like generally what I'd say is like, oh, let me phase it so that I could phase it with Phantom Blade and I refresh the stack entering phase 2. Because if you don't refresh the stack and let's say there's like 18 seconds left or something, and then they phase it and you didn't get to refresh, like there's a pretty good chance that if you load in slow into P2, boss doesn't spawn in really quick, like you're gonna drop your stacks and all your damage is gone. So like to be honest, I think that's just like user error. Like if you're good at Hayato, like that's not a non-issue, but I think it's worth mentioning. So that's why it's party bossing. Like it's not super optimal in that sense, but I think in terms of party bossing, if you have a Hayato in your party that knows what they're doing, I think it's at least an 8 because it doesn't have any support. So it can't go 9 or 10. Yeah, it can't go 9 or 10 because it has no support, like straight up. So, but its DPS slot, like the damage it outputs is crazy.
There are going to be damage classes that I'm willing to put in 9, but Hayato isn't. I'm
Well, I think
I'm
like
going to put Hayato in 8
Mercedes.
for 2 reasons. One is what you said, like there's no party utility. 2 is that there are just damage classes in that slot that eats party buffs better than Hayato.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in terms of Hayato's burst, like, it does all fit in the roar. That's really good. It's a nice short condensed burst, but it offers no support. 20% boss damage for sudden strike, like that's something, but that's not like a lot. So I'd give it 8.
I give it 8 too.
Maybe 8.5, but I just give it 8, like just to be safe here.
I feel like 20 bosses is a lot though.
20 boss across 6 people is a lot, right? Like that's house buff right there. But I don't think it's enough. I don't know.
I don't.
It's only for 30 seconds, but I mean, I guess that's for the burst.
There's 0 CD, you know.
Yeah,
Like, obviously you
there's 0
lose
CD.
if you are refreshing it, then that's like less personal damage you're doing because that could have been a
I'll
ride
be
blade.
okay.
It's
Like,
quick.
so,
It's quick.
so-
You can animation cancel out of it. It's really quick.
Yeah, 8 is fine. I think 8 is a solid 8 in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I look at Hayato and Demon Slayer very similar. Even the way their damage works is very similar, like the curve.
Yeah. So yeah.
But I think Hayato's damage might be even higher right now. I'm not even trolling. Like that's how strong it is right now. So
that might be true, but Demon Slayer is more straightforward to get the
yeah.
party buffs.
We'll talk
That's
about that in
gimmicky.
terms. We'll talk about that in learning curve because learning curve for Hayato, I have a lot to say about it. It's very, very hard. Milk Rocks, thank you for 20 months, bro. Go. Okay, let's talk about solo bossing. I think Hayato solo bossing is, if you know how to play it properly, probably a 10 out of 10 or maybe 9 out of 10, one or the other.
I would say 9.
No, there's no way it can be 10.
I was
Okay, why not?
contemplating between 9 and 10. The reason I say 9 is that because we're talking about like your solo bossing along the way as you're progressing into the game, right?
Mhm.
There are just bosses that literally anti-pattern for how Hayato wants to be played.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're just
Yeah.
like you're not cucked because your class because your class sucks. You're cucked because the boss is like purposely designed against your class.
Yeah. That's why I was saying 9, because it's like, if you really weigh those bosses in, like Slime, Kalos, like you are disadvantaged. You literally are disadvantaged. There's nothing you can do about it.
There are obviously like some bosses, like some classes are gonna have some better time at some bosses, and some other classes have some better worse time at certain bosses. But there are literally classes that are just a cookie cutter enough. They just like literally face roll through any game, any bosses in the game. And
Yeah.
Hayato just isn't one of them because there are bosses just designed to purposely just cuck you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm okay with a 9. I mean, its DPS is so good. Its burst is so good. Its survivability is crazy. Movement options are crazy. Really good iframes. Like, it has everything. Very similar to Demon Slayer again. Like, it just has everything. If it wasn't, honestly, in my opinion, if every single boss in the game, like if they were designed with Hayato in mind, or Phantom Blade lasted like, I don't know, 45 seconds or something, I think it would be an easy 10 out of 10. But realistically, a lot of these bosses, you're gonna...
Cam isn't aware of your class when they design the bosses.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about learning curve. I'm actually very passionate about this. I genuinely believe that Hayato is one of the hardest classes right now in the whole game. Maybe the hardest class in the whole game. For a couple of reasons. Well, there's actually a lot of reasons. So first of all, it's like the movement on the class. You can get by with basic animation cancels, obviously, but when you're playing at a high level, you have to know all of them. Especially let's say Kalos during Enrage phase, 3 systems are up. You're gonna have to know everything. You're gonna have to know every single thing that you could do because there's so much shit happening at all times. So the higher you get, the further you go into this, into the game, the harder Hayato gets because you're gonna have to know more about the class. You have an option for everything, but because you have so many options, you have to know which is the right one in an instant. Second thing, Phantom Blade stacks. It's something that you'll learn over time. It's not too big of a deal. But to this day, I've seen Gintoki drop stacks on Saren, bro. To this day, right? And this guy's level 289. It's something that you could easily, oh, it's just Phantom Blade stacks. You could, ego it and think, oh, it's whatever. I'm not going to drop stacks. But, I've seen Hayatos drop stacks and, experience Hayatos. It's something that you can easily forget. And if you drop stacks, it ruins everything. Because if you're at low energy and you drop stacks, you have to use Zonko or Susanoo to get your energy back, and your burst is gone. And it's it ruins everything. So it's something that Hayato keeps you on your toes all the time. Not only that, bro, not only that, it's one of those classes that you can't stay dead on. People say, oh, stay dead. Wait, you can't because you'll lose your stacks. You have to res right away. It's one of the few classes in the game that you have to res every single time. You cannot stay dead. You have to stay perma-focused on Hayato all the time, bro. All the time. So that's another thing.
In terms of keeping track of stacks, it'll be less of an issue in the future when we have the buff bookmark thing.
Yeah, it'll only get easier. It'll only get easier. I think they'll increase the duration one day. Or make it increment go down from 5 to 4 instead of 5 to 0. But as of right now, I think Hayato's at its hardest point right now. There's more shit too.
A point I want to make though is that I don't think Hayato is hard because of. First of all, it's hard. I don't think it's hard because of the devs wanted to make it hard, or this is the way that they designed and intended for this class to be played. It's that. This class has some mechanics and features as borderline bugs that you just have to know and how to abuse and use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the learning curve, there's a lot. Min-maxing this class is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're right, actually. You're right. Learning curve is a little bit different than playing at the highest level. You're right, actually. Because playing at the highest level, I think it's very hard. It might be the hardest. I'm not even trolling because the Origin added... Bro, the Origin and Shinsoku Mastery added such a crazy level of difficulty. You only have 10 seconds with your Origin to fit in all of your burst, unload all of your energy. You don't have a single second to spare. If you mess up by even 1 second, you're not doing your burst properly, and you'll miss out on a lot of damage. Either your Origin won't fit in the roar, or you miss your fatal timing, whatever it is. Like, it's crazy how like pinpoint you have to be on Hayato right now. The other thing about Hayato movement, which is a whole other level of difficulty, is if you don't animation cancel properly, you get stuck in place. Like, you get punished for it. It's not like if you don't do it, like, oh, you'll be fine. It's just like you're not moving as fast or something. No, like, you get stuck in place. Like, if you use 100 strikes, for example, and you don't animation cancel it properly with like your Ride Blade Flash, you are going to be stuck in 100 strikes for like 3 seconds. Like, it's an absurd amount of time. If you don't animation cancel out of Zonko, you forget your Insta Slice, you used it for something else, you're gonna be stuck in Zonko for like 5 seconds. Like, it's so much. Honestly, there's more. There's a lot of other shit too. Bursting at the end of Sukuno's, Sengoku Force RNG, bro. Sengoku Force RNG is the most unfun thing in the whole game. Not pressing Zonko when there's multiple targets because it only does max damage on one target. There's a lot of shit, but
Yeah,
you guys
see,
are right.
that's
You guys are
one
right in
thing,
the
though,
chat. Like, learning curve, like, is not that though. Well, everything I just said is not technically learning curve. Like, learning curve
Yeah,
is more of like getting the ball rolling, I guess.
to what you're talking about though, that's what I meant by like the class is not it's hard, not necessarily because like that's what devs were envisioning, like what they were designing for the class. Is just that this class is like missing so much quality of life that it just adds like a layer of like complexity to it, like the stack management, and like your single force RNG and all that nonsense. Those are like quality of life shit that should just be like modernized. And there's also like some mechanics of the classes that like just borderline as bugs, like
Mm-hmm.
like
Like macro Phantom Blade.
yeah, stuff like that. It's just, you know.
Yeah, it's a very weird class. But honestly, because I do know baby Hayatos, right? And I watch them play, and it's strange because they're still doing stuff like clearing BM and clearing Dark Knell solo, like stuff like that. But when I watch them, I can point out so many mistakes, right? So many things that could be optimized better, but they're still clearing all that stuff. Like, at the end of the day, they're still clearing, even though it could have been faster, could have been better. Yo, Blunt Poppy Supreme, thank you, bro. Thank you. So I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if I could even give a fair rating on it, because if I were to rate the learning curve, like, for me, from my perspective, like, all of the optimizations matter for me. Like, for me, when I think of Hayato, if you're not doing these optimizations, everything I listed, all this, like, high-level stuff, from my perspective, it feels like you're trolling to the point of, like, why are you even playing this class? That's how I feel it. But I could be biased. Maybe it's elitist, right? Like, I feel
That
like
is
if you're not doing like the min max stuff on Hayato, I feel like it's so shit. Like, there's no point in even playing it.
Is this conversation is basically like, how important is weaving on Shadow or like and Kana? Like, it is important, but even if you get like the basic like 78 or whatever and 30, like, you're still getting like value out of the class. You can get more value out of it, but for all intents and purposes, like, you're still going to be able to clear content.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't even like rate this fairly, because it's like, even for Shadower, to be honest with you, if somebody tells me like I don't want to weave, I would honestly tell that person, like, don't play Shadower then. Like, I feel
Yeah,
like
no,
that's so trolling to the point of like, why are you even playing Shadower? Like, your damage is going to be so much lower. And I feel it's the same with Hayato. If you're not min-maxing, because Hayato also has weaving, right?
Yeah, but
if you're not
that's
min-maxing everything, like, you're also trolling. Like, you're losing so much damage.
I mean, that's also like using your own word to for the argument though. It's like 99.9% of players not going to reach to the point where this shit matters still.
That's true. That's true. You can get by. You can get very far into the game without min-maxing. You're right. That's true.
Yeah, learning curve is like, because it's a difference between like mastery of the class and learning curve. Learning curve is like what is there to learn. Learn you learn the basics, and then you figure out how you want to you get the toolkits. And the class has like this many like two tools to offer to you, and how you want to use the tools, how you want to utilize them. That's mastery. So that's different from this one.
Mm-hmm.
So for this class, it's like you have the movements to learn, and then you have like your backloaded burst to learn, and after that point, like how you want to utilize those tools and how you want to combo your movements together, and how you want to like branch and extend from that point on. That's a different story, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even
Yeah.
just those things that I mentioned, though, I think I'll still think the learning curve is like steeper than like 95% of classes in the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, because, like, what are the bare basics on Hayato, right? You have to keep up your Phantom Blade stacks. Like, there's no way you're not, right? That's, like, the bare minimum. Second thing is you have to learn some of the basic animation cancels. There's no way you're not going to learn how to up jump animation cancel, right? Like, that's, like,
Yeah.
the bare minimum, right? And then another
Yeah.
thing is you have to learn the back-ended burst. You have to learn to not overcap your energy, right? Susanoo goes away. You use all the energy from that. Zonko, you use all the energy from that. Origin, you use all the energy from that. Like, you have to do those things. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
like,
those are things to learn. Those are like what you learn, and like
yeah, like
the other stuff
that's
that you were
learning curve.
talking about, like the other
Mhm.
things to talk about, like regarding mastery, is just like how you want to advance. That's not things to learn. You just have to like figure out on your own and experience on your own. But yeah,
Yeah, so I feel like that alone, those things, right, to make Hayato like borderline functional, right? You don't have to learn all the crazy animation cancels. You don't have to hyper optimize the burst, right? That alone makes it like at least an 8. Like, all just those things, like, just to make that
Yeah.
class functional.
I
You can get
agree.
other classes that are just press buffs 1 through 6 and hold down one button. You literally cannot do that on Hayato. You can't. Like,
Yeah.
you just do no damage.
Also, this might be a tangential question, but like, what's a class you guys have in mind? That is a 10. If we're not putting this at 10.
Dude, Blaster might be 10, bro. Or this is the highest I could think of, because, like, for learning curve, like,
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good point.
for learning curve,
Let's
like,
just
just
do
getting the
anything,
ball rolling on Blaster, it's a huge learning curve.
Yeah. The entry barrier is higher on Blaster.
Definitely
for
not
sure.
Phantom or Kadena. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I feel like if a class needs to have a video guide, it's probably already minimum like 8 or 9 to succeed.
True. True.
Like, someone that just picks
Bro.
up Blaster is not gonna know that you can bob and
That's a very
weave
good point.
together.
That is a solid
It's a
point.
good point. That is a good point. I mean, Hayato has a guide.
If you're not gonna be able to like log into the game, like start from level 1, progress through it level 200, and get 5th drop, and like just by reading script description and figure out what you need to do, then yeah, that is like, if you have to look up a guide, then yeah, that probably is a 7 or 8 to start with.
Hayato has a guide. Actually, has a really, really good one. Mm-hmm. DB has a good guide too, right?
True.
I don't think that class
Yeah.
requires a guide, but okay.
I'm willing to go
Okay, I'm okay
lowest.
with the 8.
I'm willing to go lowest 8 on Hayato. Honestly, I would give it a 10, but realistically here, like, you're not going to be playing it at the highest level. There's no, like, most people aren't going to do that. If you want to just get through the basics, you want to get through the learning curve, it's at least an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tommy?
What do we put Blaster at again?
9. Might have to move Blaster up.
I don't think there's a class that has a that rejecting of like an entry barrier than Blaster.
That's what I'm saying. I think Blaster's the highest rejection entrance barrier out of every class.
Yeah, that's
like,
that's
that's
why I
what
said
I'm saying.
before. Where
Okay.
it's like what would we have? What would we put at 10 if it's not Blaster?
Yeah, I think
let's just move this
Blaster
to
is
10 then.
Yeah,
Let's move
Blaster
this
is
to
10.
10. Because there's no other class I can think of that if somebody picks it up, they're just gonna quit. Then Blaster. Like, that's like the number one for me. But to be honest, Hayato gets that a lot too. Like they pick it up. People pick it up and quit. They don't like it. They say it's clunky and slow and does no damage. Like I've seen
there's
that
also-
all the time on Hayato.
I mean, people do that with people be doing that with Demon Slayers too, though. That's the thing.
That's true.
I don't, and I can't take those people seriously.
Yeah, I mean, you have people that are complaining about fucking Night Lord and Dual Blades up jump too. The people will find anything to complain about.
Dual blade up jump, lol.
But anyways, I'm fine with 8 or 9 on this as well. I don't. If we put this,
I'm
at
putting
8,
it as a
I'll
9.
always put it as 9.
I think 9 makes sense just because like the process
Yeah,
of
because
learning
I
the
can't
burst
think of
setup
another
is
9.
annoying as fuck.
Like if Blaster's 10, I can't think of another 9. That's the thing.
Straight up.
Yeah, Haido's like burst setup is annoying as fuck. It's
No, it is. Like it's actually crazy.
that on the added pressure of like you're in a real boss scenario.
Oh, I'm gonna say okay. That's another thing. Low key, I think Kana is not as easy as people think as well.
Kana? Everybody knows that it's Kana's hard. No way people think Kana's easy.
Because I just like Tommy just said like the Hayato's burst is annoying as fuck to set up. I just thought about Kana. That shit is also annoying as fuck to set up.
Yeah.
No, the Sengoku classes playing them at a high level is hard. Straight up. I think Haido's harder, but I'm obviously biased, so.
Daniel Blast. Anyways.
Dude, I actually think Haido's the hardest class in the whole game to play at the highest level, straight up.
But do you guys know Bomba's name Daniel?
Yeah.
Nope, I did not know.
That's why people say Daniel Blast now instead of Bomba Blast.
It's funny.
I still call it Bomba Blast.
Daniel Blast. Anyways.
Yo, my con is pumping now. It 1 burst P1 each damn.
That's on the Haido origin?
Oh, I mean, visually appealing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the coolest looking origin in the whole game.
I do think it's one of the best ones.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. How the hell is Haido hardest to play? What's your IGN?
This guy's about to be a fucking Hyperburn Nightwalker or what?
And no way somebody just said Nightlo is the hardest class to play. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm playing that shit as 1.
Like I said, the further you get into the game, the harder Hayato gets. Like literally the harder it gets, the further you get into the game.
I know what you're all chat playing. Like now, I'm gonna put Nightwalk as 1. I'm gonna put Nightlord as 1. Just
Yo, Doe Road. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like you just didn't hear anything, like about what we were talking about. So like, all good. Okay, the last thing that I want to ask you guys to wrap this up is what's the best warrior and what's the worst warrior? Warrior class overview.
I mean,
I think the worst warrior is Kaiser right now.
I think Kaiser is really not in a good state.
Yeah.
Right now.
I think the best warrior.
I don't think the class itself is bad. Like if you're just like solely playing solo, but like I don't think anyone can just be playing like solely solo.
I think the best warrior is either Aran or Hayato.
Damn, those were not my options.
Yeah, those were not my options.
I was thinking Dawn Warrior
DS?
personally.
Dawn Warrior? No way. You're crazy for that. You're crazy for that. No way, bro.
The 200 to 260 experience, what did you guys rate that at? You put it at a 9.
Yeah,
you put the 260 plus experience at 9. The party bossing at 9. The solo bossing at 7, understandable. The learning curve at 2. Like, this class is super plug and play, has a good mobbing experience. The same skill you use for mobbing is the same skill you use for bossing. This class fucking hits Damien in P1 and in P2 when he's in the air. Like,
I think we're just valuing different things as what makes something the best or the least best. For me, like
this guy Hamza is literally straight up just looking at solo bossing.
well, not just solo bossing. I'm just looking at like if somebody plays this game a lot, where are they most likely gonna be at, right? If somebody plays this game even seasonally for let's say a few years,
they're going to get further on the Dawn Warrior. If they're a seasonal player, they're going to get further in the Dawn Warrior.
Okay, you're right. They'll get further on the Dawn Warrior. But I think if somebody plays actively, I think they'll be in like the 280-ish, 270 to 280-ish zone for a while. Oh my god.
Dude,
I don't even know.
if
I don't
you're
even know what to
not
value this on.
all the other warriors, you have to stand out even further. But Dawn Warrior, your mere existence already makes you valuable.
Okay, I agree that Dawn Warrior, like, most people will get further on it just because of how easy it is, and there's less, like, barriers to be good, right? But I honestly, okay, if that's the case, fine. We'll scratch Hayato out of the way. My only arguments for Hayato is that it's just way stronger. And that's it, really. Like, it's just stronger and it trains better.
Yeah. Like,
But
that's the thing, though. Like, Hayato's not for a lot of people. Like, it
yeah,
can be, like,
exactly,
in your
right?
opinion, like, I totally understand where you're coming from, like, why it is the best for you, just because, like, what you can do on it, like, it offers a lot for you. Like, what are the things you can do on it, like the flexibility it provides you, and then the way that you like to play it. That's totally understandable. But that class is not for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Now, the thing that I'm willing to argue is Demon Slayer versus Dawn Warrior. There's no way DS is worse than Dawn Warrior. This DS is like
that's my two options. That is my two. Like, that was my two options.
Like, I get that the Dawn Warrior has the support and everything, right? So you're always a high prio for party. But like Demon Slayer with the TP farming and Janice, like, to me, that is the most broken thing in the entire game. Like, that makes the MapleStory experience like unimaginably easy to progress. Like, easier than anything. Dare I say, it's as easy as the days when you would just Spanish farm in on Kana.
Okay, but are you picking
It's
up
like
Doge
that.
Schmo on Dawn Warrior or fucking Bobby Barrett on fucking Demon Slayer, right? In your party, you have a
picking
3-minute
Bobby Brett,
Dawn
bro.
Warrior that has permanent uptime on the fucking FP.
Yeah, but the Demon Slayer's gear is gonna be better.
No,
The Demon Slayer's gonna have like plus 500 bill meso farmed.
See. I realized what's this issue with, like, Demon Slayer is still like a novelty thing for, like, the people that are into that type of play style. Like, there, like, believe it or not, there are people that, like, play this game for the mobbing. Like, they enjoy, like,
That's
just
true.
nuking mobs in this game. And the thing with Dawn Warrior is that it is, like, by far, like, the most, maybe out of every classes, this is the one class that's like the perfect middle ground for everything you want to do on this game. Literally,
Yeah, but it's boring.
doesn't
You know how
stand
many
out
Dawn
any-
Warriors
anything
quit?
specifically. It's not. That's the thing. That's also why it makes it boring. It's not the best support, but it has support. It's not the best DPS, but it has really great DPS among the supports. And the playstyle, everything about this class is just the perfect middle ground for that. Everyone cannot just. It's not something that people just hate.
No, DS is way less boring. DS is pretty fun.
Yeah, but yeah, this class is just like Dawn Warrior is just like, you're not gonna hate this class. I don't think anyone's gonna hate this class.
I hate that class.
Okay. Bro just wants to be different.
DS is just super clunky, bro. Stop. Okay, but we all agree Kaiser's the worst.
Yeah, Kaiser is really not in good state.
It's like a universal agreement. Yeah, that's mad funny,
we
bro.
lost Dragonite for this class.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, give me my Dragon Knight back. Like, seriously, like, just delete Dark Knight and delete Kaiser. Give me my Dragon Knight back.
Like, Dark Knights can stay Dark Knights. Just make a new Dragonite class. Just.
Yeah, but the thing
Take
with
that
Dark Knight
class back.
is worst case scenario they can swap to Pally, right? Like worst
That's
case
crazy.
scenario. Worst case
That is
scenario.
actually
Kaiser, you're
crazy.
just stuck, bro. Like, you're actually just stuck on Kaiser. So, but you know what they were saying for the learning curve for Kaiser? They said you have to learn how to slur. They were saying.
Bro's fucking slinging slurs like he's fucking Doctor Strange slinging spells, dude. It's got fucking a whole ass fucking alchemy circle.
I'm trying to engage in that conversation.
All right, Phil, you're the fucking tiebreaker, man. Is it Demon Slayer or is it Dawn Warrior?
Yeah, Demon Slayer or Dawn Warrior for the best warrior in the game right now as of this patch. The best warrior overall.
Keep in mind, this is the whole
Overall.
encompassing experience from start to finish.
Yeah,
new account,
from
all
making
that.
your new account all the way to end game. What is the best warrior in the game?
I say Dawn Warrior.
There you go,
then,
boys.
Then it's Dawn Warrior. Congratulations, Dawn Warriors. You are the best warrior in the game right now.
I personally, I wouldn't play this, but I recognize its appeal, and yeah, personally
Demon
wouldn't play
Slayer,
this
good
though.
number
Like
2 though.
that, there's so much hype around Demon Slayer because you have fucking Mathwell and fucking Grundy,
No,
right?
no,
Like
it's not even. It's
I
not even
get
that.
it.
Like, it's legit not even that. It's the TP
No,
farming for
though,
me.
of course, but those guys definitely put Demon Slayers on the map, right? Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm
you
pretty
could you
sure
could
we
say the
all.
same out. You could say the same about every class. Like, everybody has somebody that puts the class on the map.
I just think that like the whole like TP farming, I get it. We are in a new age of mobbing though, right? It is freaking ridiculous that they can just TP farm, and now they suddenly have to have a vac pet because the way that Dusk works. But like
Mm-hmm.
every class, when you have level 30 Janus, which will be a standard
Mm-hmm.
eventually, right? Like I
Eventually,
know it's
yeah.
not like that's something definitely in the later game,
Well,
right?
most
But
people won't get it, to be fair.
honestly, I feel like if you're a new player and you have goals of trying to be endgame in this game, honestly, just rush Janus 30.
I don't think
I'm not
so.
even.
I don't think so. The reason for it, the reason I don't think so is because you're gonna want damage as early as possible to clear bosses earlier, right? Like,
I think have enough damage for Black Mage. After that, max Janus.
that's
That's how I'm
fine.
feeling.
That's fine with me. Like, that's fine. Cause you'll get the damage from your other gear and stuff. Okay,
yeah.
second question. Who is the strongest warrior right now? What?
Like in what aspect? Like
Nothing.
solo party or like both?
Like raw
Nothing.
damage, bro. Raw damage.
Yo, I ain't gonna cap. I think that one's actually. Wait, let me see.
Isn't it
Bro,
just
I think that one's actually Hayato. Dude, I'm pretty sure Lawrence is gonna say the same as Hayato.
Yo, I actually think it's Hayato. Now, hear me out, guys. Obviously, you guys are gonna say Demon Slayer because you're seeing people like Alan and Grun, Max Hexa, Max Gear.
Alan
Here's
Grun's
the
the same person.
Oh, I mean Mathwell and fucking Grun, bro. Um, here's the thing though. Hayato just doesn't have the representation to show it. Hypothetically, gear for gear, bro, stat for stat, line for line, bro, the Hayato will do more. Swear to God, bro. Swear to God it would, bro. Y'all don't understand how. Let me put it this way: Hyperion is just a smaller version of Chronos, right? But throughout this like smaller like microcosm of Chronos, I've consistently had less gear, less hexa than so many people, and have out damaged the hell out of them every class, bro. Like that's just how it is, bro. I think playing Hayato optimally will out damage, but that's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion, though. DA is so strong, though. Like DA is definitely worth mentioning. A lot of you guys like who know what's up, like you guys know DA does a lot of damage. Raw damage performance, like we're not just talking about burst, like just numbers. DA does so much damage right now. It's crazy. I think these three classes are insane right now. Also, honorable mention, Aran. I think Aran is ridiculously strong right now, too. But not for long. Not for long. Ah, not for long. Not for long. Not for long.
anyways? This guy just had to bring up that question because he wanted to glaze Hayato so badly, dude.
Yeah, I did. We're talking about warriors, bro. You could glaze when we talk about thieves. Go crazy, bro. Go crazy when we talk about thieves, bro. Bro, tell me about to say like, well, actually, when we're talking about dual blade, it actually has crazy complexities that you guys don't know about. You have to stand like not right on top of the boss. You have to stand a little bit to the side of the boss to get the max 86 hits on NATO. Like, bro, he's about to like make some crazy shit up, bro.
Anyways,
Yo, I have a question.
What's the question?
You're gonna talk about Xenon with pirates or thieves?
It's a thief, bro. It's a thief.
it's a thief. It has his fucking shadow
a thief.
partner, dude.
It's a thief, bro. It's a thief.
It has dice. Need I say
Bro, you
more?
know-
It has a shadow
Yo,
partner. It
bro,
has a
Paul-
fucking dark flare.
Bro, Paul's mad funny, bro. Number one both. Only if Nightwalker didn't exist.
And Xenon.
Bro, it has Last Resort, bro. Last Resort's too broken.
Honestly, it scales off of strength. It's the #1 warrior too.
Yeah, true.
It doesn't even need weapon aura.
Yeah, it's the #1 warrior too.
Actually, since the last time I talked about how broken the last resort is, I fact checked. I fact checked Vicious Shot. Vicious Shot is straight up like a strictly a superior version than of last resort in every aspect possible. More FD, longer duration, doesn't have a downside.
Bigger cooldown.
What do you
Caught.
mean?
Bigger cooldown. Caught. 2-minute cooldown. Last resort has 75 seconds.
You're not using it every. Who fucking uses it 75 seconds?
Okay, well, Phil said every aspect, so.
Are you using Zonko every 90?
Yes, obviously. Well, why would I not?
You are not using every 90.
Yes, I am. Why would I not? In party bossing.
Well, there you have it, dude.
In 3-minute party bossing. Yes. Thieves are 3-man classes, so they use it every 90 seconds. Bro, I know Phil uses that shit every 3 minutes, bro.
What do you mean? I use it every 90. The fuck?
Are you using Sengoku Force every 2 minute on Kana?
On Kana? I
Yeah,
don't know.
are
It
you using
depends
it
on the
every-
party comp. Now, to be honest with you, I think Kana, like, that shit needs to get deleted, bro. Low key. I had to say it.
Yeah, I guess we're using Vicious Shot every 2 minutes on Merkin Kane.
Yeah, like, you want to make that argument, bro? Weakest warrior is Kaiser. We all agree. I mean, that's about it, bro. To be honest, baddest warrior, though, I think it's Blaster.
I don't know, man. It's kind of Aran for me.
Bro, Aran has some crazy art too.
Yeah, Aran does have crazy art. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It might be Aran or Blaster. Yo, I think it might be Adele, actually. How could I forget?
Adele has some pretty
I think Adele might be
interesting art
the
as well.
baddest warrior, bro. I think it's Adele, low-key.
Nah, it's an Aran for me, dude. Hey, if you're freaky, you might say 0. Anyway,
0. Honestly, 0, you get 2 for 1.
Anyways.
You get 2 for 1 for 0.
Anyways.
By the way, are they essentially the same person?
No.
I don't know what the lore is.
Based on what I understand, is that the Black Mage split the Transcendent of Time's power into 2 parts.
Okay, well. Android nerd, bro.
So I'm pretty sure
They're
like they
twins.
come from the same essence or some shit like that. So they're essentially the same person or some shit.
Alpha sitting in the corner watching is crazy.
Bogo, that's crazy. Guy just said Bogo.
Yeah, what does this say, Phil?
Ice-T.
Does it say
It's probably the
Ice-T?
artist's name.
Oh, Ice-T.
Or maybe the blaster's IGN.
Kiewa. What does that mean? Any Koreans
don't
in the
know.
chat?
What pendant is that? Is that a Dominator?
Oh, it does say Q. Kyo. Kyo.
Wait, I think that one's the Horntail one.
True.
Zoom in, I can't tell.
It's not Horntail pendant, no. Actually, no,
Zoom
it
in?
is Horntail. It is. I can't. That's the biggest it goes.
Oh, right click. Oh, you don't have that fucking. Oh, you have this.
No,
you have the inferior.
Oh,
fucking...
no. I have it. I know what you're talking about. It just doesn't do it on sheets. That's it.
That
It
is
does-
a
does do that, though.
fucking crazy first message, my friend.
If alpha and beta were lying next to you naked, which way would you turn?
Which
That is
was
crazy.
which way would you turn? I'd turn toward. I would turn toward.
I'm looking straight at the ceiling so I can get closer to God. That's what I'm saying.
I would turn 180 degrees like in an instant. Like there is no time span that could measure how fast I could turn 180 degrees. So I'd be laying on my stomach.
Now your ass is exposed though. Still.
Yeah, but they're sleeping. Duky, you a freak.
All right. Anyways, wrap it up.
No, I mean that's about it. Well, thank you guys for doing this with me. Obviously this is for the YouTube. Obviously, you guys should check out Tummy's channel. Obviously linked below in the video title as well. You could just click it. Phil has no social media. He's just or anything. He just kind of like let's just say
He's AI.
let's just say Phil might be blackmailed into pulling up whenever I say something like that.
What?
But
That's
obviously, if you have any opinions, leave them in the comments. Just know that my, Phil, and Tummy's opinions are always right. So, like, keep that in mind when you leave your comment. And then also let me know what class you are. And then let me know what job branch you want to see next. We have to do the thieves, the mages, the archers, and the pirates.
Bro, you know what'd be funny? How hard would it be for you to start calling me Santo, dude?
Dude, I can't. I literally can't call you that.
You're gonna have to start calling me Santo, dude.
How? I literally can't. Like, it's just...
Okay,
How can I call
think
you
it's time-
Santo?
I think it's time to just go first name basis.
That's what I was going to say. I'd rather call you Jay than Santo.
You don't do either, anyways.
Bro, you want to know why, bro? It's because I know the Santo lore. That's why I can't call you Santo.
What? Well, that makes no sense.
I know the Santo lore. That's why. When I hear Santo, I think of the reason why you named yourself Santo, and it makes me giggle. So I can't call you Santo. It's not serious enough, bro.
I don't get it, dude.
Fuck, I'm at deal.
The fuck is Santo? Santo Claus. Nah, y'all vile for that, bro. Apologize to Jay.
Nah, even when you say Jay, I can tell there's like a fucking smirk behind your fucking when you say that, dude. Like you're being like fucking like almost condescending when you say that now. Like borderline condescending.
Bro, what do you want from me then?
Bro, tell me how like when we do like a full class analysis, it takes 6 hours, and when we only do order, it's still 6 hours.
It would
Nah,
have been
to
longer
be-
if I was here the entire time.
Nah, to be honest with you, this actually took mad long. Like it was like as long as an entire tier list. But these are way more in depth though, to be honest.
It'll be faster next time because we've already established like the edge
Yeah,
cases
yeah.
and whatnot.
Also, there's
That's
a lot
true.
of warriors, like Archer one.
Warriors are
as well.
most fun. There's most fun warriors than any other classes.
I want to talk about thieves. I like thieves a lot. So,
I'm
what do you
pretty
guys
sure
want to see next? Which
I'm
class
pretty sure people
archetype?
I'm pretty sure people are gonna vote on thieves anyways. So I already expect that.
Okay,
I saw a lot of mages.
What beside thieves, bro? Okay, mages. Bro, we already know archers are gonna be last, bro.
Really? I think pirates are gonna be last.
I think it's gonna be archers, bro. I think people don't like the archers as much. Don't do mage. Okay, Kobe said don't do mage. I won't do mage, bro.
We know
Yeah,
who's winning.
Yeah, Kobe's favorite class. Guys, can we go back to talk about how OP Bishop is, bro? Can we go back to talking about OP Bishop is?
This is how I gotta find that video, dude. Hold
Bro,
on.
play it again.
This this is Kobe, dude. We had to calm him down just now.
Dude, there's no way this is the Goku Gohan clip, bro. I'm about to click it. I knew it, bro. Yo. This is too funny, bro.
Stop. Just calm down.
Just
don't
calm
do
down.
it, Gohan.
Don't do it,
Not
Gohan.
Going out there.
Yo, I love this clip,
Yo, that's
bro.
crazy.
Yeah, that that clip is too funny, bro.
I love Kobe, dude. Holy fuck.
Nah, but for real, Bishop's actually just too broken. Like, No, that shit's too strong, bro. All right, I need to end my stream. So, tell me, you want to stream or what?
Oh shit! I was probably going to stream in like 4 hours. I don't think I can do it now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All good. I meant Jay. Sorry, I didn't mean tell me.
Me since like 3 hours ago, by the way. So
Oh,
just so
tell
you guys
her.
know.
Yo, tell her to. Never mind, bro.
Yo, you know what needs to happen after this, by the way?
Hmm.
After we do all the branches, then we gotta stack them against each other, like the best warrior.
True, like top
thief,
5.
Yeah, against each other,
And bottom
then
5.
the bottom feeders against each other.
Yeah, then
fucking
what's the
gulag,
worst
dude.
of the worst, bro? Dude, it's gonna be Lara versus Kaiser.
Then we gotta do I guess we gotta do King Mid too, each class too. Fuck it. Fucking Captain Mid, dude.
Yeah, Captain Mid, bro. Who's the most mid class? Shout out to my members, Blazefire, Shooms, Uju, Shagad, Ravi Espa, Grim4K, Koga, Pabo, Piconir, Jesse B, Dante Victory, Zats, CK, and Assassin510. I appreciate you guys so much. And thank you so much to everybody who has submitted fan art throughout all this time. I will be forever grateful to all of you, and have a wonderful day.